Hello and welcome from Retropalooza. We are watching Billy Mitchell go for a kill screen on Pac-Man. I believe, I'm not sure if he is officially started yet, but we're going to go ahead and introduce ourselves. I am Dylan Smith. Joining me here today is
Ben Gold.
Welcome, welcome. So, Billy Mitchell, running Pac-Man. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm rooting for the ghosts, so...
Only always.
Come on, ghosts. Don't you know he's gonna hide from you, but they never learn.
Yeah, they never.
They always, every time.
They always do the same thing.
They do the same thing. You
time.
don't know what it is.
It's like, man, they never learn.
Yeah, so...
Poor guys.
So we'll see. I am... Billy knows I am not a Pac-Man player. So I typically will make fun of him while he plays.
Oh, that's always fun. Hey, we like that here.
Yeah, because, they're kind of, they take forever to get them all, next to each other.
Yeah, getting them lined up.
So, Billy, are you trying to get 4? I think he's...
Yeah, he's
got it. Yeah, all 4 of them. That's pretty good. That's good.
Quick blast there. So... I'm familiar with the mechanics of Pac-Man, but I've never totally watched it.
He's got to find the hiding spot here.
Oh, he's looking for the hiding spot. So we've got a mic on Billy, but he's not wearing the headset. So
he's not hearing what we're saying about him right now?
Potentially. I don't think it's that loud on his side.
Good.
So.
Then we're going to just say things about him while he's doing this. He can't defend himself, so this works out perfect, Dylan.
Oh, yeah.
So, Dylan, let me just share with you what I know about Pac-Man, which is probably about 30 seconds to about a minute worth of education, which might or might not be more than you already know.
Okay.
So each of these ghosts have a different personality.
Right, and their personality is tied to how they chase Pac-Man.
Exactly. The red one is the mean one who...
goes straight for you.
Who goes straight for you, and he gets faster as the dots get towards the end.
Yes.
The, the yellow one... is the one that just kind of does his own thing and doesn't really care where you are, just kind of runs around. Or all of them have some sort of relation with you because you can hide at certain points.
So the way that I understand it, so pink actually chases a couple squares in front of Pac-Man. Suppose it's a giant grid, right?
Right.
He chases basically a couple squares in front of Pac-Man. Red chases directly to Pac-Man. Blue will chase, I guess... somewhere in between where pink is going and red is going. So it's based on you and that spot that pink is going to. And then yellow goes towards you, and then as soon as it enters a certain radius around Pac-Man, it goes away. Like, I didn't mean to be over here that close. So their AI is very odd, I'll say. Because you see, instead of going through that tunnel, he instead turned while the other 3 chased.
That sounds about right, and I think that it's, it's designed so that the person who doesn't understand that, they get captured. It makes it a very interesting or unpredictable to figure out how to evade those guys.
At the same time, though, it's a very neat game because it's so simple in its approach, right?
Yeah.
You stay away from the ghosts, you eat the dots, you win the game. Yep. And so adding that layer of complexity in terms of strategizing around the ghosts and how they move and how they turn and everything there adds that layer that really separates the casual players from the Billy Mitchells, so to speak.
Sure. Well, the thing was that in the classic gaming period, the what we would call software updates today were back in the day, those were the second version. So when Pac-Man came out, the big flaw was the patterns. So they found that by Billy doesn't use it, so he tries to play normal, but if he wanted to, you could play the entire 256 screens literally going through repetitive
the exact same way?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, each screen has a different pattern to get all 4 ghosts and
certainly.
Grab the
because they change as you go on, right? Like the whole scatter mode, they'll eventually just turn around instead of actually going to a corner and things like that, right?
Well, not only that, but they actually, when I say a pattern, I mean literally you could, from beginning to end, like literally you move left, up, right, up, left, however this is, and you could get a perfect game because they're always going to do the identical thing every screen.
Yeah.
So that was the flaw in Pac-Man. So Miss Pac-Man, what they did was they created randomness, so there are no patterns in Miss Pac-Man, and that's why a lot of people... why that game is still considered one of the best games ever made.
I see.
And actually one of the best sequel games ever made. Because Miss Pac-Man took what was good about Pac-Man, but again, they made it so that you really have to understand the monsters.
Absolutely. And there are still safe spots in Miss Pac, but the random chance for them to turn around, or like we just saw here, scatter, still adds that level of unpredictability to it that you could still lose by sitting in a quote-unquote safe spot.
I think actually I'd ask that to Billy. Hey, Billy, does Miss Pac-Man have a safe spot where you could spend hours and hours, or is it, what's the most you could ever do that?
18 minutes.
18 minutes.
Yeah, so you heard it from him. 18 minutes is the most you can stay in one space in Miss Pac.
Yeah.
See, I learned something new today.
There you go.
And Billy taught me, which is kind of unusual. I usually don't learn anything from Billy.
Ooh. Well, it looks like I'm learning something here today. Just seeing the way he's manipulating these ghosts. Because it seems a couple times he's put himself into what looks like a dead spot, but knowing how their AI works, they just keep going.
Well, think of it like this. It was Miss Pac-Man where this was developed, this strategy.
Interesting.
Because what happened was that I venture to say, and Billy would have to confirm, that with Pac-Man, originally people conquered the game through patterns.
Sure.
And then Miss Pac-Man, they were forced to group them. So there is a way where, based upon you're facing up, down, left, or right. Mm-hmm. That will make the different actors go a certain way. So what he's doing is waiting for them, and he knows that for example he can get 3 of them clumped together. But then if you do something, you want to get the red one even more clumped, and so you do something to kind of make them in relation to each other.
Yeah. So what he just did there,
yes.
he saw where that yellow one was, and he purposefully turned down a certain path so
yes.
it came grouped together based on understanding how it patterns.
And so for example, and I was able to do a little bit of that in Miss Pac-Man where you have, if you can get 2 of them together, the third one you can get it, you move to the right and left, and then it takes like a longer route, comes around, and because they know this, they're able to get off, you're able to say, oops, I want to move one of these, a quarter inch closer to each other, and there's ways of doing that.
Right. It's familiar sort of in a way to Burger Time, I feel like.
Yes. Although I was saying, I don't know if you saw, but I said on the stage, they said, what do you think was the game that came out that annoyed you the most? And
Burger Time.
Number 1 and most annoying game.
That doesn't surprise me. That game is tricky and so slow.
And
my gosh.
And I don't use it against Billy that he had the world record on it. I mean, I still thought it was not like a real game. But anyway, I don't want to get in trouble with that.
What I love is there's that certain point where everything slows down. I'll do a Coke.
A water?
There's a certain point where all of the enemies slow to an absolute bore of a crawl. I think they move, like a pixel every 2 seconds or something?
Which game?
Burger Time.
Okay.
And like in a world record run, it's really tense up until that point, and then you have to go and do something for 2 hours while you wait for them to slowly clump together like you would normally do just running around normally.
So are you, what games do you play or have you played from the classic gaming world?
So I've played, if you name it, I've probably put my hands on it and played it. Of course, I like Galaga, I like Gyrus, Miss Pac, what else? There's a lot of them, so to say, but I never really played it to a high scoring level, so in a sense, if that makes sense.
So are you, how old are you?
I am 25.
25.
So Billy Mitchell has been a gaming icon since before I was born, which is kind of neat, right?
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. So my first experience with the original Donkey Kong was on my mom's work laptop because it had DOS versions of Galaga and Donkey Kong,
Right.
and Dig Dug as well. But the only other time I was exposed to it was in Donkey Kong 64, where you have to play it in the actual arcade form, which was neat, but I had never played an arcade machine up until a couple years ago.
Can't you just suspend
Wow.
it?
Well, I say that.
not easy,
I mean,
then
like,
don't do
I
it.
never set foot in an actual arcade.
Right.
So free play, thankfully, has existed enough in my area that it has become a focal point of my life, in a sense.
Wow.
That's why they have me sitting here talking to you.
How funny. Well, it's. I mean, I don't really spend a whole lot of time playing video games anymore. I did when I was 16.
Sure.
Actually, from like 13 to 17 was when I was like obsessed with gaming.
Sure.
And I was asking Chris if they have a millipede, because I still play Millipede. That's the game.
I don't think I've seen Millipede on the floor. They've always had Centipede.
And I can play Centipede reasonably well, but
Yeah.
but I always enjoyed Millipede. Is my favorite game.
Yeah. So what about Millipede and its differences from Centipede makes you prefer that version?
It's the same thing. Millipede was probably that's the second example of Centipede. There is it's called trapping the side feed.
Oh,
Billy
no.
Mitchell
Takes a quick L on stage 3. Oof.
I bribed that ghost,
Let me
by the
start
way.
again.
What?
I'm going to start again.
Well, why don't you go? You're just going to go to the kill screen. You're not trying for a perfect
No,
game.
I'm going
are
to start
you?
again.
Well, you heard it here. Starting over.
Okay.
I do that a lot in games like, what's it called? Gradius. Because you lose your power-ups and stuff after you die.
Right.
It's like, I can't beat this boss without power-ups. I might as well just game over. Start over from the
It usually
start.
takes a couple starts to get going.
So, so let's say what makes Millipede a great second game. So Centipede, there is a trick where you go on the side feed.
Right, and I've seen this before, and I actually did it. I have the current record at free play. It's like 100 some odd thousand. I know there's scores put on those machines that are way above what I did, but you trap the centipede over on the side.
Yeah.
And when they feed in, because they hit the bottom of the screen, they continue to go into that trap until there's, enough to where they don't keep spawning, and then you just kill spiders.
Right, and there's people that have gotten Billy actually. That's how he got into Life magazine.
Interesting.
Was he did use that as a way, and now granted, he actually really had the world record on Donkey Kong, but Steve Sanders had lied about his score. So if you look at the Donkey Kong and Life magazine, he couldn't go.
Okay.
Because there were like 5 people that had lied about their scores before him. So
Well, and it was hard to verify scores at the time too.
sure. So he went in with Centipede. I did it with Stargate.
Oh,
So-
interesting.
So
Stargate's the what is it? Defender?
yeah, basically Defender follow-up. So Stargate was also so. If I'm thinking about sequel games, that was Williams' chance to make up for some of the issues with Defender,
Interesting.
and I feel like those 3 got it right.
Okay.
They all 3 are really good games, the originals and the follow-ups, and I consider those 6. So I always kind of joke that there's probably somewhere between 30 to 40 games that I call real, and everything else I call fluff. So what I mean by real is like these were the heart and soul of the classic gaming.
You wouldn't go anywhere and not see one of those games at least, or several of them.
And so that's why it's important. You have a world record on one of those games as compared to, I don't know. There's some that I've never heard of that came out in '85, '86 that people today are like, getting world records or trying to beat world records. Well, of course, nobody played those games, so who really cares?
Right.
I know that there was one Slaughterhouse 5. I'm like, I don't even know
Slaughterhouse 5?
or Slaughterhouse whatever, Slaughterhouse something.
Oh my gosh. I only know of the one slaughterhouse.
Maybe it's Slaughterhouse. Maybe that's what it is.
Could be.
But my point is, like, that's, to me, is not a real game.
Sure.
And I mean, I might get somebody angry, I know. But my point is that if I were to name them, and I'll say, that you would look at Millipede Centipede, Donkey Kong Jr., as much as I begrudgingly admit Burger Time, Missile Command.
Missile Command is real cool.
Yeah,
at a high level.
Asteroids, Space Invaders. These were the games. Like I said, there's a core of 30 to 40 that really define the era.
Yeah.
And everything else combined doesn't even hold a candle to those top 30 or 40 games.
Right. Well, and we've all seen their influence on pop culture because of how ubiquitous they are. You could name any of those games to anybody, except maybe like Stargate, because they'll think of the TV show.
Sure.
And people will know what you're talking about. It's amazing the impact that they've had just in American culture alone.
You're right. Absolutely. It's true. And so when I always think, like, the value of, like, the resurgence of barcades and classic arcades are more, I think, for older people to remember their childhood.
Sure.
Because gaming, classic gaming is like 0.1% of gaming.
Sure.
If I'm being generous. Because, I mean, how many people really... I mean, okay, everybody knows Pac-Man, and everybody would love to play one or two games, but how many people really understand how the ghosts move and are really interested
in that level of play?
Yep.
Sure. I agree with you. Although I do feel that there is still a very healthy, I suppose, market for the quote-unquote retro gaming crowd, especially when you consider people who consistently play older fighting games.
Right.
Things like Street Fighter. Because Super Turbo still has a very healthy scene, despite it being a 20-plus-year-old game.
Sure, and I think that's also one of the questions is now that we're getting older, the retro can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. Like
right.
Today, a game from the year 2000 would be considered retro.
I know. It's so bizarre to think of something that I grew up with at this point being considered old.
It'll happen to you. Just watch.
Oh, it already has, and it's very it's funny to see happen because I've known so much of games like this that are classically considered retro games that are just kind of the standard, and now we're just adding to that list. Well,
and that's the thing is that now, because when I look at retro here, it's funny because I always consider really classic arcade games is about as far as I truly am interested in. But I know that, again, if you just narrow that focus out, there's only, it's a very narrow crowd of people.
Sure.
Once you throw in the Nintendo, the NES, then obviously it gets much, much bigger.
Yeah.
As the people that are interested. I just don't have any expertise on those. I literally signed out after 1985.
Gotcha.
From the scene. I never really checked back in, except to go to conventions like this and see Billy and other friends.
So my first exposure was really, as soon as I was born, Super Metroid came out, which is kind of a golden standard for the Super Nintendo era. And that was, I grew up with the Super Nintendo, and so I had a console version of Miss Pac-Man where it had all sorts of different maps and stuff. And,
right.
And so I grew up playing Miss Pac-Man in a very different way than, Billy did.
Right.
And a lot of people. And so... It's had a very different sort of influence on how I see these things. Because this is stuff that I've always known, as opposed to it being something that just kind of came out at some point, right? When it never really had an existing standard.
Right. Hey, Billy.
Sir.
What is your high score on Miss Pac-Man?
904.
9. And what's the world record?
904.
904.
No,
oh.
It's
It's funny.
933.
Here, I can pull it up. 933. Sounds right. Let's see. It's Pac-Man. World record. According to Twin Galaxies, the official high score for the arcade version of Miss Pac-Man belongs to Abner Ashman with 933,580 points. At least it did before an AI developed by Microsoft achieved the maximum possible score for the game, 999,999, or 990, excuse me.
Really?
There was an AI that did it? Interesting.
Oh, how funny.
But yeah, 933 looks to be the top point. Interesting. You know, it's surprising to me that even records like that are being broken within this past decade.
Well, so there's a couple of games where that makes sense. Ms. Pac-Man and Donkey Kong are two of the games where you could, because they were brilliantly programmed. Because again, there's no updates. You couldn't do a software update when you made a mistake and you released it. That
stayed. That became a part of the game.
That is the game.
Yeah.
So that's why Ms. Pac-Man, what they got right was they did two things. They randomized the keys or the fruit or whatever you want to call it, the tokens.
Yeah.
Which means that in theory, there never is a perfect game because you could have always, even if you did everything perfect.
Right. The RNG could have just been better.
Yeah, exactly. So you could always add an extra 100 points.
Right.
Same thing with Donkey Kong. Same thing where if you're willing to take a massive risk, you could always get an extra 100 points here, 100 points there.
Right.
And so
which adds up in the long run because it is a long run for sure.
Correct, but each time it's a risk, and so the question is, are you going to do a risk to get an extra 100 points? Well, as you get better and better and better, people have to take those risks.
Right, and what I've seen, and I feel like it's best comparable to the speedrunning community. Are you very familiar with this?
Tell me what it is. I have no idea what the speed. I've heard it a couple of times. What is speedrunning?
So speedrunning is taking a video game, say Super Mario Bros., and trying to play through it as quickly as possible. I believe the world record for Super Mario Bros., the original on the NES, is somewhere around like 16 minutes. Not even. No, I think it's less than 5, isn't it? Maybe Arthur can tell me. It's 4 minutes and a couple seconds, basically. And people have gotten so tight on this game where you're only saving a frame if you beat that world record. You cannot beat it any better than that in person. And so it's learning a game to its fullest extent in a different way, right? So there's someone who has speedrun Miss Pac-Man, I think it was Miss Pac, to the kill screen, just trying to get to the kill screen as quickly as possible.
Right.
So you're trying to play around these ghosts, not to score as much as possible, but just to get there as quickly as possible.
So that's and what is that called again?
Speedrunning.
Speedrunning. Well, that would have been a good thing to back in the day because I kind of the two things that I think would have helped back in the day was creating world records based on a limited time period. So who can get the most points in a 3-minute period? Because we got marathon games where we would play it till you couldn't play it anymore.
Right, till you fall asleep, like Galaga.
My first world record was 36 hours on 1 quarter on Stargate, and back in the day that was a lot, but now people do 50 hours or I think 80 hours. George Lutz did for Qbert.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So like that.
So, Free Play actually held a world record holder, Lauren Featherstone. She did Tapper over, I believe, 25 hours, something like that. They kept the venue open overnight and everything.
Sure, and that's what I had to do with my when I set my Stargate record. I started on a Sunday, so when I was 15 years old. And my birthday was the next day, so I started.
You played through your birthday?
I played through my birthday. So I played from 9 in the morning till 9 at night, Saturday to Sunday.
Wow.
And I did get them to stay open all night, and it was really good.
Yeah.
The arcade was so busy that there's some iconic pictures. I don't know if you. I'll just show you real quick.
Sure.
So, if you ever look up Ben Gold video games and look up the images, Ben Gold video games. So, you go into the images, and this, let me show you real quick. That is considered, that one right there, that was me. That's like very iconic, when I was setting the record.
Wow.
And those were my high school buddies, so I don't know if anyone can see, but the idea is that we would do that. We would hold. I mean, I had to talk to the arcade owner, and they held the place open 24, for overnight. That was so early that we actually called Walter Day. I had just met him about 2 weeks beforehand, and that was why I decided to do it, because I was having this high score competition with someone, and he'd get 8 million, I get 10 million. I just was sick and tired of wasting my time, so I said, what's the world record? Let me just beat it.
Put the nail in the coffin, yeah.
So what's funny is that all I had to do was we called Walter afterwards at 9 at night, and he talked to my dad, the arcade owner, and myself, and he's like, okay, we got a new world record in. And that was it. Okay, no.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy. No need to do, the videos from 55 different angles. And stuff like that. It was, for me, I couldn't understand the concept of somebody lying, because I always figured if you lied about your high score, wouldn't you eventually be figured out?
Right. Couldn't somebody just watch you play and say, oh, he has no idea what he's doing?
Exactly. Like when people ask me about, the scandal with Billy Mitchell and the whole
the MAME thing with Donkey Kong.
Yeah. So I sit there and I say, look, besides the fact that I've never heard Billy mention that word in 37 years, so he's not the technical guy.
Fifth board, and
the second thing is
things get more fun, because
that, like, when you talk about cheaters, and I've met many of them,
sure,
that it's usually because they don't have a skill set, they don't understand a game, and typically, the cheating is as a 2x or 3x kind of thing, where normally you get 100,000 points, now you can get 1 million because you have figured out how to do something.
Right. Well, I think a really good example is Todd Rogers, right? What was the game?
Dragster?
Dragster, yeah, Dragster. Mr. Dragster.
Yeah.
Literally claiming he had a time that was literally impossible on that game.
So, and that's a separate conversation. So what I'm talking about
is people who just embellish a score.
Yeah, so you're talking about things like back in the day, it was Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong, for example, where you had literally somebody who would say he got 2 million, another that then Steve Sanders said 3 million, and I'm just saying that now we know that none of those records were possible.
Right.
Okay, people would just say, I got this score, just so that they would get, even though some of the scores were impossible, or we had people that would come and play in front of us, and I would watch someone play, and I could tell in 5 minutes if they're lying.
Yeah.
Now, MAME, my understanding is, might be able to get you an extra 5% advantage. So why the hell would somebody... I just don't understand why I would even bother to go through the whole trouble with MAME to get a 5% or 10% advantage.
Right. I agree. I agree.
And so anyway, so that was my thing. Now with Todd Rogers, which I've never really talked to him about, is I still am not convinced on that one. That it is possible that maybe back in the day there was a different version or a different chip or a different something that he played on.
Right. Or maybe he damaged his machine and it just thought something else was happening.
I mean, but think of it like this, that when he got that score, I don't think, how do I say this, that it's hard for me to say that, that he had to play in front of the people. He had to prove that he knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
So it's again, Todd is a real player. I don't know.
Well, see, the first board is...
I look at it like this. Like, I did not spend... I did not see him score his games. I was never really a home video game player.
Strawberry speed.
And therefore, I cannot vouch, personally for every single score, but I can say that I know he's a very talented and skilled player.
Sure.
Both you and the bad guys.
But I always find that kind of sad, because I do think that out there are people trying to destroy the legacy that Billy, myself, and some other people have built by going backwards and trying to say, did we do this or that? Did that really happen? And I totally am about, keeping records straight, but I'm not a big fan of rewriting history.
Sure, I understand.
Anyway, that was a long tangent. I don't. One of the reasons there's so many crazy people in the classic gaming community that
No doubt about that.
I generally stay out of it.
Sure.
Like, I do this one day a year, so this is my day to kind of talk classic games.
Yeah.
And forget about all the other stuff going on in my life.
Yeah, of course. It's a fun escape.
That's right. Okay.
So we are on board 4? 4, I believe. Yeah, he's still on melons. Are those oranges? I don't remember. I've seen him described so many different ways.
1 second.
You're good. The melon is something different. Line him up and knock him down.
I thought it was up there.
We have another one. We have picture and autograph.
Okay.
Look, we've got a recreation of your high school picture.
What is that?
To your right.
What is that?
I was just making a joke about all the people crowded around the machine.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Well, Billy still
Ready.
attracts the crowd.
I had my moment earlier this year. Actually, I still have it saved
Yoo-hoo.
from the spring series.
What is
Let's see
that?
where I've got it. Let's see. I was playing Star Wars for third place in a tournament that Free Play put on.
Oh, what were you playing? Star Wars?
Star Wars, yeah. It was just beat the first level on medium.
You
or
gotta
something, and
you
the
gotta
higher
go in there the
score-
right time, the right way, the right.
The higher
of-
score
a lot of
took third
issues
place. So let me see if I have it here.
Want a picture?
Oh, there he goes. Turn and smile.
Of course.
Oh boy, run over here.
Here we go. This was my moment.
Oh, wow. Is that what the Free Play looks like?
So that's inside of Richardson, the Richardson location. The one in Arlington looks very different because there's 2 rooms and they have a whole different setup.
So what
Thank
the
you very
heck?
much.
So how is Free Play doing as a company? Is it
Oh, they're
profitable?
doing great. So there's 3 locations currently. One in
Yeah.
Richardson, one in Arlington, and one in Denton. Basically covering the 3 corners of the Metroplex. Free Play Fort Worth is slated to open in November, I believe. Late November, probably.
Yep.
And then there's a Free Play Dallas in the works sometime 2020, where the old... what was the building?
What's the business model? Tell me. Do you go in and you pay $10 and you get all you want? Do you have food?
So yeah, it's exactly that. You pay $11 at the door for Richardson and Arlington, $6 at the door for Denton, because Denton only has a bar and the games. Richardson and Arlington have a wider selection of games, and they also have a kitchen in the back, so you can order like a sandwich or a pizza or I don't know, hummus and stuff. So you could literally stay there all day if you wanted to. You can drink. They've got soda. They've got alcohol. They have a ton of craft beer because a lot of their bartenders are involved in the craft beer scene. Like a friend of mine who currently is the general manager of Free Play Arlington. He's always he lives with a guy who works for Manhattan Brewing. So it's pretty cool.
Who owns Free Play?
Corey Hayden and Richard, what is his last name? I cannot remember it off the top. Tregilgas. Yes, Richard Tregilgas and Corey Hayden. They co-own Free Play. They opened it in Richardson, 4 years ago now, Arthur? Yes. I got a tentative yes. So Arlington's been open for 2 years ago. Denton opened last year. It's been expanding very quickly, and it's been really cool to see.
Well, I'll tell you, that's interesting. I would be more than happy to do, promotional stuff for you guys. I've never really been asked, to help any local, things. But if I could be of assistance, I'll be happy to talk to you guys about that.
Sure. I would say talk to Chris. I don't actually work for Free Play myself. I simply advocate for and am a huge fan of Free Play. Chris is the community liaison. You saw him earlier here.
Yeah, I know Chris.
And he's probably the best guy to talk to about that, because I'm sure he can put you in touch with either the right people or get you on the right games or whatever. I'm sure because he is extremely good at helping everybody out and making sure we just get stuff going. He runs most of the almost all of the weekly events along with Arthur here. All of the Tuesday night fights, all of the puzzle nights, everything that goes on. And it's so cool to see that because he was essentially the one who built the community group. He started just hosting his own events at Free Play before he got hired by them. He got hired by them because of what he was doing. And so it's really cool to see that he's been so successful and influential just in that role. So, yeah, I'm sure he would be more than happy to have you come out and do something.
Okay, good. I'd love to. The thing I like about it is it's hard for me to get excited about the video game community, partially because I feel like when you go on Facebook, it's just
for better
bullshit.
or worse.
Oh, sure.
Then the other thing is that I'm not really a big,
I don't get it. Where's the funny one?
I've got, family. I can't really just go and travel around on weekend to weekend doing video game stuff. But I would love to, if there was something, if it was, because like Richardson's very close. I live 15 minutes from Richardson.
Oh, no kidding.
And, that's something that's local, be easy, and maybe there is a community event or something that might be fun to go to.
Yeah. Oh, I have no doubt. And I know over the next 2 weeks, so this coming weekend, next week on Friday, is going to be the Arlington Halloween party. They just hosted one in Richardson. And then the week after that's going to be in Denton. Let's see. Every spring is the Free Play Spring Series, where there's a series of tournaments over all sorts of games. So you've got a fighting game tournament. You've got a classic arcade tournament, which is where that picture was taken. You've got a pinball tournament. There's all sorts of stuff that goes on.
What games are in the classic arcade tournament?
It depends on what's going on that year. So this year we did basically a gauntlet of games. Tempest. Oh my gosh, I can't even list them off my head. So I did Star Wars, of course, Crystal Castles. What else? Gyrus.
Really? When's your next? Because those are the games I can play. I mean, I still could probably do pretty good on them.
So I'm not sure when the next. It should be around April or May of next year for the next Spring Series.
And what's the prizes? Did you guys have actual prizes for winner?
So Spring Series itself is a series of cash prize tournaments. So I think the winner of that one got $2,000 or something.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, no, I'm not. I got a couple hundred for third, and I was really happy with that. And let's see. So every month there's just a little casual high score competition, and the winner gets a $20 pizza gift card. And so I think this month's is on Dragon's Lair. They've got that machine out.
But Dragon's Lair is really, you can't get a high score on Dragon's Lair. It's a yes or no game. I mean, that's a stupid one to do a competition on, because literally I don't even know how you got points on it, because you go left, right, up, or down.
Right. It's do you know the scenes well enough to get through them, basically?
Oh, okay. So
but it's generally just let's have people play this game and just get them to try it and see how far you can get, right? So there was a point where a buddy of mine, Ray Upshaw, we went back and forth on House of the Dead, the first one, for an entire month, just constantly one-upping one another until he set, I think, some 88,000 point high score that I didn't even think was possible.
Right.
I gotta say, I didn't know how you could do that, and he spent so long trying to one-up me that he did it, and he got there. Because I remember looking on Twin Galaxies at the record for House of the Dead, and I kept looking at it thinking, there's no way somebody could get 100,000 points on this game. But after he did that, I realized, I'm just not aiming well. I just can't play the game that good.
By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but right now in the Pac-Man, the blink, it does like one blink or two blinks, and then it stops. and so you'll notice that you literally have a half a second to get them all clumped together. And so that's the hardest part of Pac-Man, or getting the screens. When Billy's about done, I'm going to ask him a quick question, because I think now it's... Hey, Billy, how many more screens till it stops blinking?
Oh, this is board 5. We got to get to 18.
18 is where they stop blinking. Okay.
So 18 is where they stop. That's only board 5?
That's only board 5. Yeah, he's been going slow and then making sure he gets them all.
Yeah, he's going for a perfect game. I don't get that. I don't...
Hey, I respect it. I know he's capable. So Pac-Man, if I recall correctly, was one of the first games in general to have a cutscene. The little intermissions.
I think that's like the only game. I don't know any other game that had like intermissions.
Right. So obviously they did it with Ms. Pac, but outside of that, as far as like that age of video games goes,
yeah, we never have like in any. I'm thinking that's the only classic game. I mean. Did maybe Donkey Kong? No, Donkey Kong doesn't have that.
Well, you had the thing at the very end when you save Pauline, where it plays the little thing and it's got the heart, but it immediately goes straight into the next stage.
Right, so you never have like an intermission thing.
Yeah. There's no downtime. There's no sitting there unless you're playing Missile Command, in which case, once you break that certain point, you can just sit there.
Well, let me think. Missile Command doesn't have it either, though.
No, not at all. No, I'm referring to once you break a certain score threshold, it just you can kind of walk away from the machine for a little bit.
Well, what you're talking about is a marathon game where you get a bunch of men in reserve,
right?
And then what you do is, because you have so many men in reserve, and again we would talk about the idea of the marathon game.
Yeah, and you can do this with Tapper as well.
Is it the same? Is Tapper a marathon game?
Yes, Tapper is very much a marathon game.
So and that was the hard part, is that the marathon games became very dangerous to me because people, like Joel West, was obsessed with Berserk.
Oh, gosh.
And
Berserk is tough.
And he could play it forever.
Yeah.
But I think he damaged his health, and I don't know if that's partly why he passed away, but, you damage your health trying to do the mythical, they talk about the 100-hour marathon, which I think is absolutely insane.
That is, even staying up for 24 hours is unhealthy. So I don't know how you would possibly keep going like that and not either falter and screw up or just pass out from exhaustion.
Well, I mean, I did 2 marathons. I did Q*bert and Stargate back in the day, and those were just overnight. So 9 in the morning till 9 at night.
And overnight works. 24 hours, 36 isn't out of the question.
But then when you get into the
once
48
you break
hours,
that,
once you're going for a second straight night,
I don't know how you don't get delirious. Honestly, I mean they must.
You don't.
Yeah. Fair point.
Say it again.
Who says you don't get delirious?
Well, how did George Let's do 80 hours, Billy?
Mary Jane.
What?
Mary Jane.
I don't understand.
I'll let him explain it. So, gosh. I mean, marathon games, it's just an endurance test at that point.
Well, I think that they actually in Q*bert. So for me, I hate Q*bert. To me, I always joked about how if you really wanted to torture our enemies in war,
you make them play Q*bert.
You put a Q*bert game, the sounds next to them, and that would be more. Oh. Could you imagine someone listening to that? I call it Q-boarding. So
Q-boarding.
Yeah, that's what that is. I mean, it's terrible. I mean.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually,
and so the but I believe that that some of the modern like I think George had an actual counter. So the whole thing was a 256.
Yeah,
you have 255 free men in reserve. Then you would then that's good. You get 256, it goes to 0, and you lose all your reserve. So what I think what George did, or some of these other players today, they would actually have a counter.
Right. So they knew exactly where they could stop. Right.
Right. And then that way, if you knew you had 230 guys,
trying to,
you could actually take a 20-minute break. You could go to sleep.
Yeah.
And do that. And that's, I think, what you have to do at that level. That's the only way. And even getting 20 minutes of sleep to me is just, you're still sleep deprived.
Right. But at least you had a nap. Yeah. At least you're not dying.
Because I think that's the only way he got to 80.
Sure.
Other than that, I mean, I don't know any other way to make that work. I mean, I could. If you could do a tag team.
Not ready for your own marathon currently, are you?
No. I'm going to get tired thinking about it.
Gosh.
damn you.
Yeah, he's saying damn you for getting tired.
So now this is not live, but you're going to eventually, what we're saying is going to eventually go somewhere for you guys, or what?
Right. It'll go on YouTube, and I think it'll just go on YouTube, actually. But it's live as we're watching it. We'll Twitch restream it, so it'll be quote-unquote live as well.
Okay. So if you guys are listening and you have really bad comments, I apologize. I can't see them. So if we're not responding to your comments, it just means because you are in the future.
But hey, as long as you smash that like button, we'll love you forever. Okay, now he's at the melon stage. Okay.
Yep.
There we go.
And the glare.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, can we get like a cover, an umbrella or something? Dang it, no umbrellas here. Confirmed, no umbrellas.
Billy has a high score. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, he's got the machine high score.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Let me see what the current record of free play is, because I keep track of the high score list that we hold at free play.
So what's your Centipede high score? I can probably beat it.
Oh, I'm sure you could beat it. It's not great, and my Missile Command score is even worse. Let's see. So Centipede is currently sitting at 103,000.
Really?
Yeah.
So is that timed, or is it just?
It's just what I was able to do.
So are we? So if I go there, can somebody beats the score? Do you change that or what?
So what we do is we have people just come onto the group page.
Yep.
You post a picture of your score with a free play wristband on, so we can make sure that you set the score at free play and not some other machine.
Yep.
And then I update the list. You can also use like a coaster or whatever else, as long as it says free play on it. You can tell it's at the arcade. Then, yeah.
Really?
Yep.
That's pretty cool. I like that. Okay. Well then do you have a scoreboard that people can see like up there at all, or?
So it's really only maintained on the community group page.
Yep.
I don't know if that idea has been explored before.
Why not, man? You could have.
I know, it'd be really cool. Plus, then you could see what games are on the floor and who has what scores. But so far, we've just kept track of it on the community group page.
Because then you could have store high score. Then as you get bigger, you could say
franchise
high score, and. And then you can, because as you start expanding, I think that's something, I know a couple of places that do that where they have, where you go in and you can beat a score and then your name gets up.
Oh, yeah, and you can see it up on the screen and all that stuff. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'll have to talk to Corey or Chris about it, because I'm sure they'd be willing to support that, at least at some level.
Sure.
The only other thing it does, so we keep track of everybody's participation in tournaments and the weekly events in the Facebook page.
Uh-huh.
And so it's called the Hall of Fame. And so you get points for participating in stuff. You get points for having a high score, for performing well in a tournament, or for just participating in a tournament.
Right.
And at the end of the day, it's mostly just a tally of how much people participated.
Yep.
But it's still kind of cool to show people, these are the people. If you see these names up here at the top, you've probably seen them before, and they're at the arcade a lot. And it's kind of cool.
Do you guys in any way collaborate with or communicate with the Hall of Fame that's in Frisco? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not familiar.
You have?
Oh, are you talking about the video game museum?
Yeah, video game museum.
Yeah, the National Video Game Museum. Yeah, there have been a couple events there. There was a formal night, like a James Bond type night. There's been there's the occasional event out there. Yeah, I think the last one was probably 2 months ago, something like that.
Yeah, it's funny because that the Ottumwa, Iowa has the Video Game Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And we always imagined that Walter and Ottumwa would create like a video game museum and have that. Because the thing is that typically a lot of these other video game places are more memorializing the manufacturers, the designers,
right,
and not so much the players.
Right. I agree with you. It's look at this cool machine that everybody played, not look at what we were able to do with it. Who spent a lot of time on it.
So, but that's interesting.
I can do it in like 4 hours, but usually it takes longer because
and again, that's where.
Besides, I do it the long way on purpose.
But I was there one time. I took my daughter when we just happened to be in Frisco, and I'm like, hey, let me show you this. And I mean, it was interesting. I just, playing game. If you just threw me and said, here's a machine, play it. It's not as fun. I mean, I'm kind of looking forward to going to Free Play and see. I haven't been there before.
Oh wow!
I'd like to see what you guys have set up, and I kind of liked, seeing, for example, here being with Billy. Like if Billy wasn't here, I probably wouldn't have come.
Sure. Having some sort of incentive is really big, which is why I so enjoy the weekly tournaments and everything that goes on.
I'm in the office on the weekend, but I can take a message.
Chris returns with sushi.
Oh my God!
Wow!
Can I take like a 5-minute break?
Absolutely. Go ahead. I believe it was. So, yeah. Ben's gonna go ahead and eat. I'm gonna sit here, watch Billy go for it, and hang out. So the current high score for a Free Play record holder on Pac-Man is 542,000 by Troy Stoltz.
Okay, I'll have.
Can you repeat that for me? I just missed that.
Yeah, the current Free Play record for Pac-Man, this particular game on a Free Play machine is 543,000 by Troy Stoltz.
Yeah.
Yes.
And killed. And
so if Billy beats that, I'm certainly going to put it on the thing because this is obviously a Free Play machine.
I would expect for him to beat it.
I do too.
I mean, things are looking pretty good right here.
Oh yeah, he's well on his way. So yeah, grabbing a melon, keeping them grouped up, doing the thing. So Arthur, what do you think so far?
I think that it's an interesting performance. All of the hither and yon movements to keep the ghost locked
together.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the manipulation he has to go through to get the orange ghost together with the rest of them.
See, my goal when playing the game, and I see why I'm not good at it now, was always to try to figure out how to get over to those dots rather than to figure out how to keep the ghost together.
Yeah.
And watching this, I suddenly understand Pac-Man. I wouldn't necessarily be able to do this, but I understand it.
Yeah.
And by wouldn't necessarily, I mean it would take me an awful lot of time, and a lot of practice, and I may never get this good. But like watching him move around and manipulate the ghosts is quite intriguing.
Oh yeah,
like that little juke that he does right before going through the side tunnel.
Well, he's making sure that they actually follow him there.
Yes.
And then also, so the orange one, so the orange one turns away because I explained this earlier. I don't know if you heard. The quote unquote personalities of each ghost determine how they're going to chase Pac-Man, right?
Yes.
And so that can give you the illusion that they're juking you or trying to pinch you or whatever. So the red one always goes straight for Pac-Man. Pink always goes, if you think of the maze as a grid, always goes a couple squares in front of Pac-Man. Blue aims somewhere in between where red and pink are going, and then orange goes towards Pac-Man, but once he reaches a certain radius, he runs away. Rinse and repeat.
What a jerk.
I know. And so that's what makes him the most awkward to group up with the rest of the ghosts, because he's constantly moving in and out of that radius, and so he's wandering around in that very awkward sort of positioning.
But you get them all together.
Right.
Just right.
There he goes.
No matter how small the timer of the pill is.
Well, did he turn around? Yes. So the ghosts always turn around once you grab the pellet because they go into frightened mode, so to speak. And then, so there's basically 3 methods that the ghosts move in, right? There's chase, which is what they're doing here and what their personality describe. There's the scatter mode, which you'll see happen occasionally. On the first couple of boards, the ghosts will basically just kind of run away to each individual corner, and they'll circle around a certain spot in the very corner. Later on in the game, after several boards, they spend a lot less time in those corners until eventually they just turn around, right? And you see that in Miss Pac-Man, where randomly they'll just switch directions. It's that same idea, except they don't actually scatter in Miss Pac. And then there's, of course, Frightened mode, which is you grab the Pac pellet and they're running away.
Yeah.
So it's very manipulatable. I wouldn't call it easy by any stretch of the imagination. But this strategy is very similar to what you do in Burger Time, where the idea is just clump them up as much as possible and then mash them all down for points. So you see how he saw the orange one go down and around.
Yes.
If he timed it just a moment sooner, he would have been able to catch them all in that one spot instead of having to turn around. But he still got them all there because he's got enough time on the pellet. That's what makes the later board so tricky. You have so little time to eat them all for a perfect game that you actually do have to make it as tight as possible. In between grabbing the pellet and grabbing all the ghosts. So your clumps have to be on point.
Well, I was playing earlier, Billy was saying that the later stages are faster.
Yes, the ghosts speed up. They also speed up as you eat more dots in the maze, which is why you see him not eating quite as many until he grabs all of the pellets, the Pac pellets.
Sensible.
It's easier to keep them clumped this way. It's easier to strategize and see what you're doing. So, at least that's my understanding. He could have a totally different reasoning for it. Trying to get that orange guy just in the right spot, but he doesn't seem to want to cooperate. Yeah, it's a hard game, and I don't know if you heard Billy saying earlier, there is, and Ben was saying this as well, there is a patterned approach to Pac-Man. There is a perfect way to play every single map the same way every single time, and you can clear it with a perfect score. But Billy doesn't do that. He kind of plays it on the fly, on the cuff. He does it so it's a little harder and a little more interesting for him to do. At least that was what he was saying earlier. And I sympathize with that. Because with classic games like this, it can get pretty stale pretty quickly.
I feel like Burger Time after its kill screen is maybe the most stale game ever seen.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, it's not even a kill screen.
Yeah. After its game-breaking screen, how about that one?
After the first overflow, it's gosh. You get up and you go sleep for a few hours, then you come back and finish it.
Yeah, it's
because that was during Spring Series where we had.
No, it was a 25-hour stream last year where I was watching.
That's right.
Was it Keith Carlson? Someone was.
No,
playing.
It was not Keith. It was not Keith. I can check his name. Give me one moment. Let me check our Burger Time player. He was insanely good at the game.
Oh yes.
But gosh, I remember I saw him walk off the stage. I'm like, what happened? Is he done? No, I walk up, look at the screen. They're I believe it was
every 30 seconds or so they move one game state.
Right. Burger Time. It was Matt DeMoss.
Okay, Matt DeMoss. That was a run.
It was a run, and man, he was all over it. It was pretty cool to watch. Let's see. So, have you tried Billy's hot sauce?
I am not much of a hot sauce guy, actually.
No? Oh.
I know.
Bummer. I'm gonna have to pick up a bottle or two.
I may actually.
One second
hard as it
board.
gets.
Yeah. Yes, with the Galaga symbol, the Batman symbol of the classic world. Yeah, at least I feel like it. Well, Pac-Man's kind of the more ubiquitous looking dude.
What is the item? Is it a sundae? Is it magic wand?
No, that's Galaga.
Oh, it's Galaga? Okay, awesome. Does this game predate Galaga?
Well,
by a year?
I don't know. Because I think Galaxian was out at the same time.
It might be a Galaxian then.
Yeah, well, it's not the ship that you use in Galaxian. It's one of the enemy ships.
Well,
you're right. You're right. I think it's
Galaga came out the same year as Miss Pac-Man, at least in America. I can't say about anywhere else in the world.
I really don't know.
I just know that on the class of '81 20th anniversary.
So they just scattered. Now they're going back to Chase. I don't know if you caught that.
I did,
but it's always kind of funny to notice because if you're just trying to run through the maze, it just seems like another portion of the game state. But once you understand that that's how the ghosts behave, it's kind of neat to notice. So Billy was saying this is a 1 second board. What he means is the pack pellets last for 1 second now.
Okay.
Which is why he was saying this is the hardest part of the game. Because he has to have the clump as good as possible for these ghosts for him to eat all of them at the same time and not die and get as many points as possible.
Yeah, if you're going with the perfect game, you have to eat all 4 ghosts with every...
Right.
Get 16 ghost kills per stage.
And if he makes a mistake and he doesn't have them clumped up properly, he runs the risk of dying, which ruins the perfect game on top of missing out on 1,600 points. So this should be good here. That's tight. You got it. Yes.
Looking good.
So that's 1 of 4. Just got to keep it going. Already well on his way. So let's see. This is board 1, 2, 8? Something like that. In any case, he's going strong. So, Arthur, what's your experience with games like this? I know you're more of a fighting game player, but...
I think that Miss Pac-Man is maybe my favorite classic arcade game, if not Robotron.
Okay, interesting. So, I didn't really expect you to say Robotron. What makes you say that?
Playing that as a kid, it was so fast-paced and awesome and unique, right?
It's so fast-paced, yeah.
Yeah, like anything you compared it to was just... Everything seemed slow in comparison.
Oh, now I remember. At Spring Series, that's what Austin Smith beat me on. That put me in 3rd place. Yeah, I'm Robotron.
I'm not good at the game. I mean,
I'm not. Austin is like he's one of the best players.
He can now play for as long as he wants.
Yeah.
So.
Austin is definitely up there. He's also incredibly good at Defender and Nightmare in the Dark. I don't know if you've seen his score on the high score list, but he's getting really close to an almost perfect game on that.
Really?
Yeah, which is really difficult because I'm sure you've played it a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's the Neo Geo Bubble Bobble type.
Kind of, yeah. Well, there's several like that. Because you've got Diet Go-Go.
Neo Geo single-screen platformer.
Right. Because you've got Diet Go-Go, you've got that.
Neo Geo, I don't think. I think it's just...
but it's the same style of game.
Yeah.
Or you hit something multiple times. Snow Bros, right.
Bubble Bobble or Rainbow Islands.
Yeah, exactly. They all fall in the same grouping, I would say. But Nightmare in the Dark is probably one of the harder... of those, and it's really cool to see that he's so good at it, honestly, because it is a hard game. Oh my gosh, I could. There was a while where we were going back and forth on that high score, but he reached a point where he was able to. I'm not sure if he's beating the game on a single credit yet, but he's certainly scoring extremely high through the entirety of what he's doing so far. So it's really cool to see. Let's see. So Robotron, Austin beat me on that, which sent me into 3rd place, and then he lost on Miss Pac, and both of them played a Miss Pac game that was just upsetting for me. I gotta say, but for 1st and 2nd place at Spring Series, but it's still really cool to see them so good at these games. So Robotron,
How do you do, sir? What's your name?
Casey. I feel like it's pretty similar to. It's almost like, in my eyes,
Berserk? That's the game that I compare to the most.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like a follow-up to Berserk.
I think Berserk is a good game too, but I think Robotron is just better.
Oh, I agree. Berserk still is in that kind of awkward, unpolished sort of state of game where Robotron
to me feels like completed Berserk.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you. Now, what is there's another version that goes in the Berserk cabinet every now and then. I don't remember what it's called. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
No.
It changes a couple of things about the game. Not in a significant way, but if you're familiar with Berserk, you'll know it's different, right? Some of the rooms are different. There's certain things about some of the room
So is it
states.
like Defender to Stargate or Pac-Man to Miss Pac-Man kind of thing?
I wouldn't compare it that way, but think of it like a version 2 where Stargate and Miss Pac are like
Gauntlet 2?
Sure, maybe.
All right.
But Frenzy. Frenzy is what it's called.
I've never played that one.
Yeah, it's the same assets as Berserk, just slightly different, right? That's why I wouldn't compare it to Stargate to Defender or any of these other games, because it's not different enough to warrant that kind of comparison, I would say.
A game that I would really like to play more is Millipede.
Yeah, Ben was talking about that, and I think I've played it a little bit. I've always been more familiar with Centipede.
Yeah.
But there's enough different about it that I would like to try it as well.
I would say that those are quite different games. There's so much more stuff in
Millipede.
Yeah. That it's just weird in comparison.
Billy Mitchell still going strong. Another cutscene here. So we were talking about Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man are like some of the only classic arcade games that actually had cutscenes. Brief periods of downtime in between.
Qbert?
Did Qbert?
I mean, it would have the little whop, 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 whop as he shows you how multiple jumps affect the bricks.
Sure,
but it's not storytelling, but it's a great explanation for what you're trying to do.
Sure, and the example of Donkey Kong was also brought up, but really it's just at the very end of the final screen where you knock Donkey Kong down, he falls down, Mario stands there with Pauline.
Yeah.
And it plays the little jingle, and then it goes straight into the next map. I feel like Pac-Man is different in that regard because it has a couple of different cutscenes that it shows you, right?
Karate Champ, maybe?
Karate Champ?
That's several years later, actually. Now that I think about it.
I was gonna say I don't know when Karate Champ came out.
I looked this up recently. I want to say it's 86.
Oh wow. Okay.
Maybe a couple years earlier.
Because Pac
was it was the same year that Karate Kid came out, 84.
Okay. Because Pac came out. When did Pac come out? 80. Okay. So wow, that is Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of difference at that point in time.
Well, certainly. Oh. Okay, got it.
But yeah, there's not a lot of games that had any sort of cut sequences from back then. I would definitely grant you.
And sure, Miss Pac, the final cutscene repeats a lot after you get to a certain point.
Is it just the baby shows up?
Yeah, the baby shows up. But it's still, it's still kind of cute to see every now and then.
Sure, just a whole bunch of kids.
Well, and in Miss Pac-Man, it gave you enough of a breather in between map changes that it gave you kind of time to steel yourself for the next one, right?
Okay.
Because
I'm ready.
If it just threw you straight into the next maze without that downtime, it would be a lot harder, I feel, for someone who's not familiar with the game.
That sounds fair.
More signature time.
Step in this train. So
there you go.
I can see you.
Hello. I watched you back then. It was like an episode of Icons on G4.
Oh.
Ooh, G4.
That's a game.
I remember that.
Yep, me too. I used to watch that all the time. Attack of the Show.
It was a good.
That was what I always watched.
We talked about the show Icons. I thought that was the most interesting show on the channel.
The
only episode I can really remember off the top of my head, though, is the one about SNK. And they had the then president of SNK's American whatever talking about the upcoming SVC Chaos, which did not do terribly well.
Yeah. So tell me about that. What? I'm familiar with the title. I don't.
SNK versus Capcom Chaos was
never played it.
SNK was making games for Neo Geo. In about 1999, they finally went under. Or 2000 they went under and then reformed, and for a while the new company was called Playmore, and
so
later it became SNK Playmore, and I think SVC Chaos came out when it was still just Playmore. I don't think SNK was. I can't remember exactly how it worked. Yeah, they had like a garage sale of all their assets, and it took them however long to eventually get bought by a Chinese billionaire that put it all together, and now they're just SNK again.
Right. So SVC Chaos, why didn't that do very well? Was it because of this?
The budget was not enough. So an entire third of the cast was hidden because they were never tested. And most of them are completely stupid, busted strong. A few of them are implayably bad.
Wow.
The game has a lot of flaws. If you play Street Fighter and you use Guile, then you'll know that if you want, you can hold down and back at the same time to then have a
charge for down and back,
or a flash kick charge. Yes, a back charge and a down charge. Well, you can still do this in SVC Chaos, but you can only activate your charge move from the neutral position. So you're playing Guile, you can charge down, back, go to forward, and hit a punch to do a sonic boom, or from down, back, go to neutral down, then go to up for the flash kick. And it makes a lot of things just really hard to do because they just...
Yeah, it sounds awkward to perform. Weird.
The game had a lot of potential and is awful. It's one of the biggest laments from my perspective. It was kind of at the end of when fighting games were at all relevant for a long while.
Well, I feel like that was a similar disappointment with MVCI, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite.
Yeah.
Because you had a lot of known characters in these games, a lot of these assets that were available to use, to develop, to work on. And admittedly, people have found that the game is still good and fun to play. But
personally,
the big scandal came when somebody was discussing why they didn't have all of these classic characters like Wolverine and somebody, one of the developers,
Peter Rosas, Combo Fiend, he was the producer, I believe.
He came out and said, well, it's the same idea. You're just doing the same move. It's just a different face.
His exact specific words were, Magneto isn't exactly Magneto. He's a function.
Oh, that's right. He described them as functions.
And Ultron serves the function of Magneto.
It was like, and why would you say
because
that?
You can't say Disney's not going to let us use Magneto because he's owned by Fox.
Yeah.
You cannot say that. But even though everyone knows.
Because that would have more influence than just sitting there and blatantly saying, well, it's the same character, it's just a different face. Like, it's disingenuous to say that to a fan base that knows this stuff, because if you tell them what really the problem is, then you have people who are willing to push for actually getting that change.
But perhaps to actually Disney insisted that you cannot say this. You know,
well, I mean, we already know all the nonsense with Disney and
you gotta jump through Disney's hoops, right? You gotta play ball with Disney's ball in Disney's backyard. If they want to take their ball and go home, they will, because Marvel is worth billions of dollars. Marvel vs. Capcom is worth nothing. Like, if you compare the amount of money that Disney Marvel is worth today to what Capcom is worth today with the stuff they make, it's incomparably larger.
That's fair, but at the same time, I just don't understand why. Oh, whoa! Did you see that move there?
I missed it.
Holy cow! I don't know how to describe it. He was chased by the red, almost ran into the pink, but he was able to manipulate both of them in such a way that he just turned around and got out scot-free. That was really cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating to me to think that a group like Disney would see a franchise like Marvel vs. Capcom and understand the potential there is in that kind of market, and
but
ignore
the thing is, I think Disney would rather make their own Disney Universe, Disney Infinity, or something like that version of the game than allow Capcom to.
Well, then
it's not like Capcom's making really good games these days. Like, it pains me to say this.
These days they actually are. They're just
games.
not making good fighting.
I'm talking about fighters.
That distinction is important.
After Neo G left, it feels to me like Capcom doesn't have too much of a good presence in fighting games these days.
And it's rough for them, especially because you've got really good games coming out that aren't Capcom. You've got Sam Show that is actually really good. You've got Dragon Ball FighterZ, which has had a big following since that came out. You've got actually all of these franchises that have existed for a long time making a resurgence and actually being really good competitively and very popular. That I don't know. Street Fighter V still has a scene, but even compared to Tekken 7, which has been out for a while, it still.
In fairness, Tekken 7 is younger than Street Fighter V.
It is younger, but it still sees.
Tekken 7 is
way
growing,
more viewership,
whereas 5 is on the decline.
I agree.
5 has been on the decline every year of its existence. Tekken 7 has been growing every year of its existence.
Yes, and I saw that firsthand at Kumite this year, where they had Street Fighter V up on the main stage. All this stuff going on. They had Tekken all in the corner, and Tekken had, I want to say, thousands of people watching, whereas Street Fighter had maybe 100.
I would not be surprised by that.
And
I feel like Tekken is the superior game, and I would argue that Tekken 7 right now is the only fighting game that's current that I am interested in.
Yeah, and
I'm not saying that you can't love the game also. If you're a big Dragon Ball Z,
I agree.
Dragon Ball Fighter Z fan, that's great. I hope you really like the game. The new Guilty Gear is coming out. Awesome.
That looks really cool too, and I've never played Guilty Gear.
Makes the best looking graphics engines, and I
agree
love
with you.
the look of them. I don't particularly like how their games play, but that's just a personal issue.
Right.
You know?
I'm completely with you on that. I've never played Guilty Gear. I've never been interested in playing it, but seeing how cool they made it look makes me go, man, I might play that. Right? I had the same attitude about Dragon Ball FighterZ. Right? I finally picked it up recently, and lo and behold, it's actually a really fun fighting game, and it's slower paced than it looks. It's way slower paced than it looks.
Which one, Dragon Ball?
Yeah, Dragon Ball.
When I was
actually
briefly
really
trying to play it, I thought this game is too boring for me to be interested in. The amount of decisions that I have to make per time are so low that I don't even feel like I'm doing anything.
That's fair. I mean, it's a lot of neutral play. It really comes down to neutral play and then punishes.
I like neutral play, but I felt like the neutral in that game is shallow. There wasn't a lot going on from my perspective, but I mean that's my personal opinion.
But that was when you tried it too.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where you try it and you see how you like it, and if it doesn't cater to what you are interested in, then it's one of those things you can quickly put away. But at least as far as my perspective on these things goes, I never trust it until I watch it played competitively a little bit, and then I try it.
That's cool.
That was how I approached Dragon Ball. That was how I approached Mortal Kombat. That's how I approach most things nowadays, is I watch high-level play, and then I try it myself and try to understand why that's high-level play. Because that gives me a lot more nuance to the gameplay than just saying, okay, I've got that button, that button, that button. I know I can chase them, and I know I can do this thing, and that works. Seeing how they're applied in a totally different way or explained by someone who's familiar with the mechanics makes a world of difference in terms of me wanting to actually play it and understanding what I'm doing. Because my biggest struggle for the longest time was I didn't understand what I was doing. Okay, he just said this is as hard as... Oh, he's still on 1 second boards. So I think this goes through board 16 on 1 second pellets. So he's still going strong, man. He's been killing it. So with Street Fighter, it took me so long to approach Street Fighter because my first exposure to Street Fighter was 4, the initial PS3 release. Right, I had the disc for it, and I didn't understand anything about it. Oh my gosh! I played through the campaign once, and I put it away and was like, "All right, that's it. I'm done. Cool." Happy.
Good.
And I went back to playing Burnout because I liked Burnout.
It's a fun game.
It is a Burnout paradise.
I like the crash mode. You're trying to make the most expensive collision.
Yeah, that was such a fun
My friends
mode.
and I would blow a whole evening with that in a case of shiners.
Yeah, that one is so good. That was, I think, Revenge. I had that on the Xbox, but Paradise had a lot more of like the whole stunt driving stuff that I liked. I had played the demo for the PS3 version so much that my dad went out while I was at school one day and just bought me the game. He was like, I keep seeing you play this. We don't own it, so I got it for you. I was like, dude,
really cool.
Seriously, I didn't have to ask. It was super cool, and I actually really enjoyed that game. But yeah, Street Fighter 4, it was neat. I learned to do a fireball and was like, okay, because there was no fighting game community
thank you
where
very
I grew
much,
up.
sir.
There was no.
Where are you from?
Round Rock.
Sorry.
Right. It was just outside of Austin, but for one part, it wasn't visible to me. It wasn't something I knew about. It wasn't something I was familiar with. Sure, I could have looked it up on the internet. I could have watched tutorials. I could have done any of that stuff, but I wasn't aware of anything surrounding the game, right? And without that, I had no interest. Versus when I started going to free play, and there's this massive ST community and Third Strike community, I'm like, oh, there's something to this. I'm intimidated because I don't know how to play these games, but I'm going to spend some time learning it and trying to play it because there's something here, and there's people for me to play with, and there's always something going on. And I would say that exposure to 4 really killed my interest in playing any of these games online, because being able to sit there next to someone and say, how did you do that? Why did you beat me there? And they can sit there and say, well, you did this, you pressed a button, you did something wrong, that's unblockable, whatever, makes a world of a difference versus not understanding what's happening and getting mad.
Trying to figure out why you're losing
Ben never shows up.
really challenging, particularly if you're just getting started.
Right.
Memory, but he forgets.
Gosh, it's impossibly hard with these fighting games.
3, 4. All right, got
Yeah,
it.
see, if he's just past that corner, then he has enough time for him to wander just back into him. Because 1 second is just barely long enough.
Pissed off the ghost.
So
That's
so
basically
tight.
what I would say.
Maybe.
They're just angry.
they're just
What did
angry.
you do to them, Billy? Did you?
Ben's talking smack over
Hit
there.
him.
I mean, like, did you call them bad names? I mean, what is this?
Yeah, he called them bad names.
Okay. By the way, you know you got to eat all those dots. Oh, you want to get me back on there? Okay, 1 second.
Ben's coming back. Or over.
1 second board. This is
Going
as hard
around.
as it gets.
Oh yeah, this is
Breaking
So is the
200,000.
next one. The next one's a 1 second board
strong.
also.
okay. So here we are. I can kind of watch him.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be back. I'm now officially next to Billy. So when
Heard
I
you talking smack.
yeah. So now when I talk smack, you guys can hear what I'm saying, and Billy can hear what I'm saying. Okay. Now this is fine. Just giving him some pointers here. By the way, you want to eat that whatever that fruit thingamajigger
That's a
is.
gourd.
It's a gourd.
It's a gourd.
Jello.
It's a gel. Wait, it's Jello.
Looks like Jello to me, but
Jello enough.
yeah, people call it a bale.
A bale. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck this is. This is
Pac-Man's actually a horse.
so now. Oh, you got all of them. You got all the. This is like the hardest screen, right?
Yep.
How many of these does he have left to go?
He said the next one is a really short one, I believe.
Yeah, no, next one's as hard as it gets too. Then there's an easier one.
Okay.
So it's the second key level? Or
Second key lightens up a little bit.
second key lightens up. Okay. Gotcha.
Wow. Okay. Now, Billy, does this take less time when you don't have to worry about when they actually don't turn?
No, when they don't turn, it's really fast.
When they don't turn, it's really fast.
So, are you in the mood for a perfect Pac-Man today?
Seems like it.
Seems like it. Yeah, man. I can't mess with him too much. I mean, he's getting.
Yeah, this is kind of early on in the boards is
Okay.
they're scattering. Here they come. Gosh, yeah, this is tricky. Because it seems like one of the most dangerous board positions is just after they get done scattering, right up in the top right corner. Gosh, they just do not want to clump.
No, they don't. They are not cooperating.
There's something. There we go.
That was a bad move.
Uh-oh. You unclumped him.
Please don't. Dude, that looks awesome, by the way.
Thank you.
That's so cool. Ooh, looking a little better now. Ooh, they split.
But they're back together.
Hey. They said, I didn't mean it. Please come back to me.
Oh,
there it is. Yeah, that's a good clump.
Each other. Okay.
Now they just have to not split again. Oh, that's really good. Excellent. Nice. That's 1 of 4. Oof. I mean, the nice thing is when you clear them that quickly, they all come back pretty much on top of one another at the same time. Oh, that was tight. Wow.
Well, they're back on top of each other.
I feel like now that we've gotten to this board, I've run out of things to say. I'm trying not to poke the bear too much because I don't want him to screw up.
I'm a terrible announcer of video games now that I think about it.
Happens to the best of us. There's certain times where I'm just dumbstruck.
That was close.
Yeah, that was real close. Holy cow.
How many more blinks did you have there, Billy?
None.
Wow.
Really?
Last possible. Danger zone. He's got 2. There he goes. Yeah, this is tough. Wow. I'm almost certain I would have lost here. If I didn't already. I suck at regular Pac-Man. The only one I can marginally play is Miss Pac.
Sped up Miss Pac.
Sped up Miss Pac, yes.
Yeah.
Always sped up Miss Pac. Is that enough? Yeah. Beautiful. 1 to go. Yeah, I do appreciate that Billy's playing it a little harder instead of following a pattern. I think it's really cool to see.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of freehanding it myself.
Yeah.
That's how I always prefer to play.
Because while it may be interesting to watch, it's certainly boring to play. Just the rote strat every time.
Yes.
1 in front. I need him on top, Ben.
What is that?
He's 1 in front. I need him on top.
Well, you know how to get the ghosts to be on top of each other, don't you?
Yep, just like that.
Okay. So you've only got one more power pill to get.
Wow. What a clump. Oh my gosh. So
I think he even had a blink to spare.
Oh, he definitely did.
So now it's just cleanup.
Yep. Get them together, clean it up.
So Ben, you mentioned at the panel that you're not usually a fan of maze games, but Qbert, you're.
That was my one exception.
Yeah.
And even Qbert, I got the world record, and then I never really played it. It was just more of a marathon game, and I said, I'll go. It was more like, hey, I'll go do one more marathon, get a world record, and I knew it lasted 2 weeks, and it was. I never really was like a Qbert fan after that. I mean, I never.
Well, I would imagine it feels like a solved state when you're only going through 4 levels and repeating them over and over and over and over.
I will tell you, Qbert is one of the best games that had a missed opportunity. It could have been one of the greatest games ever made if it had continued to get harder.
This one's a little easier.
Have you met?
So you have all 255 levels memorized, pretty much.
Oh no, there's no memory. It's timing. I'm actually you know, it's not patterns.
It can be patterns, but he chooses not to use patterns.
So what makes this board easier than the last one?
There's your fruit, Ben.
Yep.
My favorite fruit.
My favorite fruit is the key. You got it. This one is probably going to be a longer blink time. That's my.
Yeah, it is right after the intermission.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And then after this one, Billy, is it going 100% no blinks?
No, it's two boards that are very short blinks. Then no blue.
So after after you get to the point where they stop blinking, and there's an intermission scene.
Oh, son of a witch! I missed it.
Dang.
I missed the blue guy.
Yep.
Okay, but
forced him to take the.
But are you going to still try to get to the kill screen, Billy?
No, perhaps.
Why don't you do the kill screen for everybody, even if it's not a perfect game?
Can at least make it deathless.
Damn it. And this is the one that's supposed to be easy, too.
So, Ben, what's different about Stargate versus Defender? I'm not very familiar with Stargate.
Stargate has a higher. It was just a little bit more complicated. They had this thing called hyperspace, and they had. It was.
Had Inviso.
What is that?
Inviso.
Oh yeah, Inviso. You're right. I forgot about that one. So I'm sending to Maria, to my wife, a picture of you so she knows that I'm what I'm doing.
Not screwballing?
Yeah, she knows I'm not. I'm actually doing what I'm doing. So.
So you're not going out to a bar later.
Definitely not.
I'm not going to a bar with a lot of other people and drinking all night. So
that's definitely not happen. You won't be surrounded by beautiful women.
That's right.
Kids there.
She needs to stop watching the pictures after we leave this vicinity, by the way.
So I notice it's a consistent set of dots that are left up after he clears all the power pellets. Is there a reason for that? Is it easier to clear that way?
We'll say that again.
There's a consistent set of dots that he leaves on the board after grabbing all of the power pellets. Is that just a consistency thing? Is that easier to clear after that board state?
Damn it, I can't believe I missed those guys.
Hey, Billy.
Sir?
The question is, is there a reason why you leave certain pellets for the end?
Yeah. Because I have to maintain a certain amount to keep this is a 1 second board, to keep the red guy from speeding up sooner than he has to.
Yep.
And therefore, I actually leave just about as many as I possibly can.
Okay. Yeah, I got that. Thank you.
For example, right here, I grab these dots, and here comes the fruit.
Oh, okay. So the fruit also spawns after a certain number of dots?
Everything is calculated.
Gotcha.
Just left a chance.
So he takes just enough to take the tunnels, loop around the top, loop around the bottom, and the center. I see.
Ben, is my wife there?
Yes, she is.
Good.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll. Okay, so let's go take a look here.
Okay. Blue's going to go on top of pink. See that?
So would you like for me to try to do like a sportscaster, like as if this is a Cowboys football game, but do it in the Pac-Man style? You want me to try that, Billy?
I say whatever you say. It's okay with me, man.
Okay. So Billy is moving up, down, and to the left. It looks to me like he's got the red, blue,
Very
and green
direct
on
commentary.
top of each other. But now he's going for the quadruple. 1, 2, 3.
My God, they're all dead. They were so young.
Why? Why, Billy?
Those ghosts had a family.
But don't worry, there's another set of ghosts. They're angry, they're pissed, they're coming after Billy right away.
They're hot on his tail.
I get my JR drops on the computer once Arthur gets back.
Please.
And that's not a joke. And it's completely a joke.
So now,
during one of the cutscenes, Pac-Man is the biggest son of a bitch you've ever seen.
It's true. It's true.
They don't know what to do. They're chasing hot air. And they're all dead again.
Damn it, Ben, I can't believe
what?
That I missed those guys.
You only missed one. You didn't miss all those guys. You just
but he was going for the perfect game. It's well, I understand. I understand his frustration. It was the quote unquote easier board because they had a longer time, blue, and he got forced to take the pellet or die.
Well, can't we give Billy the almost perfect Pac-Man award for tonight?
I mean,
we'll just take a Sharpie and write almost.
I'm relatively sure that the free play arcade Pac-Man record is in grave danger right now. Regardless,
he's halfway there. He's halfway there.
Yeah.
It's 543.
Yeah.
I believe that will be broken. Well, no, I don't know. Will Billy be playing Pac-Man tonight?
It looks like he's playing it right now.
Oh, this is our machine.
This is a free play machine. It's recorded.
This would be a free play record as well.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
It counts in special circumstances.
Okay.
I mean, we literally have techs on hand to make sure that everything's up and also like functioning. If it were to explode, it would have to be repaired and then started over, which is unfortunate, but we have them on hand.
Would I be allowed to do your centipede record tonight?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it. They've got it on a cocktail cab at Free Play
cocktail.
Arlington. Yeah.
We have multiple versions. We've had multiple on the floor.
Right. I think there's a stand-up in
Arlington.
Richardson.
Right.
They used to have a stand-up in Arlington, but they put Gyrus in its place.
Yeah, we tend
brought
to
in a
rotate
cocktail.
a game per week per location.
Okay.
So,
plenty of good choices, though.
Defender has actually been a source of controversy. We've had some of our worst reviews were because we did not have Defender on the floor.
Really?
Which was not true. We had it, and it was in a cocktail, and the reviewer
they didn't know how to.
Did not look at the cocktail portion of the arcade.
They thought it was just a table.
Right.
So, do you have a Defender that's a stand-up, or is it cocktail?
I believe we have one that is stand-up right now in the arcade. Do you know, Dylan?
Say again?
What the Defender is that's in the arcade? I think
That should be a stand-up.
Yeah. I'm almost positive.
And what's your high score for Defender?
I am terrible at Defender.
Oh, same. I cannot play
But
Defender.
I'm saying for the arcade.
For the arcade? Let me pull that up. Yeah.
got
Austin Smith currently holds that. He is a very, very good Defender player.
Yeah, and he needs he needs to be pressed anyway.
Yes. He needs the pressure. Get him that world record.
He was the first person that I requested be at this at the microphone
Next
with
one
us.
is
because
608,000, by the way.
Wait, say again, Billy?
This one's a 1 second board, as hard as it gets.
So
the one after this will be the first one with no blue.
Ooh. Okay.
All right, we need to get our yelling about the poor innocent ghosts portion ready because we're not going to get it anymore.
Yeah, 608,150 is the current Defender free play record.
I don't know if I could beat that today. I'd have to do some practice. The other problem I have is my hands.
I mean, you got a lot of old man problems.
I do, man. they're like arthritis more. So you have the advantage of playing, the joystick, it doesn't really hurt your hands. You can be kind of like that. But with the trackball in Millipede, it uses a lot more muscles. And the Defender and Stargate are
they're button based.
They're buttons, but it's like a lot of I mean, my
I'm not sure, but I think the complaint department's in the parking lot.
The only game I actually really struggled with the controls on was Major Havoc, because I always pinch my fingers with that rolly thing. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, it came out in the very, very late era. It was released after the crash, but developed during the crash. It was the last color vector Atari game, and one of the control mechanics is literally a roller. And I've seen very few games that have a roller as a controller, not a knob, not a
trackball. Yeah. Although didn't they have? People replaced the roller with the trackball in some cases, I think.
Yes, as they're trying to get Major Havoc out on the floor in some capacity, but we actually have the roller version of it.
Yeah, and I have pinched my fingers so many times.
I have as well.
Oh my gosh, it is a nightmare.
It's an interesting game.
Yeah, for sure, and it's so hard too.
Yes, comparatively, although Defender, in my opinion, is quite hard too.
Yeah, I agree.
It's the barrier of understanding the control scheme.
Yeah, and not getting, understanding the control scheme and also being comfortable with it enough that you don't press the wrong button.
There's something geniusly intuitive about how Pac-Man is designed, just up, down, left, and right.
And it's very obvious what you have to do.
I can explain the control scheme to somebody who cannot speak English or may not even be able to speak in words.
Right. Well, it's one of those games that literally anybody can walk up to it and understand the premise. You start out, you move left, you automatically eat those pellets, and you go, oh, I have points. Mm-hmm. Maybe I should eat more of those. Then the ghosts start coming out, and if you get hit by it, you die and start over. And it's as intuitive as it gets. I don't think I've seen another game with an obvious beginning board state with nearly the same ease of understanding. So
are you going to do it, Billy? You got
him. A good clump. Blammo.
What's the least amount of blinks that happen?
No, I don't know. It's actually it's 6 seconds. It's 1001.
What is that?
There's 6 boards that are 1001. That's how long they're blue.
1001 milliseconds, I think.
No, 1001. So the question though is how many blinks is that? Is that 5 blinks, 10 blinks? Kind of an interesting question.
Yeah, I actually don't know.
You don't know? I figured you would know that, Billy.
They're already gone by the time he's...
Yeah, by the time he's eating them.
I know.
That second blink, he's never actually seen the last blink.
If he counts them blink, then he's doing it wrong.
Well, I mean,
he'd have to let a ghost live first.
Oh, I know.
Well, I don't know. See, Billy just doesn't have in his heart to let a ghost live.
I understand.
He's a monster.
He is a monster.
Look at them go.
A ghost monster.
He's in the most wanted, okay, in the ghost world.
In the ghost community.
That'd be good. An estimated kill count, lifetime kill count of ghosts.
Oh,
in the Billy Mitchell career. I want to see that counter.
Well, let's see. There's 4 pellets per map, 4 per pellet.
You could definitely figure it out
and
for the
game.
game.
16 boards that you can eat ghosts on.
But then you have to estimate how many perfect games he's done.
Well, no, so
and how many on the way to it.
Right.
But just remember, it doesn't matter. It's only the first 16 boards.
Right.
After
so
that,
16
That's true. So that does mitigate
16.
it.
So in a perfect game, hang on.
His kindness to ghosts.
No matter what,
increases as the game goes on.
It's about 250.
256, yeah.
256.
256 for 256 boards.
So you multiply the number of times Billy has played,
which is who knows how many times.
Yeah, times 256. Well, something less than that, but still.
You say he's played it less than 256 times, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's many more.
I will bet you he has killed over 500,000 ghosts in his lifetime. Okay?
That sounds plausible to me.
Yeah, now I understand. They're pretty pissed at you, Billy.
That's why
they've been trying to get him all these years.
That's why the red one moves just a little bit faster. He's got a vendetta.
Yeah, the red one especially.
He's just pissed. He's red because he's pissed.
He's like, you've been killing my brothers and sisters all of these years. I am going to get you.
How dare you call me Inky all these years? I'm Blinky.
My name is Joe. It's always been Joe. I don't know why you call me Inky.
This board just doesn't like me. Gosh, thank goodness. Thank goodness this is the last one he can eat them on. Does it? The game gets a little more relaxed after this point, doesn't it?
All right. So we were talking Q*bert earlier, and Ben, you were telling me about the missed opportunity of Q*bert, and as we both know, it ends at level 4 basically.
Yes.
It repeats.
And I had talked to the guy who created it,
Warren Davis,
and he said the reason why they didn't make it harder was he had a harder version, but they insisted, Gottlieb, that he make it easier. You know, they thought it was too hard as it was, and they made him kind of dumb it down, it would have been had he continued to make it like a level 5, level 6, level 7, I think that would have been one of the best games of all time if it got to the point where it got really, really, really fast,
Yes. Yeah, he told me, I met him at Let's Play Game Expo
2 years ago, right?
2018.
It was 2 years ago.
Yeah, I was the champion. That meant you weren't there. And I knew that's exactly what that meant. I even mentioned it, like, Ben Gold's not here, so therefore I'm on the stage.
Yeah, you got that. You also won the Space Invaders Deluxe cab.
Right, another one where it was just like there wasn't anybody who really knew and understood the game. But what he told me is he did make that version.
It's the first board with no blue.
You got a break.
We have something, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So Ben, he made the version. It's called Faster, Harder, More Challenging Q*bert. He went ahead and made the ROM and then uploaded it.
Oh, so it's available.
It does exist. Now, it's not a pure arcade game because it never got an actual arcade release.
Right. You could theoretically burn it to a board, though, right?
You could. He dumped the code.
You should have that in your arcade.
I will pitch that to the boss.
Because I think that would be a really interesting one for you to make you a little different. Because I'd love to have someone like George Let's try to play that, because he's really much better.
I would suspect he has, but I don't know. I would think any major like modern Q*bert fan would have to be aware of it, because Warren Davis is making the rounds and appearing at conventions.
Yeah. Right.
I see him at quite a few shows.
Yeah, and still doing the acting gig too, which is the strangest of the.
He's an actor.
Yep.
Yes, he is an actor, and has been working this entire time. So bizarrely, the creator of Q*bert, the actual creator of Q*bert, is a working actor in Los Angeles.
So, Chris, Ben pitched this earlier.
Okay.
And
you're very welcome, sir.
I don't know if
be here all weekend.
I'm sure it's been brought up in some capacity
we
before.
Got time.
But Ben was talking about why isn't there a screen or something at Free Play to show either that particular building's high scores for the machines in the building or across the arcade or something of that nature.
Yeah, we've discussed things like that.
Because I understand there's a ton of games out that Free Play has records for.
That's another thing would be like the scrolling list would be
right. It would be huge.
Scrolling for a long time. Wait another 10 minutes for my game to come up.
You could probably parse it down to the machines.
This is a great camera angle, by the way.
I love it. It's so good.
I'm rooting for the dots. I need the dots.
Oh wow!
I need to count the 9 dots if they happen.
Yeah. Okay. So you
4,
could
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There they are.
Oh wow!
There's the 9 dots.
Is it always 9?
It's always 9. And
there you go. Billy is the best.
Here, I should have.
Billy is better than
Ben, this is the first time anybody ever asked you for your autograph.
Whenever this ends, we'll have Billy say why he puts the 9 dots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I say?
If that's okay with Billy.
Billy is his picture. Can I say not?
You're watching continuing live coverage of Billy Mitchell sign autographs while playing a kill screen game of Pac-Man.
I love it.
You're very welcome, sir.
I get the last laugh.
He could actually play this part blindfolded as well.
Where do you want me to say?
Really?
I'm sure. I don't know that he could sign the autograph blindfolded.
He's very generous.
Oh, I'm sure he could. If you just told him it's in front of him, he could feel the paper.
You might see some difference. But if you put a blindfold on him and he just sat there for the next hour,
no, the first time I wore this
similar.
was 2011 at the Kong Off.
What do you think I had it on video? And I told you.
Check the chat.
And Joe, to answer your question, the power pellets are, they take tremendous focus. The trouble is, once you don't have them and you're just running the boards, there's a level of monotony that really you got to focus.
We're about in Dallas Fort. Do you live?
I live in Allen.
So I'm not sure of the setup. Do we have
retire, so I'll never be in
our mics. I guess our mics are tied into ours.
Yes, and he's got a headset around his neck, so we can hear him. He's got his own mic set up to his laptop, so he's streaming currently, and he's reading to his chat currently. The cameras are also hooked up to his. We've got one up there.
Very welcome, Mr. Joe.
And yeah, that's really the setup as far as I'm aware.
We're gonna have to see if we can set up like a hosting, an economical rehosting of everything.
Yeah.
For the
restream and everything.
The broadcast tonight.
Doing things, I mean, I started wearing a tie. This was my.
We can still get Billy access to his specific chat.
Yeah.
After.
Oh, you would either stream it on free play or his, and then.
Well, if he rehosts it on his, right?
Yeah.
Then, and we're actually not streaming live right now,
right?
Because we're going to be streaming live later. But if we rehost it on his, then he gets access to his chat.
Yeah.
That's what he's looking to interact with.
I wear kind of like.
But we all have one coherent show.
Right.
Cufflinks. I mean, I got a pocket.
So I suppose it comes down to what he would prefer really at that point.
With tails. I mean, I'm not going to do that. So that's all.
He is the runner after all.
It's going to be chaos. Oh, speaking of live coverage, that man has a cool shirt on.
One step ahead of myself, I guess. All right, Ben, here's the problem I face here.
Okay, show me.
This board has no blue time, none.
Yes.
No blue time. Okay.
Just the goodies?
Yes.
So this
it's time
is
to eat.
Blue,
There's no blue.
and I don't have a pattern.
What do you mean you don't have a pattern?
He doesn't have a pattern.
I don't have a pattern for the first 21, and there's 3 of these.
But does a pattern exist, though?
Yeah.
There is a pattern. He doesn't have it.
Okay, I like that.
So, maybe my wife, will you?
For your what? This is Billy wanted to.
Does that make this the most fun 3 boards?
Good point, maybe.
Yeah.
And we're off.
We got no map. We're going off script.
No compass. No nothing.
Have you ever
Flying
thought
blind.
about negotiating with the ghosts at all, Billy?
Ooh, a take prisoners approach from Billy and the Ghosts.
You talk to them, reason with them. Find out what they want.
Are they after money? Pellets?
Is it
keys?
Recognition?
An autograph.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for.
Is I got to get the key.
The key to their house.
Maybe. Does this one have any? They don't turn blue at all, right?
Not at all.
So when you go up, you're going to make them just switch direction.
Correct.
Okay. Well, let's go make them switch direction, guys.
Ben, bring that mic in closer.
Oops. Like that?
Yeah, there
Much
you go.
better.
There you go.
Perfect.
Okay.
So because there's no eating the ghosts at this point, it's one of the more interesting board states. So the power pellets make them turn around, correct?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Instantaneously.
There they go.
So they have
Which makes it dangerous if you're continuing to just kind of muscle memory what you were doing before.
Yes.
Because you'll make them turn around and then run right into them. But what I like that. Make them turn around in the tunnel so they're extra slowed. And of course, he's trying to maintain a healthy board state so that red speeds up only when he's going to clear. He's just cycling him through the tunnel. Seems like a good strat.
Let's work so far. Now the red guy is really mad, and he's going to letting you know that he is after you.
He's pissed.
So this is the first of 3 boards before the board stabilize with 60.
Now the next board, they do turn blue.
Oh, okay.
For the last time, and then there's nothing all the way through. 1 second.
All right, so
do you need him?
4 more instances of Pac-Man on ghost violence for our viewing pleasure.
Yeah, wait.
Who's giving him the chair?
I do want to make a disclaimer. No actual ghosts were harmed in the filming of this.
At least no ghosts that we can ask about, because they are gone.
Yeah, they're long gone. Billy's trying to get somebody in the crowd to bring him a chair. He's going to lay these ghosts out. Gonna throw them off Hell in a Cell. Straight back into their pen. Is Pac-Man an allegory for The Undertaker?
It's his own guilt coming back.
It's all those times.
I have heard of different fan projects reimagining Pac-Man as a horror movie because he's being chased in a dark room by 4 ghosts. So.
I mean, it's basically the end of The Shining, except instead of 1 guy, it's 4.
And
the hedge maze.
All work and no play makes Billy.
Pac-Man makes Billy, I guess, rather dull at this point. I don't know. One of the two. Heck, you could call the ghost dull. I don't know. They're just one color. So Pac-Man.
Wow. Okay.
A good clump.
Okay, now he's got a clump. Okay, that's good.
There we go.
A clump. Autograph. No. Yes. I thought it was food. I love it.
Billy, can I get a selfie?
Yes, sir.
All right.
What's your name? Scott. Thank you very much, Scott.
Chris, you mind if I get in on this too?
Not at all. Oh, that's up to Billy. But
that is up to Billy.
So what are we doing?
Can I get a selfie?
Sure.
All right, scoot in here, Dylan.
Scooting.
Oh, yeah, there it is. 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, sir.
That's a good selfie.
I just jumped in at the end.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's all about the photo bomb.
What level are you on currently?
Oh, this is 18.
Oh, okay.
Number
After
18.
this one, we really start going fast.
And the pellets don't. Oh no! Wait. This one you got 1 second, right?
Yes. So he's got him clumped up. He's gonna go
This is the
knock him
hardest game
down.
of the game, so they say.
Oh no! Don't do it! Don't do it! No!
No! No!
God
No!
Almighty! As God is my witness, he's broken in half.
That's true. So, when a ghost dies, do they become a ghost again?
No, they rejuvenate.
It feels like they just lose their clothes.
Yeah, which is
Because
real
the
unfortunate.
eyes of the ghost maintain.
So Pac-Man's just a pervert, is what you're saying.
Maybe. That's your version of the Pac-Man movie.
That is the Pac-Man
which is quite
lore.
a bit different than my. Oh no! No, it's happening again.
Oh, no.
Why? Why?
Oh my God! Why?
The humanity of killing the non-humans.
But see, Miss Pac-Man does the same thing. So maybe
It runs in the family. It really does.
They're just. I can see why it's Mr. and Mrs. Pac-Man. They're in the same thing.
Junior has a bad habit of this as well.
Yeah,
I don't know if you've seen him.
Junior's real weird though.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He has an
starts off young,
elongated
too.
board.
He just kind of looks funny.
But and he seems nice. He seems quite hungry.
Yeah, he's definitely hungry.
Growing boy.
Growing boy.
Seems like he's wanting to play grab ass with that girl.
Just like fits of sudden
just
violence
right there.
against ghosts.
Oh,
what's
no.
happening? I can't fly.
It's like, why do they keep on chasing them?
R.I.P. in
Yeah,
peace.
glutton for punishment.
Haven't they learned their lesson the first time?
Pac-Man's the glutton.
They
The
feel
ghosts are
like
the gluttons for punishment.
they feel like just one more time and they'll never have to suffer this fate again.
They're gonna get him. We are gonna get him this time.
Eventually. I like to imagine that those little spots at the bottom, that's not the bottom of their sheet. They have that many legs. They're just scuttling. The ghosts scuttle.
Oh no.
There it is. The last of the ghostikins.
So we're done. No more ghosts.
All right.
Yeah, no more ghosts forever.
No more ghost violence.
230 boards of no ghosts.
Now we're
at all.
going full pacifist Pac-Man. There will be no ghosts on Pac-Man violence or Pac-Man on ghost violence. Only eating and hapless ghosts from here on in.
But I believe the ghosts are out for a vendetta. They're not letting him go easy.
And he's going to go fast at this point anyway, since this was the last board where he could.
We'll see. They'll never actually catch him, so we won't get to test this theory out. But maybe they want an autograph.
When you get the pellet. They just turn around. Also, I don't know if you were here for this. He missed one ghost where he got forced into a bad spot. It was one of the last
So Ben, have you ever seen a Billy Mitchell cosplayer?
Yes.
You have? I know Billy has.
I've been accused of being a Billy Mitchell cosplayer.
That's fair.
I was in a Billy Mitchell lookalike contest. I came in second.
I don't know how you do that, because you look just like you.
Well, I mean, quite a bit like you.
How do you look more like Billy Mitchell than Billy Mitchell? Because I got to say, of all the pictures I've seen, he looks exactly like he does in the pictures.
I don't know. Hey, you've seen Palmer's Billy Mitchell.
I've seen Palmer's Billy Mitchell, and it's good, but it's not the same.
Maybe. We'll have to get them side by side.
Yeah, we'll have to compare.
That's on Palmer, if he can show up.
Here's hoping.
He might have an Iron Maiden concert or something to go to.
Actually, he does have a concert to go to. It's not Iron Maiden. It's something else.
What's his good excuse for not coming to the day Billy Mitchell comes out there? Did he not offer to buy Billy Mitchell a drink just to come out to Free Play Arlington?
I'm pretty sure he did, but he bought his son a ticket to a concert, so he's there with him.
How's sales? Okay.
Billy taking a quick break.
Oh, I'm gonna walk over there and buy some hot sauce here in a second too.
Okay.
I can't not.
Remember there was the board with no patterns?
Yes.
This is number 2 with no patterns and one after this.
Okay.
Then we will have reached maximum difficulty and minimum speed. The ghosts continue at the same speed they are at now, but you slow down to the speed you were on the strawberry.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
They get behind you, it's toast.
Maximum overdrive.
Okay.
So I didn't realize that Pac-Man slows down after that point. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and it'll stabilize after that.
Right.
Is it considered a perfect game if you die?
No, because there is a set of pellets on the kill screen that spawn every life.
Ah.
It's the only pellets in the game that respawn, and so to get a perfect game, you have to not die, reach that point, grab those pellets
every time. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's that. In that way, it's very similar to the Dragon's Lair world record, where you go.
So you see how they turned around there, Arthur?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So you said it's similar to the Dragon's Lair?
Yeah. So the 5 life world record involves going to the last moment of the last screen, getting every single point possible,
and then dying
intentionally, so that you can go through the last and longest scene again and get all those points, and again and again and again.
Okay, that makes sense.
Although,
actually,
unlike Dragon's Lair, Pac-Man does not have a random scoring element, which makes that game infuriating.
Right. You're not just going to spawn in a random room every time. I never really understood that about Dragon's Lair. Why did they decide to... what was the mentality behind that decision?
One more, no pattern.
I really wonder.
All right, this is the last of them.
One more, no pattern. Here we go. It's
7
all Pac and all keys.
He can open so many doors right now.
He has the key to all of these ghosts' houses and their mothers' houses. And by God, he will use them. So he purposefully takes those dots so he gets the key. The 5,000 point key.
It's a pretty nice key if you ask me.
Oh, I agree.
How many points are your keys worth, Dylan?
Not that much.
30 maybe?
Maybe like 10. It's about the worth of a dot.
If somebody would take away Dylan's keys, it would shave a lot of points off of the high score records at our Free Play Arcade.
It might.
Well, they don't go up either one of these channels.
Okay.
So they come around, and when they reach here, they have to make a decision to go right or continue around, like the shortest distance to you.
Okay.
And they continue around.
Okay.
And they get caught in that loop. They all have to be together, and they all have to come from that one direction.
So they're fans of One Direction.
What you got, hon?
I understand.
Oh, no.
I understand why he's aggressively attacking them now.
Yeah, I understand as well.
Makes much more sense.
Who do you like more, One Direction or NSYNC?
I have to go with NSYNC because that's that was around when I grew up.
For more thoughts on that, Arthur.
Yeah. How do you feel?
How does that make you feel?
Even name a One Direction song or the year in which they took place.
Well, don't worry.
I thought I gave them...
Dylan, that's because he's too old to have known them.
Exactly. Well, don't worry, because Backstreet's back. No. All right?
That's a reference that he's also too old.
I'm sorry.
He just knows it from the ending of that one movie.
That one movie.
Which movie was it?
I don't know.
It's got Michael Cera, and he doesn't make it to the end. I don't know.
I was really
Satan
hoping you were
movie?
going to say it comes from Michael Beltran, but yeah, never mind. Unfortunately, we can't all be as famous as Mike B.
He typically doesn't have any kind of songs with the lyrics "Rock Your Body" in his playlist.
Yeah.
I hope not.
Well, there is that one part in all of his sets where it loops "Take It Off" a bunch of times.
Yes.
That's
he's always got to throw that chant at the crowd.
Yeah. In the arcade.
I really wish it wasn't Keith Carlson that constantly listens to the call.
Oh gosh. Spare me.
There you go.
All right.
Okay.
So at this point,
Let's call it to the right.
stabilizes.
So he said it's Strawberry Speed and Max Speed Ghosts. So slow pack, fast ghost. If they get behind him, he is F. So he's got to be extra careful with his grouping and all that fun stuff.
Well, it looks like
especially with the amount of pellets he takes at this point, because like we've said a couple times before, Red will speed up after he eats so many. So don't want to die. Don't get dead.
Oh.
Okay.
I want to see how long that reaction lasts. We're going to see that interaction again and again and again and again.
Well, knowing that now, okay.
Probably at least once.
Whoa! So, Chris, Troy has the current standing free play score. Can he kill screen the game? I assume because he got 500,000, he can. But do you know if he has?
I don't believe he has.
Okay.
And I believe, I don't know. It's another skill set to keep the focus that you need for that long. It's one thing to run this pattern. It's another thing to not mess it up at all. And
yeah. Well, I would see it as...
there you go.
Whoa!
Yeah. The moment is gone.
Oh, no. I would assume if you're able to get to this point and continue scoring consistently, right? Because you have another 130,000 to reach where Troy got. You can certainly kill screen the game. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, it's just a matter of not having a mental lapse or multiple mental lapses.
So and not need to go to the restroom.
Yeah, and the truth is that
that's important too.
Well, you can
the perfect Pac-Man players. They reach this point, but when they mess up, the speed is so difficult they just can't survive.
That's another good point.
So as soon as you screw up, it basically all falls apart.
Then you have to freehand it, which is probably why it's a good policy for Billy to freehand. Whoa! to freehand so many levels.
Yeah.
Just in case things go a while.
There's a zillion patterns, but you try to ingrain one into your brain. Scar it in so you got it.
401.
Oh boy.
Pac-Man's got his 401k in keys.
A 401?
A 401. Well, those dots are still 10 points each.
The keys are still $5,000.
Yeah, the big 5-0.
So it's 12,600 per board.
Is Pac-Man the 5-0 or are the ghosts the 5-0?
Would you like to?
They're never going to catch each other, so we will never know.
Yeah. The power pellets just make Pac-Man feel saucy enough to turn around and try something saucy on the ghost cops.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Just.
All right.
Joining us
once again is the pacifist Ben Gold, who
wait a second, pacifist
really did not want to see any ghost violence anymore.
Oh, yes.
So we got all of that out of the way while you were gone.
Fulfilled.
Okay. I want to. Yes, it's very important. So we got the ghost violence out.
Run to death.
Yes. Yeah. Now it's just a Olympic marathon workout session for the ghosts.
And we're gonna do the theme park roller coaster. Whoa! Every single time he gets real close up at that top left side.
Now,
throw your arms up. The whole lot.
Happens.
If it happens. It's about to happen. Whoa! Whoa! Oh no!
Okay.
Yep. This is the looping part where we got the same thing over.
Yes.
And over
and over.
And I'm not going to say over 200 times. But
yeah.
So
Billy's going for 2 kill screens today. One on Pac-Man, one on Donkey Kong.
The double
kill screen.
This one's
the Arlington double.
Now
this one's hard.
Yeah.
I'm never not impressed.
So Pac-Man
I will be super impressed if he can kill screen Donkey Kong at Free Play Arlington.
I agree. So Pac-Man is 256 screens, right? 256 being the kill, right? Because of integer overload on the fruit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what causes all the garbled stuff on the right side of the screen, because it assumes there's another fruit, and there isn't. So it overloads back to 0, and there is no 0, and so it freaks out. The whole screen becomes garbled, and you can't finish the level. With Donkey Kong, it's 36 levels?
Donkey Kong is 36 levels, is that correct?
22. It's
22.
It's board 117.
There you go.
Okay, board 117 is the kill screen for Donkey Kong. But, gosh, so it's not nearly as simple, I suppose, as this would be. By comparison, right?
I'm more thinking the environment. Now, Billy's getting approached for autographs and...
Right, free play is going to be a little tricky.
Free play's bonkers.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how bonkers?
We try and determine that every single week.
So have you ever is there a capacity issue where you have to let people stay in
Yes, we've hit capacity a few times.
Mostly during parties, right?
Yes.
So how do you know your capacity?
You have to count people coming in and going out. Usually that's not an issue. Usually it's just... In fact, Free Play Arlington is by far the biggest free play.
Yeah.
So that's frequently not a problem at Free Play Arlington. It's more been an issue at Free Play Richardson, where I've seen some days where I had my doubts as to whether it was at or over capacity.
And so in Arlington, what is your capacity?
I don't want to give you the wrong number. I want to say it's 399, but I may be wrong about that.
Wow.
And I might have Richardson in my head, so.
Because I'm thinking tonight, if you're gonna ever, tonight would be a night where you might hit that,
It's possible. Last time we had the Retropalooza after party, it was, so normally on Saturday it's bonkers, and then Retropalooza after party last year was significantly more so. This time with Billy as well, it's possible. One can hope.
Because
Ben.
Yeah.
I need Robbie Lakeman. He's the one that sits with me when I go through all these boards.
Well, are you saying that I'm not as good as Robbie, or what's the problem?
No, you go to the bathroom. Robbie doesn't.
Oh, okay. Was Robbie in Ottumwa, Iowa in 1982 also?
I guess not. No, he...
What level on the screen?
Doesn't he play Donkey Kong?
Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah, he moved to Arizona.
How long does a Donkey Kong kill screen run generally take?
3 hours.
About 3 hours?
A pinch less.
I mean, I can...
If you milk it.
I can definitely put it out there that I will use the restroom beforehand and stick it out the whole 3 hours. I can give you 3 hours.
How much? My question is, what time do you guys close in the evenings?
2 a.m. on Saturday nights.
And I mean,
we're not going to cut the power on Billy if he's going late. I'll put it that way.
I'm not going to make it till 2 a.m.
No.
Okay, good.
Nor do I expect you to.
Pulling the old man card again?
I'm not pulling the old man. I have to get up pretty early tomorrow.
Yeah, you got a flight to catch. I understand.
Sunday, what do you got to go to church?
I'm going to the airport, dude.
Oh, the airport. Yeah, you got to be awake for that.
Right. Yeah, there is.
Actually, one of the monotonous things that happens in this is in between boards. You know, when you're not paying attention and suddenly the board starts.
Yes.
So I got to go to the right, to the right, to the right.
Ah, gotcha.
Hold it to the right. If you're holding it to the left, you go to the left. If you're not holding it at all, it goes to the left.
So what happens, Billy? It looks like you're in a pattern right now, correct? This is a pattern.
I can't smoke nothing past you, Ben.
Yeah, so my question though is, let's just pretend you made a mistake.
That doesn't happen, sir.
I know. Billy
If I make
likes
a
to
mistake, it's what we call chaos, pandemonium.
Right.
It's asses and elbows all over the board.
So then you can compensate for it by.
The last time I got a perfect score, I had only had like two chaoses. The first time I had a lot. I mean, 15 boards.
Because this is the part that just drives me nuts. What's your height score for your arcade?
I believe it's over 500,000. So we're approaching it quickly. I'll look it up real quick.
Yeah, let's look it up. We need to make a major news flash.
Breaking news.
Breaking news! Billy Mitchell has beaten the free play Pac-Man high score.
Oh my goodness, scrolling through so many games. All right, 541,080. So close.
I would say in
Ish.
5 minutes. 500, unless there's a power outage, which could happen.
No, power outage, we're good.
Why?
Back up. Right here.
What? Really?
We came prepared.
Well, Ben, who do you think you're dealing with here, man?
Now, if someone yanks the cord from that, that would create a power outage that would do it.
Okay.
Also, we're not making it to the kill screen if there's a power outage because it doesn't have that much battery backup.
So, are we going to be able to make it in time to the kill screen? Because Billy, it's
what's up?
It's 3:30.
Good, come behind me.
Is this perfect?
This significantly goes faster right now. I should time a screen and figure out what it is per screen.
I don't have count of the screens either.
So here's what I'm going to do: is I'm going to put my stopwatch on.
I need Robbie.
We'll wait for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs Robbie because Ben's not good enough. I get it.
No, you're not chanting.
You're not chanting. Where's the chant? We have to chant for 200 more boards.
Hey.
Okay. So I'm now timing you, Billy.
Oh, I haven't counted.
On the stream.
Oh, high 60s.
Okay.
I feel like if we can get a board count, we could get it back straight, but I think we may have lost our opportunity
Oh,
to get the
I
board count.
definitely don't know what board he's on. But he broke the free play score.
No, he's not yet.
Not yet? Oh, he's close.
He's very close.
He is going to...
My mistake.
He's
going to blast through that.
We'll see.
Possibly before I can re-look up the score. Okay,
It's
541,080 is the score.
Okay, well, he is about to beat it. No, it's 541.80.
Yeah, so next board should do it. Nope, maybe right here.
Nope, it'll be next board. 541.80. Okay, so each board takes 50 seconds. Okay.
To the right.
Maybe. 5.
So, I don't know if he's good. I think, do we have to be out of here at 5 o'clock? What's the deal?
541.80. There you go. There's your new free play arcade record.
Blasted through it.
Blasted through it. Now,
take that, Troy Stoltz.
The only way you could do better is by eating one more ghost.
You're right.
You have to have an actual perfect game to beat that score.
To this point.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know is the answer.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
If they're sitting in booted thugs to throw us out at exactly 5 p.m. p.m.
So, Billy?
Well, if each board takes 50 seconds.
Sure.
How many more boards do you have?
2.
Well, in that case, we have it.
Too many.
All straight.
Too many.
Well, it's 12,600 a board.
Oh, that's a good thing.
And I got to get.
And what's the perfect game? It's 3.3 million?
And yeah, just figure it up by 3.3.
Okay.
What do I have left to get?
3.3. Wait.
A lot.
Okay. 3.3.
We have multiple calculators out here.
3.3, yeah.
Carry the 1.
Let's divide it by. You said it's 12,600 a board?
That means that we have
216 boards to go.
Times 0.833 times 0.833. Just trust me. Okay, so I'll do it.
180?
No, 0.8 times 0.833 equals 179 more minutes before we get there. So
so
3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah, we won't have time.
We're not going to make it to kill stream.
Oh, bummer.
How much time we got?
It's gonna. We have an hour and a half.
90 minutes. 80 minutes now.
Yeah, we have an hour and a half, and you've got 3 hours before you hit perfect scores.
All right, it doesn't matter. We're going to call it a kill screen anyway.
I'm just going to say kill it.
We'll just play till they go click. Unless they let us put it in a hiding spot for tomorrow.
That is another free play arcade tradition, is playing right until the staff yanks the cord on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we can claim credit.
The previous record holder, which was Troy and has been surpassed, also has our Qbert record. And he set it at Free Play Richardson by showing up at 11 a.m. on Saturday and staying until we absolutely closed. At that time, I want to say it was at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
And he tried it once, and they yanked the power on him. So there was actually a note in the electric room, like multiple times. It said, "Check Qbert for Troy before cutting power." It's no longer there, but it was a concern for some time.
So did he?
But that's as far as he's gotten, is 11 a.m. till close.
So why don't you guys do like a 24-hour stay overnight for him?
We do. We have offered before, but it never got to the point where he was willing to schedule a day and work it out in that way. He was more of a, I'm going to do it this day, and it wasn't. We weren't necessarily prepared with the battery backup and whatever. We have done. What games have we done 24 hours? Tapper most famously.
I don't know what else you have done.
I've done
Street Fighter,
NBA Hang Time, Street Fighter, things like that. But those aren't single credit playthroughs.
Right.
Burger Time was like 20 hours.
Yeah, that was during the 24-hour day.
Yeah. And we're doing a 24-hour day shortly.
Yes, 2nd and 3rd of November.
So what is that going to be?
November 2nd, Saturday, November 2nd, starting at 10 a.m. We're benefiting Cook Children's Hospital here in Tarrant County.
Yeah.
And we'll be taking donations all day. So if you're watching this, donate.freeplayhof.com is our link. So 10 a.m. we start. We play games for 25 straight hours, and then we die. I mean, we go to sleep or... Well, the bartender's actually open at that point, so if you want to make it a cool 36 hours...
You could.
You could.
Well, that's all you need, because... I mean, granted, I don't think I could do a 36... I mean, I can barely... Like, millipede I could probably do for an hour, and I'm pretty...
Bring that mic in right up here.
What?
Bring that mic up.
Yeah.
There you go.
I could probably do like millipede for an hour, but
usually when I'm sitting here playing, sometimes I'm sweating. It's nice and good temperature in here.
Yeah, it's usually a good temperature, if not on the cool side at Free Play Arlington. It's really the hectic nature of there's so many people there, and there's so much excitement, and there might be extra excitement today.
If we got the battery pack, we can move the game while I play.
I don't think it would last that long. Plus the fragile nature of these classic arcade machines. But you would know that, right? You had a power outage during your first perfect game attempt. What, July 4th, 1999? Is that it?
July 2nd. Yeah.
July 2nd. Yeah. I am an actual fan, by the way. Don't I have to look up Wikipedia for that one?
And it's forever dubbed the Canadian power outage.
Yes. I haven't forgiven Canada either, just so you know.
Yeah.
Now he's sailing by the record. I mean,
oh yeah, no, Troy has work to do if he wants to catch this one.
okay.
Yeah, I should have autographed the cabinet.
That's in reference to something we didn't have on the spot.
We should.
Oh, on the hot sauce bottles, it's got his Twitch channel. I love it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Twitch.tv/Billy_Mitchell. I like that. That's cool. Is it on all of them? No, this one's got thekongolf.com. Still cool. Well, he broke another 100,000 pretty quickly there. It's amazing how slow the first couple boards
Vince,
go
how's your boy
compared
doing?
to this.
Which one?
The one I know. The one that goes to Derek's.
Yeah, that's Victor. He's in Romania right now, doing pretty good.
Yeah.
So him and Anna, my daughter, they're with their mom, and yeah, they've it's been a really interesting, nice experience for them so far.
How's this Fortnite game coming?
So, my oldest, who's almost 18, plays Fortnite once in a while.
Your oldest what, girlfriend?
Okay. My middle son
Billy, we'll see you later tonight.
makes fun of the older
Leaving
one
already?
playing Fortnite.
Sir,
So,
my triplets having a birthday party today, so.
Very
see you
good.
later, not up
Thank you
there.
for coming by.
Yeah, I'll see you again tonight.
You bet.
So, your oldest son?
oldest son used to play Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
My middle son used to make fun of him every day because he played Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
And kept-
Sensible.
And then he started playing Fortnite himself.
He
No.
should be playing Defender.
No, because he just basically at this point has put himself in a corner like Fortnite is the stupidest thing in the world. And of course, he would never be caught playing it.
Fortnite was distributed by a local company here, Gearbox Software.
Really?
They opened up a distribution arm, and I believe their first release
Ben,
was
when I see that
Fortnite.
score, I think of you.
What? 666.
Oh, he's got to stop at 6. Oh, dang it, we missed.
Is that your new
Five
nickname,
sixes.
Ben? Are you the Beast?
The Beast. I don't know.
I mean, I know another the Beast in the arcade gaming scene. You'd be the only American the Beast, though, that I know of.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. I think Daigo might have the market cornered on that one.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
kind of does. Daigo is a beast for sure. Can confirm, have seen.
Yes, yes. He has not been a free play, though.
I know. Still waiting on that one. Well, he's been mostly playing Street Fighter V, right?
He
Lately?
plays lately, yes, but he'll play some ST as well.
Yeah.
Oddly, the
interestingly
game that he
enough-
doesn't play is Third Strike.
Yeah, he's. I saw a. There's a YouTube channel that'll translate some of these Japanese streamers' streams.
Mhm.
There was. I don't remember who it was, but he was talking about certain options you can do on Wake Up, and he described like why people who are good at Third Strike really like Third Strike, and it's because you are never. There's no guaranteed stuff unless you're in the middle of doing a combo already and it's landed.
Right.
And it's a constant mind game even against amateur players, pro players, whatever. And he had described that Daigo doesn't really like the game because nothing is guaranteed.
Uh-huh.
There is no perfect setup every time because you always have an out with the whole parry system and stuff. I found that pretty interesting, actually, because he was extremely good at the game, but it's because of that he doesn't continue to play it.
Gotcha. Yeah, that would be hard. Well, it's the ultimate fighting game. It's the most complex with the most options.
Right.
So it's always going to have that problem where your skills on third strike make you the most skillful third strike player of all time, and doesn't necessarily transfer over to another game.
Right, because there is never a perfectly safe option.
Yes. Whereas I would argue that the zoning mechanics behind playing Pac-Man here do translate to many games.
They do, absolutely.
Like what?
It's limitless, really, to be perfectly honest. Like the zoning that now not in this section here because Billy's running a pattern, but the things that he was demonstrating before, grouping the ghosts, zoning, all those different elements, they apply in so many games. I myself, when I play Street Fighter, I am known for playing a zoning character. It's because of my back.
Stands for money. You got it, sir.
Yeah, I got my background in Pac-Man as well, so zoning was a very key component to my upbringing, really.
It's a key to the city.
So I do things to force my opponents to move in certain directions and then punish them for moving in those directions. Zoning.
Okay.
And that's what Billy does when he groups ghosts together, freehanding, getting them to move in the ways in which he wants,
all the way up,
and then punishing them for it with
show me the money,
a nice 1,600 point bonus.
And they are showing him the money with that easy 5,000.
I've also found that pinball goes back and forth with transferring skills.
I'm coming.
Yeah.
The timing, specifically.
I really like that Jurassic Park machine, by the way.
Yes.
That one is really good, and I didn't expect it to play that well.
Yeah, I think we found the new blueprint for Stern to copy, because the Jurassic Park machine is much like the Iron Maiden machine, which was very well received, and they will continue going. Did you know, Ben, we are in a new golden age of pinball?
I've heard of that.
Yeah, we really are.
Do you have pinball machines at your place?
They have them at every location.
Yeah, and we have over 20 at Free Play Arlington tonight, including ones that are brand new.
Why are people so interested in pinball? I don't understand the resurgence, but I saw it 6-7 years ago. And like I said, in the pinball world, there is no concept of what you would call memorabilia. It's totally transactional. Like, we don't really care if it's original or if it's a remake, but I want a 1970s pinball feel. Let's go produce a new pinball machine per se, or make one from scratch.
There's a lot of factors, but that does play into it. If you want to play an authentic Pac-Man, you have no choice but to play an authentic Pac-Man. And even ours right now is showing a little bit of wear and tear from the artwork. You can't recreate this. You can't. You can only do it slightly differently, and it's just not going to be good enough. Pinball has it built in, and also pinball has a lot of artwork that's intrinsic to every portion of it. I don't know, the look and the feel of the joystick might be lost on most people with Pac-Man.
Right.
But even if it's not, there's not a lot of flourish to the joystick. It's a lollipop. Whereas every single piece of pinball can be looked at as a piece of art. And some places take it seriously. Companies like what is it? It's JJP. I forget what they're. I'm getting Jurassic Park in my head. Jersey Jack pinball. Jersey Jack.
Oh, Jersey Jack.
Well, they have very ambitious pinball machines where every single piece is unique, and that's to the insanity of every tech that might want to work on it, because you have a little cannonball that's being shot at those repeatedly, which is not good for their long-term health.
Right.
And then you have a unique piece that is almost irreplaceable.
Right. Well,
but from a consumer standpoint,
they're very cool machines, but I feel like they're trying to do way too much at the same time in a single game.
But that's sort of like
that's
overload of art is part of the can I get you anything, man?
No, I'm fine.
That's their appeal, basically.
Yes,
right?
the overload of art, it's art at every single section. We have some really nice cabinet art with this dedicated Pac-Man cabinet that's really interesting and very iconic and for the 80s.
Autograph break.
A pinball machine has so many pieces. The backdrop, the glass, every little toy, every little everything.
I noticed the other day on Deadpool, there's art on the side of the walls.
Thank you very much.
As the ball launches.
Yes. Yeah.
Never saw it before. You wouldn't see it if you didn't look.
So the aesthetics are there. The simplicity of play is also there because much like another thing that Pac-Man has going for it, up, down, left, right, it's very, very simple, very intuitive. It's left flipper, right flipper, and in some ill-begotten machines, action button, right?
Yeah. Ugh. Thank you, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Right, but very, very simple controls that are incredibly intuitive. So if all things are equal and you don't have to take care of the machine, which we have a tech staff to do that for us, and Stern and Jersey Jack and Spooky Pinball are producing new machines that are allowing, and the Chicago Gaming, I forget the name of the group that's remaking the tables from the 90s. They're making them new, so it's not a matter of having access to them.
Right.
And yeah, it's created a new golden age. Also, they have been keen to, as you say, like they're not beholden to the old standards, so they can apply intellectual properties that we might appreciate at our age, and then apply that to modern machines. So you get things like Aerosmith Pinball, which they might not be the most cutting edge of music, but for somebody who might be looking to invest in a pinball table, that might be their jam from 1976.
Right. Although some of the directions they take with the art older, on some of these things are kind of odd.
The art direction, sorry?
Yeah, the art direction on some of these tables can still just come across kind of bizarre. I don't know.
I think it lends itself to a particular culture and age, really.
Certainly, I have no doubt of that.
Because you have a Beatles pinball that came out last year.
They're making a Willy Wonka table that's supposed to come out soon.
Again, you're looking at a demographic that's like 35
I know, I understand.
55, 60, something like that.
Wow. But it's bizarre to
to
see, I suppose.
Ben, do you know Lonnie McDonald?
Yes, I do.
He is actually a competitive pinball player.
I thought he plays joust.
He does.
He does.
He does. Yeah. So he travels around the world.
Maxing out the score.
Yeah, getting 10 million on every joust machine he can possibly do.
Has he done one of yours?
He did.
Several, in fact.
Yeah, not too long ago.
Yeah.
It was a couple months.
Yeah, every time we source a new joust, we let him know and he goes back out. Yeah, he's actually a big fan of free play. He's been on our stream before. And but he also plays competitive pinball, and he went ahead and got into it and wanted to see how far he could go into that. And yeah, there's a ton of it these days. And the skills absolutely they transfer over.
It's amazing how I suppose common pinball has become in these I guess sort of it feels like they're underground groups that aren't underground at all.
Right.
Because it's somebody's house that's hosting it. It's somebody's private collection that's hosting it. It's I don't know. I feel like you don't see a lot of competitive pinball in a lot of public spaces outside of like an expo type event.
Well,
what do you think, Chris?
What's that? What was the question?
So competitive pinball, in a lot of cases, I feel like it's coming through somebody's house or somebody's private collection, not necessarily in a wide open public space, right? It kind of has this air of a kind of a private group sort of thing, right? Once you're in it, you're in it. But
yes.
But it's hard to find it to get into it, right?
Thank you so much.
That was my experience.
Yeah.
What's up?
And that's kind of been my take on it.
Did you get your hot sauce?
I did. I got the Kong Off 7 hot sauce and the King of Kong Perfect Score sauce. And a not maimed sticker.
I feel like I need a...
Because I'm going to slap this on my Neo Geo once he autographs it.
I need to get some... So I have some hot sauce that I've been gifted over the years. I think I need to get some hot sauce for using. I'm going to go do commerce over at the Billy Mitchell table.
Good luck.
You guys hold it down.
I'll try.
You're always welcome,
speaking of which,
thank you. I appreciate you very much.
Have you or I won the Tapper Challenge yet?
I haven't tried it. I saw. Is it on?
What is it?
N64? Is that what I saw?
It's something like that. It's over there.
It's over there. I'll run over there here in a little bit.
It's the lame root beer tapper. You want to win that one? All right, go get it.
All right.
I'll be back.
Okie doke. Hey, can you check the current score on it?
Yes. Super low.
take a quick walk around and just.
All right, I am left alone yet again. I'm so sad.
Not
and
quite.
Alone. Whoa, Arthur, from nowhere, from downtown.
From out of nowhere.
Watching Billy just break the ankles on these ghosts time and time again.
I timed it. It looks like one board is 55 seconds.
Yep.
That includes the time to get started.
Yeah, we did the math earlier. For him to complete the rest of this run, it would be about another 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
So this place closes down at 5, I believe. So,
given our special guest status, we may well be able to finish it up. Who knows?
Maybe, but that'll require a little bit of discussion. So we'll see what happens there. But he's clearly going strong. We did the math. It's 12,600 per board.
Mm-hmm.
Max possible score is about 3.3 million.
Yeah,
so we were like,
600
okay,
less than
there's about
perfect later on.
Right, and so we were like, it's 200 from when we timed it half an hour ago. It was 216 boards to go. So
yeah, that's Ben's fault.
Yeah, I blame
him too.
So yeah, we it's possible, but it'll be close. So yeah, he's just gonna keep running this pattern.
This is a good pattern to run, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, I love the little close call.
In my head, and when something goes wrong, I can see it in advance.
I am not surprised by that with how many hours you've put into this.
Yeah, I got another one that's faster.
Mm-hmm.
But when it goes wrong, it's not so visible.
Yeah.
Ah.
Here comes our whoa moment. Whoa! Keep your arms and legs inside the streaming vehicle, please.
Okay.
So, what'd you calculate out max score to be?
858 at the end of this one. Say it again.
Oh, the maximum overall score?
Oh, it'll be above 3.3 million.
Okay.
Yep.
It'll be above 3.330.
Have you rolled it yet or not yet?
No, not yet. This is still number one.
No, that's coming. I got a friend named Tim.
Uh-huh.
Friend named Tim. And if I had to give one guy credit for the guy that just sits there and runs monotonous things over and over and over again, without zoning out and,
screwing up,
having something go wrong, I'd say Tim more than anybody.
Okay, so maximum possible score is 3,333,360.
Okay.
3,333, 360.
What happened? Okay.
Interesting.
868 after this.
3,338. Wait, what was it?
3,333, 360.
We're off by a 10.
No. Oh, no, it's all threes and a 60 at the end.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was saying 4 threes instead of 5.
You're
My mistake. But you also have to account for all the ghosts in the first couple of boards. So it's 17.
Oh, I'm going to subtract his current score and figure out. Hang on.
Yeah, the start of the board would be I don't remember if I only missed one blue guy, but the start of the board would be 3,325,000. That's missing one guy.
Oh yeah. They're doing the DK rap over here.
Yeah, because DK.
I love it. Donkey Kong. No, that's later. This is Pac-Man. Let's see.
Did you find it funny that games never had ones digits? Just about the bottom score number was always a 0.
Yeah, it's a bit odd, but I think part of that is a mentality thing, right? It's why pinball tables have massively inflated values But then you play something like Dialed In, which doesn't, and it feels bad. By the way, once he breaks 1,000,000 points, he has about 185 boards to go. Arthur.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you catch that?
I did, but I'm still
trying to do math.
I'll do math.
It's not even different boards. They've run out of different boards.
It's 12,600 per stage.
Yes.
And
No, it didn't. Oh, I'm thinking of Miss Pac. Yeah, you're thinking of Miss Pac. Miss Pac-Man has different boards and shit. Right. Every That's intense. Yeah, but he doesn't.
So he's about on board 59, 60.
So right after this board, we'll be at 900,000.
Yeah, he's about on board 60, I want to say. Maybe 62. I think he's on board 62.
All right.
62 plus or minus 1.
Yeah, I would say he's about 62 because of he missed one ghost with
like
1,600. So
I wasn't paying attention. Ben said I missed one blue guy.
Yeah, just one.
So at the start of the split screen, if that's the case, it'll be 3,325,000 even.
Okay. Interesting. Huh. So it ends up worth 8,000 points to miss a ghost.
It looks like 194 levels to go. So 194 minutes. That's about 3 hours.
Well,
3 hours and change.
Lop off.
Well, hang on.
See the pattern? It takes a certain amount of time.
About 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of time between boards.
Well, I included that. So
about-
there's 10,670 seconds left. I'm just kind of curious. 177 minutes. So yeah, just under 3 hours. From last dot to last dot was 54.5 seconds by my stopwatch.
Okay. So it is about a minute with that time in between boards.
Yeah, so this should end.
If I run off pattern, then it, when I have chaos, then it'll take much longer.
And the last level will take I have
a
no
little
idea
longer.
how much time.
Well,
only about 4 or 5 minutes. About 4 minutes, I think.
Okay.
4 minutes. Yeah, because he's got to kill himself off and grab a set of pellets and then just die.
9:31 here when I finish this.
That's good math.
I'm a fan.
I'm a fan of math too.
I like mathing.
Mathing, huh?
It's my hobby.
Gosh.
Have you kill screened this game before?
Me?
Yeah.
Fuck no.
Why not?
I like Pac-Man. I like Miss Pac-Man. I prefer Miss Pac-Man with the speed hack because I'm a sucker. But the thing for me about a lot of these games, particularly the ones that you marathon or there's a set pattern that you do every single time, I just get bored. Honestly.
Yeah.
Like Galaga, once I get to a certain point, I'm like, all right, I'm kind of done playing.
I've gotten 500,000 on Galaga before, but I'm not the greatest at the game.
Right, and I feel that way about like Miss Pac. I know I can have about a 500
for the bullet thing, and then I've rolled it, but that doesn't count.
Sure. I know I can break 500,000 on Miss Pac, but I just once I hit about 200,000, that's where I'm like, okay, I'm kind of done with the game because that's where you're looping and just repeating the same stuff, and I'm bored at that point. I'm not interested in continuing to do that, So there's a level of repetition and patience that comes with this that while I am patient, I just don't have an interest in. Can you dig it?
I can dig it.
Heck yeah, man. So you like Robotron, you like Pac-Man.
Oh, I like a lot of the classic arcade titles.
Okay.
They're not my genre of go-to games.
Are there any that you got really good at? Like you said, you're pretty good at Galaga.
I would say I'm reasonably all right. Compared to someone that doesn't play video games, right, they'd be amazed at my Pac-Man skills. They are not these, though.
Right. Well, so What I was really asking is like
anything I can play forever.
Well, not that, but any that you prefer to play or are particularly good at, aside from the two we've listed.
Usually what I will do is I'll pick a game that I'm bad at and then play it every opportunity until I feel like, hey, I'm all right at this game now. I played Quantum a whole lot, and it's one of my favorite games because it doesn't have an analog in modern times, really.
I agree, yeah. There's really not anything like it.
Yeah.
Especially, well, it's a trackball game, but...
But you're drawing circles around objects while dodging other objects.
Right.
And... like most games,
the only modern analog would have been there was a game on the DS that was similar to that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't remember what it was called. Sorry.
No, but Kicks, I can kind of see it also.
Sure, it's a similar concept, but very different execution.
Yes.
Yeah. Very different obstacles, too.
But every time at Free Play Richardson lately, I've always made sure to play a few games of Quantum. And lately I've been playing Cosmotron until I can get my name on the top 10.
Yeah, I saw your
yeah, I'm 4 seconds short as of now.
On which stage?
The Arlington one. I'm just doing the first one for now, then I'll move on to the next one.
I don't really like that first stage. There's a reason I didn't throw a score on that. I don't really like it.
I'd appreciate it if you'd continue to have a score.
I mean,
so I can reach my goal.
I've kind of hit the point with that game where like I'm just not interested in running the time trials that much. I'd rather just play the game.
I believe I have exactly one score on the free play high score list. That's Mark of the Wolves, where I
thought you had more than that.
I may have more, but
on like one or two of the.
If the Street Fighter 4, the score is mine, and the top 3 scores are mine, and I could fill the whole top 10, but I don't want to crush Tommy because he's been trying to.
Yeah.
But the problem with Tommy right now is that all of the scores after like the top 3 are his, and I'm like, I should knock a few of them off, but
make him feel bad.
the real problem with that is you get points via number of hits. The more hits in a combo, the better your score is going to be.
Sure. Jab, 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 jab.
No. Honda, I can do a combo that's like 50 hits without too much of a hassle if I have full bar.
How?
Okay, so short jab, EX hands, right? You get 4 hits to start with, then 7. After EX hands, you can do jab, EX hands, jab, EX hands, jab, EX hands, jab, hands.
You don't have to like FADC any of that?
No, you're just linking after the EX hands. It's +5.
Oh, it's a link. Okay.
Yeah. Honda,
+5? Really?
What now?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Honda.
You can do anything after EX hands, can't you?
No, you can use crouch jab or crouch short. Most of Honda's moves are pretty slow.
Yeah, he's gonna come back in just a minute.
So, what was I saying? So, you can only link a couple of moves, or stand medium kick, which leads to some pretty cool enders. Because you can cancel stand medium kick into a fierce headbutt.
Let's see if we can just knock off a kill screen.
Interesting.
And we'll see what we can achieve tonight or tomorrow.
Well, he's gonna roll over the score here in just a moment.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, that was perfect. There it is.
Something to shoot for next time.
Yep. So it rolls over back to nothing. High score stays the same in the middle. But
that is awesome.
Yeah. So
I was watching the high score, not the one-player score. Like, wait, why
did that reset? Yeah. So
well, that's the maximum.
My first exposure to that was I was a teenager and my brother had a birthday party at Austin Park and Pizza. They had like go-karts and arcade games and all sorts of stuff like that. And there was a day every week or so that they would have the games on free play. And so this particular day, my brother's birthday, they had it on free play.
Patterns in this.
And so I was like, okay, I'm going to break the high score on it. And it was like 999950.
You can see it in advance.
Yeah.
Something like that. So I sit there, I go through round after round after round of Galaga. And I eventually am like,
in Northern
100 or so points away. I shoot something,
didn't go as well.
My score rolls, and I was heartbroken.
Yeah,
because I didn't.
And this one's
you didn't
really
know.
Literally,
I didn't know.
Yeah,
and also I didn't make the high score number in the middle any higher either. So I was like, I was doubly disappointed. I was like, what if I just wanted to get 9999990? Like,
yeah.
What the heck? I was so upset. I was actually really disappointed by that too.
Came up with more Chris than me on that one.
But what a shame. I used a lot of credits to get there, though. You know, one of the games that I haven't seen at Free Play that I actually would really like to is Bosconian.
I don't know that one.
No? Yeah. I had it was one of those little game-in-a-box things with the AV cables in the back, and you plug it straight into the TV. And I had that. And I actually used to play the crap out of that game. Really enjoyed it. It was just one of those games that I kind of liked. It makes me... It looks kind of similar to Sinistar. Does not play the same. Space game, right? You fly around, you shoot.
I missed the guy.
There's like
the
these
guy I missed was on second
big
key.
base things, and you have to shoot them in a specific spot to blow them up.
Yeah.
And there's enemies that chase you and stuff. That and I think it's Rally X. I also like Rally X. Haven't seen that one either. But those are two games that I've kind of been interested in seeing that I haven't.
Rally X, we had one in Versus Gameplay. They got it to work briefly, and they sold it. And I was told that right after they sold it broke. And I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you.
So, didn't Rally X have a sequel? I think it did.
I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't.
I can look it up, actually, because we have technology at our fingertips.
But yeah, that was my only experience with Rally X. Was the 20 minutes after I got working. I was really excited because it's one of the first games I'd been able to fix. There's a voltage issue.
Rally X. Oh wow, man. That was 1980. Oh yeah, there was a sequel. It was called New Rally X.
Oh, that's a good sequel name.
1981. Yeah, I really like that game. Let's see.
Every time I play games at Free Play, there's always so many games I would like to play and play more. I've played a little bit of Splatterhouse lately. That's a game that...
What do you think of Splatterhouse?
It's a lot better than the home port, which I already like.
Okay.
The home port was on TurboGrafx 16, and as a kid, my parents wouldn't let me get it because they saw me playing it in the arcade and they knew what the game was. They thought it was too violent.
What a shame.
I got it later on as a used game, whatever, a few years later. I was in high school at the time, I want to say.
Okay.
And it was kind of one of the couple of games I'd show people, hey, you should check this game out. It's pretty cool.
You've probably seen it at some point.
It is not a great game, but if you consider it at the time when it came out,
how are you?
I think that it is a respectable game.
Sure. It's hard as hell, though. Golly.
Like everything has got its patterns.
Yeah, there is an easy way to learn it and go through the exact same way every single time. But I don't know. I don't like it that much.
This looks like a less fun Sinistar from this right here.
Yeah, it's just an older.
I love Sinistar, by the way.
Game of that style.
The joystick alone is, I think, amazing, but beyond that, just the way that everything interacts together to build the Sinistar while stopping you from stopping the things from building Sinistar. I think it's a great game. But you're saying,
yeah. So I really liked this one because it had the whole radar thing going on for that age of this game, right?
Yes.
I don't know if that's like a TAS or something, but there are these bases. Yeah, that's definitely unless that was a demo. But you've got these bases that have 6 nodes on them that I don't know if they shoot at you or not, but you either pop all 6 of those or you shoot it right down the center. It's either horizontal or vertical. I definitely did that the wrong way. And it blows up, and your goal is to blow those up on each map, basically. And I don't know. It was one of those things I played a lot as a little kid because I had that plug-and-play thing that... It's just familiar to me.
I gotcha.
That's why I like it.
Sinistar is one of my favorite free-play games.
Oh, it was 1981. That was also Namco.
Oh, cool.
I mean, you can tell just because of the high score screen. But
I've been playing one of the rock and roll games, the Snake, and I can't think of the name of it right now. It'll come to me. It's in Richardson. It's in the middle row.
Nibbler?
Nibbler. I've been playing a lot of Nibbler lately.
Okay. One of the responses to Pac-Man.
Yes. Snake.
I mean,
I always just called it the Snake as a kid. That particular game I called Snake.
Snake!
Pretty much.
Let's see. There's Nibbler. There's Ladybug. There's a bunch of games that came out following Pac-Man that tried to kind of emulate
capture that feel.
Yeah, that maze game, but add to it. And gosh, like Ladybug,
that one board
I feel like tried to do a lot for what it had going for it. And I wouldn't say it's all bad, but it certainly wasn't Pac-Man. Which is what it was trying to be, right? It's trying to every single one of those games was trying to be a version of Pac-Man.
Yeah, and Pac-Man was lightning in a bottle.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Like everyone wanted to recapture it, but that's not easy.
No, not at all. But again, like it doesn't get any more obvious how to play this game than when the game starts up and you automatically move to the left and eat the pellets. It shows you how to play the game. You just have to touch the joystick. I don't think there's been another more obvious intro that I've seen.
Okay. Joining us once again is Ben Gold.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I just needed to get out. It's kind of cold in here, so I got my sweater.
Ah, good choice. You see, I showed up prepared with my jacket. I was like, it's 85 outside. It's probably going to be freezing.
I was kind of thinking, man, it's not that comfortable in here. Or it could definitely be worse.
Right. I agree.
So you see, look at this. It's the same pattern he's been doing.
Yep. He's at 1.1 million right now.
I guess he beat the free play record.
He's more than doubled it.
Oh yes,
already.
Yeah. With them first,
so this is our new free play record.
Yep.
Okay.
By far.
So what is free play going to do? Because we're going to have to cut short his game.
We might not. I'm going to speak to some people and see if we can maybe.
Yeah, Arthur's going to try to pull some strings. See what we can get.
I'm going to see if I can get that free play magic to happen.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's just see real quick though. If he's got, let's just do this math again.
He's got about an hour and 30 minutes, an hour 45, or sorry, 2
hours 40 minutes or so. It's going to end just about 7.
And do you really want to put him so where he's playing here till 7?
Well, as far as score goes,
yeah.
This is score, not time. We're beyond the third.
Right, but you still got 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I did the math on time just a little bit ago.
Yeah, just speaking of score.
But I'm fine if you guys want to start a little bit later for Donkey Kong. How long does a Donkey Kong full run take?
That takes what, 4 hours, 5 hours?
Yeah, and I was going to say that.
Well, as long as we get started by 9, if that's the case, and at free play, I can assure you there's no problem if you want to stay late.
Yeah.
I know that. Billy, are you up to staying up till 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yep.
All right. And if it takes longer than that, if you still want to keep doing it, then that's still fine with us.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
You guys at Free Play are crazy.
Oh, you're going to love it.
You wonder why I like them so much. It's a shared crazy.
So it's like, so then what time does Free Play open today?
So on weekends, it's 11 a.m.
However, today we were running a corporate event for the for a company. I don't want to say who because
that's fair.
Why not? Anyway,
sometimes there's private events, so they open later.
We opened at 10 today, but we opened to the public at, I want to say,
my jacket if you want.
2.
Okay.
Today.
So you have a corporate event where they have access to everything?
Yeah, they rented the place out, and they gave everyone some drink tickets and
oh my God. How much, if I were to be a company and I wanted to rent out your place for like 2 hours, what do you charge? How does that work usually?
It depends on the day that we're doing it, and it depends on
I guess the hours,
time of day as well.
Yeah. So like a weekend in the morning, probably not too bad. Comments? Weekend afternoon, a lot more. Well, because you've got everybody and their kids trying to come in on the weekend.
If you're trying to do it like a Saturday night, it'd be astronomical number
comparatively. Yeah.
So like because if you were gonna, does anyone ever wanted to do a wedding in there yet?
Not yet.
I'm sure somebody
will. My knowledge. We've had,
but you would have it just like any other private event.
Particularly in Denton, we've had a whole lot of photo shoots done there, where a whole bunch of aspiring models and whatnot are looking for an interesting venue to have their photos done.
Well, especially because you have UNT right there with their art school
and the design school and fashion schools and
exactly.
Wow, what an interesting idea. Okay.
So that's worked out kind of interestingly, and renting out for that is you come in during opening for $100 extra. We'll turn on some games and
you do your thing.
Yeah.
So weekdays, Monday through Friday, normal open is 3 p.m.
Tom's email was.
But weekends it's 11 a.m.
That is correct.
So
during the summer, we were actually open at 11 from
Tom's email.
July to August, I want to say.
Yeah,
7 days a week.
every day.
And that was pretty trying for us because we used those 4 hours in the morning
to prep
to fix games. That part of the illusion of free play and having everything on and working and fully operational is the effort that we throw into keeping all of our games.
So that early start is important, especially because you're fixing pins, you're cleaning stuff that might have smudges on screens or people who are sitting on the cabinet.
It is a bar, so for some reason people do occasionally enjoy pouring their beer directly into the joystick.
Despite the table thing in between every cabinet or the cup holders on the
Yeah.
pins. It's weird. But, these things happen and you got to clean stuff up. So that's what they do.
So Robbie.
Yeah. So when does so let's just say for tonight. Hey, wait a second. I heard my name, and I heard it being said in a very derogatory manner. I'm very
Robbie,
offended.
We're going to play Donkey Kong tonight. So.
Oh, and you said Ben No Show Gold is going to be there to
I didn't say that. I'm not sure if you're going to show No Show.
So as far as closing, normal close on Sunday through Thursday is 11 p.m.
Yeah.
But Friday, Saturday, they're open till 2 in Arlington. Friday, Saturday. I think Richardson is a little different. Is that right, Arthur?
Not anymore. It was a real pain, but
2 a.m.
some arm
for
wrestling.
all locations now?
We got 2 a.m. closing at Richard as well.
So at 2 a.m., are there people in the bar?
Yes.
It is a bar. There's
like people at the bar
in Dallas.
There's people
Everyone's having
playing
a good time.
fighting games.
They're playing video games. They're having some alcohol.
People there.
There would be.
This last was it last Friday or the Friday before that? I was there with a couple people. It was 90s night. I didn't show up for 90s night. I showed up because we were doing the podcast and they filmed me playing a couple games, and I ended up staying from about noon till 2 when they turned the games off, just playing Street Fighter.
Wow.
Because I was there and I didn't have anything else to do.
We have a very active
I was having
Street Fighter
fun.
2 scene.
Extremely.
Like what?
Any night.
Street Fighter 2?
Wow.
Yeah, Super Turbo. It's healthy and growing.
And what about how blaring is the music there? Or is
Depends on the night.
There is music, and usually on a weekend night, it is louder than it is at other times. But it's
bearable. You're not having to yell at somebody to talk to them.
I think you'll like the soundtrack too.
And at
the playlist
during parties is really where it's loud. That's the only time where it might actually be, loud. But for the most part, it's not excessive in any way.
So do people? Is that like a meeting place for people? Because it's funny to think that I don't know. I didn't realize. I always thought of. I guess barcades typically hadn't made it.
Sure.
A lot of them went under, and so it's interesting to see one that's thriving.
So when you say like a meeting place, do you mean, we're going to go hang out at the arcade?
Or just where people meet other people? Is it more like people are in groups and they kind of know each other and they're there to just
It's a bit of both, right? Because the community group spawned from itself, from Chris running events, from just stuff going on. And I got pulled into this group, and a lot of really close friends I have now are a result of showing up to the arcade and just hanging out.
Wow.
And being there for the events and stuff.
Because that's kind of where I used to be with the old arcade.
Yeah.
It was the same kind of thing where we just show up, start playing, and I met people.
And people show up and they talk to you. Yeah, that's exactly what goes on. And it's really cool to me. It's always been such a, I don't know, it's fascinating to me. It's always been really fun. Because, seriously, some of my closest friends now have been a result of going to the arcade.
Wow.
Well, there's some things that plenty of friendly places there.
And have you been to all of them? Have you been to the Richardson one?
Yes, I spent a lot of time at each of them. Mostly the one here in Arlington because it's the closest one to me. Because I live in downtown Fort Worth.
Okay.
I'm occasionally in Denton. I went to school up there, and I have friends that are up there, so I'll stop in there every now and then.
Where's the one in Richardson located?
The one in Richardson is off Beltline Road. From 75, you just head straight east, basically, and it's right there.
Beltline and what?
Arthur, do you know?
Because I pass
street
every day. My folks live on Beltline and Hillcrest, so I always.
Beltline and Plano.
What?
Beltline and Plano. It's a little bit east of Beltline and 75.
Oh,
it's in Richardson.
East.
Yeah,
yes.
east.
So it's east of 75, not west. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beltline and Plano. Gosh.
It's right before Beltline and Jupiter. It's in between those two big streets.
Gotcha. I know where that is exactly.
The one in Arlington is, I don't know, a mile from here?
Yeah, it's
diagonally across.
It's seriously like 5 minutes away.
Depending on Cowboy Stadium traffic, that's true.
Cowboys traffic, sometimes Rangers traffic, and all of the road construction that goes on.
There's no Rangers traffic because the season's over for them, right?
Right, currently. And they're building that new stadium. I'm sure you saw as you came in.
What new stadium?
They're building a new stadium across from the old stadium.
Yeah,
Why?
$1 billion stadium because it's too hot to play in the sun.
But I mean, really, are they going to rip down the old stadium? Or
No, it's being
what are they
turned
doing
into
with
an
Globe?
XFL stadium.
What are they doing there?
They're playing minor league football with body slams. Don't you remember XFL, the
I've never
early
heard of it.
aughts high school level football?
So it's
owned by
baby
Ed
rugby.
McMahon, the WWE wrestling guy, Ed McMahon.
So it's baby rugby.
Ed McMahon's football league is what it is.
Oh my God,
that's funny.
So why would they build a new why isn't two big stadiums enough?
Because
they have a ton of money.
No, that's not why it is. Because the billionaires decide, I need a new vanity project. City of Arlington, please fund my new vanity project. No, I won't pay for it myself, and it's mine, by the way.
And it'll bring you money.
And that's not exactly true.
I know. Yeah.
The Rangers, silly. I don't think are going to make more money by having a new stadium.
No.
But they sure are spending $1 billion of taxpayer money.
Yeah, but I do have to say, AT&T Stadium is extremely cool. Have you been in there?
Yeah, but I mean,
look,
I don't really want to talk about this.
I'm with you.
Probably the wrong side of everything.
But like, all things aside, I'm not a big sports fan myself. I still think it is an extremely cool stadium, personally. It's a very fascinating and awesome piece of architecture.
Certainly.
If nothing else.
It absolutely is.
That's my take. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
And here we see Billy doing the same pattern again.
Yeah, he's doing it again. He's going, okay, let me do the narration here because I think, we'll wait for it to go to the next one.
Let's get it exciting for a moment as we lead into it, as he comes around that corner.
Yes, because we have no idea what's going to happen. But how does this sound? When he does the next screen, I'll do the narration.
Okay.
Make it sound like it's exciting.
Whoa!
That's right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a formal narration of Billy Mitchell. So, as we see, Billy Mitchell is now starting one of his important screens. He goes right, he goes down, and they're coming after him. He goes up, and he has faked them out. It's to the left, to the right, to the up. Okay, now Billy is about to pull one of his famous moves. He goes for the key. That's 5,000 points. He is heading to the down. He has got the entire down. Now we have got the entire bottom quarter done. He's going through the tunnel. They are after him, but no, he backs him up.
Back in the tunnel.
He gets them back in the tunnel, and they're back in the tunnel again. Nope, they were going the other way. Nope, this is getting very dramatic here. Can he finish it?
They're hot on the tail. Hot on the tail.
They've got him. Oh my God! He gets away and he gets the key. Oh, what an amazing finisher! Can Billy finish it? He has got them backed up. He's got them away. He's only got 10 more dots. It is 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's got
it. Bravo, sir.
Excellent.
Now you go.
Oh, geez. Stuff is happening. That's the best I got.
How was that for narration, Billy?
I didn't hear. You got to do it again.
Oh, I was narrating, man.
He was on fire.
I was on fire.
Not as on fire as this Pac-Man. Pac-Man.
This is like, now we're over the violent area, and now it's just a question of getting exercise.
Yep. This is interesting times. Well, I'm going to take my own quick little walk around, so
go for it.
Excuse me a moment, please.
Hope you find something you're interested in.
Now, Is anyone actually going to get? Are we actually going to like? Do you think somebody will get to this part of the actual video?
I do believe that we have our ardent fans.
So why don't we do this?
Billy Mitchell.
Why don't we put like an Easter egg? Like can't you guys at Free Play offer some sort of special bonus to the first person that gets to this part of the video?
Corey, C-O-R-Y.
Like a free entrance.
C-O-R-E-Y. Say hi to the world.
I will personally buy a beer to the first person that asks me to buy them a beer because they told me that they were watching this stream. That's what I can do.
No,
this guy.
Doesn't count.
This guy works here.
That doesn't count.
All right.
What is that?
This is a handheld Super Nintendo called the Superboy. It is a neat little device. It is going to help me to
very good.
Right around the way.
find.
Okay.
Does it charge up?
Thank you
is
very
it charged?
much.
It's got some battery.
We'll be here all weekend.
I haven't turned it on in like 10 years.
Oh, intriguing. I hope it's working.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. So I am going to try to find a copy of
I gotta run to the spot again.
A game that I really like, Final Fantasy 3 on Super Nintendo 6.
Okay.
Later on it was called, because in Japan they didn't release 2, 3, or 5, but whatever.
Yeah.
This particular game I had as a kid, and I have another one now. The one that I had as a kid had a glitch in it that was really neat and is recreatable, where, to drone on about it for a little bit, there's a character named Realm who's an artist, and she has an attack. It's a menu-driven game where you have your characters on one side and the enemies are on the other. You have to fight goblins and whatnot.
Right.
And the character Realm is an artist, and she will draw a picture of an enemy, and it'll look up that enemy's attack on its enemy attack table, whatever, and it'll use one of that enemy's attacks. There's another character named Gal who will learn things from enemies, and he will jump out of the party. And
okay, we're ready. Yeah,
he'll jump out of the party, and then after you fight a few more fights, he will come back at the end of a fight, and it gives you one round to do an action. If your action is to have Realm draw the picture of Gal, the game will look it up, and not understand what to do, corrupt the memory, and hilarious things can happen based on a lot of different factors that I don't really understand. As a kid, I tried to figure it out, and I couldn't. But it would sometimes put weird characters in your parties, and sometimes equip items that you can't use in weird ways. So you try to fight someone with your weapon being a healing potion, it would just freeze the game. And funny things like that would happen. Well, as a kid, I lent it to a friend of mine, and he moved away. I never got my copy of the game back. So I bought another copy a few years later and didn't have the glitch. And I'm like, well, that's a shame. Oh, well, whatever. A little bit of time passes. I decided I wanted to get a copy of this game with the glitch. I asked around, couldn't find one. I was talking to my girlfriend about it, and my fiance, excuse me.
Yeah.
And it's one of her favorite games as well, and she wanted me to get a copy of the game. So the last time they had one of these retro game big convention swap meet things, I tested every game that they had if I had the glitch at the whole event, and sure enough, none of them did. And now I'm really curious. Can I find it again? They're out there? I know this. I'm not making anything up.
Have you looked it up on the internet?
I scoured eBay for a while, and no one was selling like glitched version of the game. No one seems to know, and so the only way to find out is to test it. And so Matt was kind enough to lend me his little handheld Game Boy.
And so now you can test the cartridges here?
Yes, hopefully. I need to charge it up for a little bit, though. If you'll excuse me, I'm just going to plug it in real quick.
Okay. Billy Mitchell. It's just you and me now, man. What are you going to do?
What are you doing on that show business over there?
I'm not sure. I'm kind of... how many people are watching your Twitch right now?
A little over 10,000.
I don't believe you. Where's the...
Oh, boy, we got chaos. Big trouble now.
What?
Big trouble now.
Oh, really?
I run off pattern.
How can you see the number of people that are concurrently on?
No, I don't. I asked my wife.
So you're reading the comments, actually?
Yeah, well, we have chaos here. So, if anybody wants an autograph, it's a good time. Damn.
So is this hard now that you got it?
Look how far I got. I only got that far. Yeah, this is hard. It won't get any harder than this.
Really? This is harder than when you blink and you got to get all four? Did you want a picture with him?
We already got one.
You already have one, because I was going to say, right now, they can't see him, so he can take a break. But then when he starts, now he has started his adventure.
You don't have to worry. We got chaos.
Isn't that like that All-State Mayhem guy?
Yep.
So it looks like they modeled the Pac-Man to be able to solve. So it looks like they modeled the Pac-Man machine so they could pause it. I bet
Well, he's at 1.3 million right now. So the perfect game is 3.3 million. So he's got like another 2 hours of playing to get to the final screen. Yeah.
Okay.
But he's very upset because he missed one of the ghosts. So it's an imperfect Pac-Man.
Come on this way. Be careful. Say hi to the world.
Hello, world. Is this on your website?
Oh, it's on the stream, yeah. That lady over there will tell you how you can watch it whenever you want.
Yeah, get a picture.
Sure. Is that it? Is that all we need? Oh.
Mind if I sign this?
100%.
Henry. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Sure.
Ooh, come on up tight. Thank you very much.
Picture of you?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
It's an honor to meet you.
May I put my arm around you?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's an honor to meet you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, more.
Man, you are popular today, Billy.
Well, I am Billy Mitchell, Ben.
I figured that.
Ooh, no, I got it. Ooh, so let's sign here.
And then I won't ask you to sign all this stuff. Maybe just these two. Yeah.
Okay. My Kong off.
It's okay.
Ben, while I sign this, can you take over playing?
Sure.
There you go.
Mr. Chaos, right?
Picture?
100%.
Nope, I don't want to get him in trouble.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. So, thank you, sir. Thank you. Nice meeting you. 100%.
Anyway.
Nice phone.
Oh my god, we're actually.
All right.
Thank you.
Sir.
You betcha. Oh boy. Come on, Ben. What are we gonna do here?
So this is my suggestion, Billy. Can you outrun them?
Your suggestion is not to run into any guys, huh?
Yes, I was going to say eat all the dots and don't get eaten by a ghost. Okay, pretty important information.
It's like people say, any advice? Yeah, don't run into anybody.
So in this case, you make the power buttons at the end because they can help you to reverse the calls to them, right?
Right.
You got it.
I was gonna find out maybe 6 for 35 and maybe 5 some stuff for 6. I tried to go back to tip and I almost ran out.
I don't have Mega Man 6. At some point I'm probably going to pick it up. And I'm dealing with the NES one.
And I couldn't find Mega Man 7 or Super 10. That was hard.
I don't like that comparison. I think it's not a very good game.
Oh, come on.
I think X is really good. X2 is really good. I don't like X3.
Wow, now this is really hard here.
I gotta go down into this deep corner. Moving slow like this.
You did it, dude. Okay. Chaos is over.
Okay. That's 1.3 million before we hit chaos. That's where most games end for Pac-Man players, trying for perfect. You can't survive the chaos.
You ever seen an almost perfect Pac-Man?
It's like, this is my holy grail right there, so I'm going all in for him to win. And yes, he plays it way better than I do. I'll give you that.
That's right, I play it way better than he does too.
I was rooting for the ghost, but...
I'm gonna shoot for a challenge between
There you go, come on up here. You can see the stream. You can talk to them. They'll have questions for you. So.
Now I notice actually the stream.
Whoa, chaos again.
Did you do it again?
Come on, I did it again.
Are you gonna do it? Are you up for it?
Yeah.
Okay, see how distracting we are? This is good, man. Good for the ghosts. Bad for timing.
Man, I got chaos again. What the hey?
Is there this much chaos in the Mitchell household?
I do what Nintendo. Hello.
Yeah, Joe said, I think Joe's talking to you there.
Joe.
He's not talking to me.
He's not talking to me.
What is that?
He's like, hello, cute.
Joe's
Hello.
talking to somebody.
How you doing? That's cute.
So is it true what they say? You're that lady they talk about who owns Xbox. That's you?
No.
Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to get Joe happy here.
She's a distracting lady. That's funny.
Well, I live with that every day of my life, as you can see here.
I mean, she's beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, are we going to be able to do this, Ben?
Well, let's see. What's the plan here? Okay, we're gonna number one, avoid the ghost.
Does Ben Gold always have a plan?
So
It's interesting that you stayed in a corner and they somehow didn't.
Oh yeah, that was on purpose.
I've never seen that.
See, I want to gather them reasonably together here. But I got a key that's going to pop out. And I got
says, I don't know how to say that. UATU42 says he plays way better than everyone. And then, hi cutie, and oh my god. I wonder who's the nurse. What are you referring to the nurse? There is no nurse here. Billy, take care of the lady first, then worry about the game. He's taking care of her. She's taking care of him too. She's reading the chat. I think they're talking to you. Yeah, because they say he's your cutie. That's cute.
Because he said he's called you cutie, and then Bill said he's not talking about me, and then I told him, well, he is cute, so you wouldn't be wrong.
That's funny.
Well, you're making it interesting, Billy.
I know, right?
Are you coming afterwards to the to free play?
Yes, I am. I will. I'm looking forward to it, actually.
I got the red guy sped up. I got to be careful here. I got to get him back
If I'm not
behind.
mistaken, there's going to be one set up over there, right? Or will this already?
It'll be Donkey Kong.
Oh, it's yeah.
Oh, that's funny. He says you look like Gina from Scarface, Tony's sister.
Oh, really? Okay, so I didn't read it. He says, no, we're talking to you. We can't. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's the first time someone says that, but yeah, I can see resemblance.
Okay, now you got it.
Now that's gonna make me want to watch Scarface, just to see it.
Okay.
That's chaos twice.
That is a high score.
Well, Billy, just keep to your pattern, man.
Yeah, I just wasn't paying attention in that corner. Same corner twice.
He says, yeah, she kind of does. She's act like a normal. It's the same. Oh.
In that case, you wouldn't want to meet her brother.
I mean, what is normal? Define normal, really. What is normal?
Well, I know what it's not. It's not standing to the left of me.
Okay, Gina.
I know, right? I'm like, what is normal?
Oh, that's Gina from Scarface.
Oh, wow.
I see the hair is a little bit there.
I can tell. Well, maybe the nose.
Curly hair.
Yeah, curly hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Gina.
Oops, wait, you got it there.
Gina in the house.
So is it just...
She's a very beautiful lady, by the way. Gina.
Oh, I thought you meant my wife.
She's beautiful too. I wonder, is she still alive?
I would think so. She was pretty young then, and that was what? It's been a while, but.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's been like
I know, right? That's
Does
what I
it
was
ever
asking.
get
I'm like,
boring,
is she
Billy,
alive?
to just sit here and go through the same
so,
motions
right?
over and over
It's
again?
monotonous.
What?
We would need to look
Monotonous,
that up
yeah.
to see if she's
That was
still alive.
83, the movie.
Oh, yeah, she probably is still
So this
alive.
board's going to put us at 1.4, Ben.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, she looks like she was maybe in her 20s or 30s? Yeah.
In the movie, she played a 20-year-old, but they're never younger than their true age, but
True.
okay, Ben.
Yeah, she was born in 1950.
is
You know,
right
I did a
now.
full narration on one of your
61?
screens. Immortal.
Antonio Montana.
Huh. That's interesting. I wonder how she looks now. Let me see.
Somebody just asked, is that 3.4 million?
Beautiful lady.
If it is, we've made history.
Well, she looks the shape. Yeah, she hasn't changed much, honestly. She looks equally beautiful.
In the movie, she had a tough life. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, really?
I never saw Scarface.
Yeah, me too. I need to sit down actually. And
Everybody dies except the mama. Why do you have to destroy everything that comes your way? Large Garm, sir. That's some serious skill. Who's up there talking, Ben?
Let's see.
I don't know. Who is Joe? Which one is he? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that. So, the one that said that is, I don't know how to pronounce that. It's UATU42.
Yeah, no, we we try to learn the names, but some people don't have names. They got other
Some
stuff.
people don't have names. Some people have codes. Codes for names. Which is cool. Don't get me wrong. Okay, so he says that I'm Joe. The one that's...
Yeah,
Joe,
but do I know him?
I'm Joe.
No, I think isn't that Joe? Isn't that the guy from Tappers?
He said he was.
Yeah, I think so.
And then Star Castle Zookeeper
Yeah.
wants to know is your hair real?
It's not real, guys.
It's I don't know.
Well, he's asked me
Be
the
the
same.
judge of it.
He's asked me the same question before. So.
Who has?
No, not him, but other people.
Is it or is it not? That's the question of the day, guys.
But Mr. Starcastle Zookeeper, where do you live again?
Send me your address.
No, I mean he's on the stream a lot. He is. Can't recall if he's Canada or St. Louis or I forget. He'll answer. He's a talker.
it.
He's a good talker.
Kill scream that.
Hey,
night
Evelyn?
You were there, Billy. Something.
Yeah.
You said something about a night that you were there.
Yeah, you're talking about Joe. Yeah, he was at Tappers. Cocaine's a hell of a drug. I'll take your word for that. I'm not.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I've never
I got
tried
no
it.
experience on my own. But
Why does it matter where I live?
oh no, I just
Because
remember he's told me before,
because
and
they're
I
gonna
just
send you
don't
something.
recall.
Just kidding.
No, he's a great guy. He's one of the most frequent viewers on the stream.
Should
Matter of
I
fact,
go to Midwest Gaming Con in April with a baby due in May? Well, if you're not having contractions and your doctor says that everything is fine.
Maybe that would be a bad idea.
Yeah, I know. So
He's a husband.
you could or you could not. I don't know.
Wait, if it's a husband, should I go to the Midwest? Do you want to stay married?
Exactly.
That's my question.
I mean, I suggest keeping that ring on that finger.
I thought he meant should I go to it, meaning it's in Milwaukee. I live in Milwaukee. I say yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, if it's something local.
But like if it's the husband and the wife is pregnant, then
Oh.
Are you free play again? Nope. No kids.
Yeah, he lives in Milwaukee. You should take her there.
If it's something local.
Yeah, you can have a baby. Name him Blinky.
Oops.
Just tell them to stay safe, keep the mirrors.
Yeah, right?
You're in India now?
No, but Walter will go to India eventually.
How's Walter doing? I haven't talked to him in a while.
Well, he's part way to Indy. He's over in Portland. Who knows? Maybe he'll just keep on going.
So is he? Have you talked to him today?
Last night.
What do you?
He was betting you wouldn't show.
So how much money did you bet him?
I bet him a popcorn. No, I'm just teasing.
So what did they say?
No, yeah, you ready?
He said he's in Milwaukee.
Give me about, he's where?
He said that he's in Milwaukee.
Oh, okay.
Joe. And then another guy said he's in New York. No, he's too far.
How do you know that they don't see you now?
I mean, it's a good gaming con. That
We're ready?
It's really good.
Oh boy. We got Miss Pac-Man.
Oops.
We got Baby Pac-Man. We got Professor Pac-Man. May I put my arm around you?
Yes.
We got an unhappy Pac-Man. Okay, you bet.
You're a lot taller in real life.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You're very
You'll be
welcome.
here tomorrow, right?
I will.
And they've been taking care of you?
Things are good.
Okay.
They forgot the pizza. That was it.
Oh.
That's right. Tomorrow we got it. No, we're fine.
No?
They did. They brought us something. So, thank you very much.
All right. Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now Ben will find a reason why he can't make it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to be on a plane to California. Is that a good reason?
Probably reasonably good.
What?
Can't you give commentary from the plane?
I don't know.
Hey, what I'm wondering is,
Right.
when they say, "Oh, we got to go because it's 5:30."
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll leave the electricity on. I can just put it in a hiding spot.
Well, well, the problem is, there's a chance though. Have you ever let it go for 24 hours or?
I've let it go for over a month.
And it stays? Then why don't we do that? Hey,
you got to talk to your buddy.
Is it possible that
Be excellent
when
to each
it's
other.
5:30,
Amen.
if we just are allowed to leave the power on, then he can continue?
That is impossible.
It is?
Yeah, the power's running through my power supply.
Oh, so there's no way to. Okay, so it's running.
Now, Ben, you should have thought of this in advance.
However, I spoke with some persons that helped me speak with the guy that's running a jig, and as soon as he's on the panel on the train, we should stick around.
All right, whatever they say is what we'll do. We're gonna have
I
fun.
say
We're gonna
make
have
him-
fun here. Or we're gonna have it at the arcade.
I say make him come back to next
For the
year
fun, for the money,
to
for the
set
glory?
real record. Punish him.
Mostly for the money.
And we'll just call you Mr. Imperfect Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Mr. Imperfect. Hey, it's perfectly
Hey,
fine.
Ben, how about you? What do you?
I mean, you started it calling it that, right?
For the glory,
Yeah.
what's your thought?
What are the odds?
That's right.
What you up to? Which one?
Wait, what is that?
Oh, a little rough. Hello.
I don't want to.
Hello. Hello.
You're not gonna.
Welcome back. Hello, Mr. Delp. That's
Wait,
not me.
They want to buy?
Mrs. Delp.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I suppose.
Okay.
That's not me either. Michael
Have a
Beltran?
quick Ben Gold bio.
No. Michelle Beltran?
Okay, that would be incredible. Yeah. So if you look us up, if you say Ben Gold video games on Google, you'll see some stuff. But basically, Billy and I were in Life magazine together. We've known each other 37 years now.
I've been to
And next,
Two.
what?
Too long.
37 years too long.
You ready, sir?
Yep.
Yes.
Come on this way.
And
Say hi to the street
yeah,
while
one
Ben's
that's
talking.
incredible.
Keep talking.
Why should I keep talking? You're taking
Ready?
pictures. And we had spent the entire
Who are you?
1983
I'm the
traveling.
one that got
around-
away.
Thank you very much.
Barely made it out of the
appreciate it
maze
very much,
alive.
sir.
I'm still here. Or, well, undead.
Very good. My name is Billy. That's my wife Evelyn.
Whatever it is. Barely made it out.
And you don't want to know him.
Not alive.
He's got to get back by 8
Alive.
o'clock though, for
Alive.
because he's he's only allowed out during the day.
What?
Oh no, you got a weekend pass.
For me?
Yeah.
So, Billy, I have to decide here.
Is he even the really Billy Mitchell?
Well, is he the real Billy Mitchell?
I
does
heard
look a lot like Palmer.
I heard he lost in a lookalike contest. So
It's true.
You lost to Billy Mitchell lookalike contest?
I came in second.
You came in second?
That's still not winning.
Southern Fried Gaming Expo. The one that won was a girl.
That's impressive.
Did you compete?
Well,
who had better hair?
I did or not. It was her husband who was the guy with the microphone. So I lost $1,000 cash prize.
Wow.
I think it was fixed.
That's enough.
Sounds
money to make
fixed
people
to me.
cheap, man. No, it was in Southern Fried Gaming Expo, and she was. You can see the picture on the internet.
Southern Fried Gaming Expo. I guess that's one way to refer to a gaming expo.
Southern Fried Gaming Expo. Okay.
I don't know if I like my games fried.
I am tired.
Sounds like you're Southern Fried.
I'm the one playing, and he's the one tired.
And it's more exhausting to watch you play than to play.
You're wearing him out, Billy.
I play Donkey Kong for a few hours.
I don't know if he'll stay awake.
I don't know if I'm going to make it through your entire, but I'm already... I have to get up early tomorrow, man. Got a busy day, but...
Oh, sorry.
Well, clearly Billy's busy right now, setting this score. Destroying it, actually. He's tripled the free play score so far. Still going strong. This is a video game.
5:35.
Almost halfway there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says. Isn't it lovely? Yeah. That's a Pac-Man. And he's moving around those ghosts.
Ben, what's going on in the chat?
Oh, I haven't been... Let me see.
Haven't been looking.
Whatever happened to the Billy Dwarf?
Billy Dwarf. Who's that?
Neil.
What do you got here?
So the lady with the crying baby, she makes glasses. She has a thing over there.
Oh, wow.
And this is 2 of the Pac-Man ghosts on glasses.
Wow. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
My God, lots of people. Joe is in Milwaukee. Got to them in New York.
Well, sometimes people interact more when they know that you'll read it to me or whatever.
It's like the babyist. Oh yeah, that would be incredible. That's poor. What arcade turns off? Whatever happened to the Billy Dwarf? That's the only thing that's new. What is the Billy Dwarf?
I think that's Neil, and Neil is fully occupied, being in trouble. But besides that,
who's Neil?
Oh, he's a little guy that looks like Mario. He, to be honest, his grandmother passed, and so he's a little occupied.
Okay.
Occupado.
Yeah, no, he's around. He just taking care of his grandma's estate.
Okay.
So. I think he's going to be at Free Play Florida.
Wow. So you have to go like the pattern. You do like over 200 and how many screens are the actual pattern?
235 of the
235. Yep.
Of the slow boards.
So literally you have 20 screens that take 2 hours, and then after that,
so about 3.5.
Talking to people and taking breaks and all that.
Yeah.
4 hours of this.
What's it say up on the stream now?
Let me see. What does it say on the stream now? Billy Mitchell, how is Walter Day doing? He is another person I'd like to meet.
Well, he's in Portland at the Portland Comic-Con this weekend. And the next time I would be with him, I believe, is Free Play Florida in Orlando, if all that schedules out well. And What else? And probably Bloomington, Indiana in January. We're going to be at almost 1.6 at the end of the next one.
So then is that Neil you're talking about? Yes. I wonder what happened to him as well.
Yeah, he's playing with his grandmother's estate.
Okay.
He got his hands fully full.
I know.
Fully full, as opposed to partially full.
Okay. Working to...
Gobble, 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 he says.
Show me the money.
Show me the 5,000 point key. The key to the 5,000 points.
Hey, Ben,
yes?
Can you see if those people need help over there? My wife's in the bathroom.
Oops, I will.
Thank you.
Let me see what I can do. I can sell Billy Mitchell stuff, okay? I want my commission.
He's not aware.
Hey!
Putting the mic straight down. It's painful. So many people don't realize you're talking into the thing. They just go.
Can I take a picture with you?
100%. Let me get it in a hiding spot, okay?
I always look over. I'm like, putting it down. And it stays muted, and then somebody picks it back up. Yeah. Well, and you'd think they would realize that it's muted when they pick it up by not hearing themselves, but
Well, it looks like you better sell
what is you gonna do? What be the doing?
Well, we're up to 1.6 billion right now.
Sir, photo.
Billion.
Million. In about 50,000
billion.
points, thereabouts, 5 stages. We will be halfway done points-wise with the run.
We'll be here tomorrow.
Oh, my.
Thank you very much.
Oh, whoa. What's this? Man, those ghosts sound like they're freaking out.
So let's see, what else do we have up here?
Yeah, there's like a small Comic-Con in Bloomington.
What's going on in Bloomington?
Yeah, there's a show there. And, no, but it's not. It's in Bloomington, Illinois.
Illinois.
South of Chicago.
Illinois? You're a bad man.
Only the illest of noise.
Oh, man. Pac-Man just chomping away. Does he ever get full?
Well, after about 256 screens, he does.
Is that what happens at the end of it all?
Yeah, he's like, he just keels
barfs
over.
up a mess.
He keels over and just dies. He doesn't even barf. He just dies.
So far, so good. I missed one blue guy, I think.
How do
That's what
you
Ben
like
said anyway.
Free play arcade.
He's probably lying.
How, Arthur? How do you like it?
Head of the window?
How do you like free play arcade?
I like it a lot. I was trying
It's
to
one
buy,
of those things you can ask 3 different ways.
I was trying to buy a couple of CPS2 A boards off of a player from Arcade Projects.
Okay. Was that here?
No, it was a forum.
Okay.
And I messaged him, and he wrote me back saying he'd already made arrangements to sell one of them. He'd be happy to sell the other, and he was a big fan of Replay and was there at the spring series. I'm like, awesome.
Oh, wow. That's really cool.
I don't know.
It's a great name for it.
Neat.
Why don't you send a message to Casey? Because
Were you buying them for yourself or for free play?
For free play.
Okay. Okay.
So
That's cool.
Yeah, we're trying to. I'm trying to help make sure that we have enough for both free play Fort Worth and free play Dallas.
Sure,
because right now it seems like we have not quite enough.
5.
Ooh, okay.
At some point,
Kind of tricky then.
big guys with guns might come over and say, "Get out of here."
Big guys with guns come over to the Pac-Man machine. They're like, give me the pack.
Gotta eat me them keys.
Give me them keys.
Between 6 and 7,
This is my
I could actually,
Pac-Man now.
reach the end.
Show me the keys.
So we'll see. See how efficient everybody is. And if I had it plugged in to an outlet, I could leave it tomorrow and I could finish it. I put it in a hiding spot. But they plugged it in the wrong way.
Yeah, a two-day split on a Pac-Man semi-perfect game would be kind of odd, I think. Just my opinion.
Yeah, we usually
but my opinion.
Steal a tablecloth from somebody.
Oh, that was a good sound.
Clatter of metal.
Love it.
No dice.
Yeah, no shit.
We've had 2 boards of chaos. Other than that, it's been smooth and by the numbers. The big M. M stands for money.
Hey man, video games are big deals.
Oh boy. This might not work. I might be behind on this one. Nope, so far so good. Stay on target. Stay on target. It's away. Oh boy, we're gonna have 1,699,000 at the end of this.
Oh wow. 1699.
I can grab you one of those big blue tablecloth things.
Oh wow, thank you very kindly. Evelyn, is he with the show? Because I just want the show to know that we can go at any time that, you know, we don't want to be burdensome. You know, people want to go home or whatever they want to do. I just never seen a show that ends at 5. Sometimes I've done panels start at midnight.
Do I leave the hot sauces on the table or put those away?
No, leave them. I'm wondering if we should bring anything with us. Huh? When we go to free play, should we bring anything with us? Anything? Headshots? Anything? I don't know. Maybe just photos. I don't know.
They're talking about if they should bring anything to free play, headshots, hot sauce, whatever. If you want to raise that, curious.
Good news. I spoke with Jay. We are good to stay until kill screen has occurred.
Oh boy, I was hoping he'd throw us out. I wouldn't have to do this.
Well, if you want, we could retract that statement. I could say, I'm sorry, Jay is kicking us out. We got to go.
I've come this far. I'll keep going.
All right. Glad to hear. You're over halfway there, score-wise.
Yep.
That's always nice.
Excuse me. We got chaos.
Uh-oh. Chaos.
Same corner. What's going on? What the heck's going on in that corner? Okay, what do we got on the stream? Oh boy, King D-Bag. Hey, Jared, sorry. Yeah, we missed a ghost. That's what Ben said, but you know Ben. Ben's just trying to cause riffraff. Hey Ben, we got chaos. You think I'll get it done?
Can I grab one of these? So now I get to see Billy every time I work on my computer.
I got that.
I'm not sure if that's a punishment or if that's a...
I was like, I'm just going to use additionals actually. I mean, I'm going to use these.
You going?
Are you coming? So are you...
I'm going to go change because I'm sick of being cold.
Yeah, but why don't I just call you when we're about ready to go kill screen, and then you come back, and then we'll get there however we get there. I don't know how we get there, by the way.
I've got a car.
Well, I guess that's probably how we get there.
Okay. So you've still got a ways to go to get to kill screen, my friend.
How far, sir?
You'll be happy to learn that my necklace, I lost it somehow.
Is that good or bad?
It's one of my necklaces, and it wasn't real, but I really wanted it. Oh well.
Got it. It is massive chaos.
So we lost one.
Quick death, but he had 2 dots left on that screen. 4 lives.
From a point of view, the missing of the of that fourth ghost is actually more damaging than dying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, what, a life is worth 40 points? Something like that?
90 points.
90? Okay.
I think it's 90. That
Yeah, Ben was saying, oddly enough, a missed ghost early in the run is actually far more damaging than a death.
2 dots left.
Death is about 90 points.
Because my wife left.
40, 90 points, something like that. No. Yeah, I had to get that one. I'm going to get it signed. I'm going to get it signed. It was on his phone. I'm going to get it signed. This is not Billy the Joker.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Evelyn. Yeah, I know that, Joe. We find ways to humor ourselves here. So what I should do is, everybody likes when I tell stories, I should tell a Ben Gold story. So, I meet Ben in November 1982. Okay, he's a 16-year-old punk. We all are. Okay? And there's one guy there who's claiming various scores on various games, and it just ain't true. Oh yeah, the car story. Oh boy, that's a rough one. And so what happens is, this guy's talking about Tempest, and he's telling the cameraman, who doesn't know anything about video games, well, you see, you play Tempest, and when you become such an elite player, you play on a level that's so high and so difficult that everything comes out of the screen so much, so fast, that if you can survive for just a moment, you hit the super zapper, killing most everything on the screen with just a little cleanup. Okay, none of that story's true. None of it. I don't even play Tempest. But I'm just listening to the guy talk. A few of us are listening. Out of camera shot. And Ben's standing there with me, next to me. And we're all just sitting there sort of silent, looking like, what's going on here? What's this guy talking about? Except Ben. Ben's like, nah, man. Nah. That's bullshit, man. Nah, this guy's full of shit, man. And the thing is, you can hear Ben through the microphone of the camera that's interviewing him. Later on, I saw the film footage. It was a riot. Because this guy's asking the questions. The other guy's answering the questions. And every time the guy answers the question, you can hear Ben giving his critique, which Ben was correct, by the way. But it was just wild. Without giving names, Ben, I'm talking about the Tempest deal. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
He says, when you play Tempest at this elite level, all you have to do is survive just a little bit. There's so much on the screen. Everything comes at you so fast. You survive that little bit. Then, all you do is hit the super zapper, which kills most everything on the screen. You might just have a little cleanup. And Ben's sitting there, nah, man. Nah, this bullshit, man. Who the hell's this guy? And the thing was, you were right.
Wait a second. Did you hear that on camera?
Yeah.
I have to see that.
You have to see that, nothing.
I haven't seen that before. I've heard you say that story many times before.
Yeah, well, you know where it is 1 year, like around 1990 or in that area.
Yeah.
We get the 2 million, and that's good. It means we only got to roll it one more time. What happened was they Walter wanted to give Steve a birthday present.
Yeah.
So Walter had his film guy, the older gentleman.
Yeah.
Put together a little film of, the different times. Yeah, Lewis, of the different times and such that we spent in Ottumwa, and the fun we had at Life magazine, and that's incredible, and the governor's visit and all that. So Steve calls me laughing hysterically, because it's put together, because Steve wasn't at Life magazine.
Right.
And he's laughing hysterically at everything that happened. And he's playing it out loud, and I can hear you talking, or not talking. Hey, man, who the hell is this guy? This guy's full of shit, man. But the point is, you were right. Oh. Yeah, there were a few guys there that were kind of fish out of waters. And the thing was, they were good guys and they were good players. And there was no reason to exaggerate their scores. Like Ben, the guy I'm talking about, he's really good, man. I don't need to say who here on the stream.
Oh, you mean, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
So my point is, he's really good. I don't see why he had to go further with the silliness. You know what I mean?
Totally agree. I'm always thinking you're going to get caught right there. Have you ever gotten, like, when you're doing the pattern and then you think that everything is
The first time I tried for a perfect score, at 1.7 million, I got run down there. I didn't even get inside. I have no idea how, why, or what had happened.
Have you looked at the video of it?
Nope.
Never, really?
There was no video then. That was at Fun Spot, and the whole world standing behind me. Had I gotten it, I would have gotten a perfect score 8 weeks earlier. Whew. Come on, 2 million. Where you at? Yeah. We could tell. I'm gonna get Ben up here. I'll see if I can get him to go in on the car story with me. I got run down right there. That was, I hadn't played Pac-Man for, 12 or 13 years. And I just showed up at Fun Spot and I just somehow rattled the game together. And somehow I got all the blue guys and I was off and running. I remember there being reporters there. Walter coming up saying, "Billy, how's your focus? Can you talk?" I said, "No, not at all." I mean, I couldn't. I was just a total mess. And, but I was off and running. And son of a gun, they ran me down there. Okay. 2 more boards will be at 1.9.
So, yeah, I don't know. This is kind of
When I played the perfect game for the first time at Fun Spot in July 1999, I managed to get all the blue guys. I managed to get beyond board 21, no more blue, and I was off and running. And And I think I was on this board that I'm on, or on this board that I'm going to start, when I made my first bad turn into the world of chaos. It was pandemonium. I just turned the wrong way for no reason. I had no idea why. There's no justification. It was just zoned out. I always said it was 1.9 million, but I think it was 1.890, somewhere like there. And where did the bad turn come? Right here, I turned out there instead of up here. So, and I thought, okay, I made a bad turn, no big deal. I somehow survived. Somehow. Didn't die. The next board, boom, I zoned out, went off pattern again. Somehow survived. I mean, I wasn't nearly as good at surviving chaos then as I am now. Now I think I could probably do 100 boards if I was on a perfect screen. And it was then I would do a good board. Then I'd go off pattern again. I'd have chaos. Then I'd have chaos again. Then I'd do one good board and I'd have chaos. It just went on for about 200,000 points to 2.1 million. And finally, that's when I began, bottom right, left S channel, inside, all the way up, across the top. Take the key, bury in the corner, right S channel. And I started coaching my movements several seconds in advance, which helped me maintain focus and not zone out. And from 2.1 all the way to 3.3, I never made another bad turn. But that's why I always remember this 1.9 million mark. Now, last time I did a perfect score 3 months ago at Fun Spot, I went all the way to 2.2 million before a bad turn, and then I did a 2.4. And I think those were the only two I did. I've done 2 so far. No, 3 so far this game. And to be honest, I just can't see playing this far, interacting with everybody on the stream and the people here, and saying, oh gee, a guy died. I think I'm not going to finish, I'll just quit and go. I mean, that would be like disrespectful. So I finish it out. And actually, I don't see anybody else doing these games on Twitch, so it's good to do them.
She has the tempered grip. The claw. Right. It's the strangest grip I've ever seen. And even weirder, she's like claw. Solid tap.
I hate not being able to read the stream or have somebody here.
It's real.
All I can say is Claw is an easy character to play.
New England pimp, huh? Keep them coming. Probably my most favorite place to play Pac-Man is at Fun Spot to do a perfect score. And yeah, it's great that it was the first place, and that's fine. But the truth is, it's because of Bob Lawton. He's such an awesome guy. At 88 years old, his world, his legacy is what he's done for people. And he goes to work every day to continue doing it. I liked when I saw him in May. I said, how about if I come back in July for the 20th anniversary and I'll do another perfect score for you. Billy? You think you can just walk in here and do a perfect score, do you? I said, yeah, who do you think you're talking to? He says, all right, well, you're always welcome here. Good luck. So, but see, these shows, they last a day or two. There's a lot of other responsibilities. When I fly to Fun Spot and I announce what I'm going to do, it's easy. I just stay there till it's done. I don't come home. It's a good arrangement. Okay, 2 more boards. And we'll be beyond 2 million. Billy, you think you can just walk in here and do a perfect score, do you? And I mean, everybody there is just so positive. It is. It's like, for an adult, it's like being in Disney World. Hey, Ben, you always ordered a milkshake and you always wanted extra whipped cream.
Now he gets spicy tuna.
You remember that? Yeah, you were a whipped cream kind of guy.
It sounds like an insult.
Yeah.
Just rolled it. It's 2 million.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Beyond 2. Let's pay attention and go where we have to. Ben, they were asking about that story on the stream, and you've screwed it up already.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They said, tell us the story about Ben in the car.
Yeah, well, you know, okay, what he did was, I was like in the back, and all of a sudden I get this big push. My head hits the mirror, the rearview mirror, the entire windshield. Oh my gosh. Of this girl. Yeah, and somebody pushed me into it.
Somebody?
Yeah, I don't know who would do that.
You were facing the other way. How would you know?
Somebody has
So that's
ability
what
to generate power. Because if you break a windshield.
Yeah, I broke it, and in front of me, I looked and I said, I don't think this is too bad.
No, he goes,
the entire thing was like, you know,
oh, it's like one big spider web.
wow. And we called her, I think I called her like a couple weeks later, we talked.
Yeah.
Dang it, man, if we were-
Yeah, you called her from like Portland when we went out that way. So here's what happens is we're driving and we were somewhere in Michigan and Walter stops the bus because he wants to stop and rest and meditate and all that stuff. And it's a weekend night. So we walk in town on the square. I mean, there's no arcades, but there's an ice cream shop with an arcade in it. It was ice cream. So we walk in to the ice cream shop that's got like 10 games. We walk in and say, hey, how you doing? Hey, we're the best video game players in the world. And they're like, yeah, sure. So we start playing. We start playing games. I remember specifically I played Centipede. Okay, so we start playing games. They start calling friends. The place starts filling up. Okay, Ben, come on, if there was anything that was consistent about you back in those days, man, you were always chasing tail.
Oh,
you were always.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you were 16, 17. I hope so, honestly.
That's the kind of thing that happens.
I think
so anyway,
you were a little.
So you got all schmoozy.
1 second here.
Did you ever say, did you know I was on TV? Did you ever
no, so you got all schmoozy with the one girl. Hey, remember Fatso stayed back with the bus? I don't say no. So anyway, so yeah, he did. He like makes some inroads with the girl. She's a good-looking girl too. Mm-hmm. And so now it's 11 o'clock. And the owner, he doesn't care about video game champions or Jason Tail, nothing.
No one cares.
Yeah, you get the heck out of here.
I have learned this in life.
Yeah, so somehow Ben convinces her, and we all pile in her car. Okay, it's her and her friend and 4 guys. Well, I sat up front in the middle. And Ben's all, because the girl he likes is driving. So I says, hey, Ben, you want to sit here? Yeah! So I didn't do the civilized thing, get out of the car. I just went up and over the seat in the back, and Big Me, landed on top of Ben. He struggles, he gets out from under me, and now he's climbing into the front seat, okay?
It was subtle. I'm sure she was impressed.
1 foot in the front seat and 1 foot in the back, and he takes his foot off the back seat to get in the front seat. And I mean, I'm like on my back trying to get situated in the back seat, and I just couldn't resist. He's there. Man, his fanny's right up in the air, and with both feet, as hard as I could kick him, poof, I kicked him forward. So he goes flying forward to the windshield, and he hits the windshield, which is no big deal.
So she's driving, so this is her car, right?
No, but should we, yes.
Oh, no, we're like at a red light.
Okay.
And she goes, and his back rolls like up on the windshield, and the mirror snaps off, and the windshield just shatters like a spider web. Mm. And then Ben falls down. His head falls down around the pedal. He banged his head. He doesn't know what's going on. He's, oh, Bill, you saw. And we're all just sitting there like. Then suddenly Ben looks up and he sees the windshield and he goes, that was like that, wasn't it? So we all get out of the car.
Very clear memory.
Yeah, so we all get out of the car and we all run. Not Ben, the 3 of us. We all run, and we're running to the bus where Walter is. And, hey, Walt, come on, we gotta get going. He goes, what are you guys doing? You guys are up to something. What's wrong? No, come on, man, we're gonna be late. Come on.
It was all Ben. Ben's head did it.
Yeah, we go, come on, start the bus, man. We gotta get going. Meanwhile, Ben's back there giving her schmoozies and smooches, getting her phone number, and he got her phone number. Imagine that.
Wow.
So Walter has no idea what's going on, except he knows there's mischief. Right, and he's trying to start the bus, and the bus wouldn't start. Remember that bus, Ben? That was a bus.
I remember that bus, yes.
Okay. And then finally, what happens behind us is we see police lights. Woo! Uh-oh. We all dive in the back.
Now it's all Walter's fault.
Yeah,
his fault.
Yeah, we're in big trouble. And nobody's around. Everybody dives in the back, except the fat guy who was on the bus. He didn't know what was going on. And so we all dive in the back, but the officer simply heard that we were struggling to start the bus. He didn't know about Ben in the windshield. So eventually, just to show you how small the town was, the officer says, sounds like you're out of fuel. And Walter says, well, it takes diesel fuel. And he goes, does anybody in town sell diesel? And the guy says, yeah, just one guy. He goes, I'll call him at home and wake him up and see if he'll come pump diesel for you. Give me the break, man. You think that happens in a big town?
There are still some small towns that are like that.
So, but then we eventually got the bus started because it wasn't the fuel. And Walter goes, we got to go by the police station and tell this guy thank you. No, we don't. We don't got to go by there.
Let's just go.
Yeah, get out of here. And so we drove off. But like 10 days later, we're in Portland. And Ben's on the phone putting the schmoozers on her, asking her if she got in trouble. And she said no. She said her dad just said she should not have lost control of the situation. So, but yeah.
You gotta be careful around those classic video game players.
Yeah, they're dangerous. Yeah, Ben busts her windshield. Ends up, getting her phone number, putting the schmooze on her. Talk to her. I don't know, Judah. How much did you talk to her after that, Ben?
Just a couple of times.
See, this was back in the old days. When you were gone, you were gone.
Did you?
Social media.
Yeah. Did you lose contact with her?
Yes, I did.
Somewhere she's out there telling people about how some video game players busted her windshield.
I wonder. Yeah. I love reconnecting with those people later in life when it's just like.
That's right.
Just to sort of figure out what their experience was with that situation.
Yeah, what'd the girl say to her father?
Yeah.
Daddy, they had a real high score.
Well, because, yeah.
He hit a high score on your windshield.
The truth is not believable, so what do you do?
Yeah.
Now, the all-time video game champions. All time. No. The world record holders, all of them, they were in my car. And one of them was hitting on me. And the other
destroyed my windshield.
The other one may or may not have kicked one of them through my windshield. And that's the truth. Yeah, sure. Sure, buddy.
New record.
The funny thing is when Ben finally picked his head up all banged up, he goes, that was like that, wasn't it? So.
We do okay with the ladies here at Free Play. Dylan here, I met on his first date with his now wife.
It's true.
Yes, he dated the hot chick from the arcade and married her.
Well, I didn't meet her at the arcade. I took her to the arcade, but it worked out.
So are there other couples that were started that met at the arcade and?
I think so.
Yes,
yeah,
for sure. We've had a few. People do wedding photos. Yeah, many wedding photos. That's just a thing that happens. I don't know if we've had an actual wedding at the arcade yet. No. Yeah, but
that question was raised earlier. But
yeah, we have had couples now married. We've had a few free play babies as well.
What is that? Free play babies?
At the Museum of Pinball and Banning.
Like they met and they have kids now.
Yeah, Museum of Pinball and Banning. They got 700 pinballs and like 400 video games. I was there one year, and it was a marriage there. They had me in a wedding party. I was one of the bridesmaids.
Oh my gosh.
So.
Well, you had the suit, so
yeah,
you're ready to go.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy, but I got a good sense of humor, so I went with it.
Are you registered? Can you perform a wedding if need be?
Hopefully not.
What about you, Ben?
What? Can I perform a wedding?
Can you legally perform a wedding?
Hell no. No.
We have a handful. We have people covered if they're listening.
If that's ever necessary.
Most likely there is an at least registered minister in the house.
Ben, no doubt. Can tell them how the bus got broke into and they stole all your stuff.
Was that him as well? Did he break into his own bus? We're talking about the potential or not potential.
See, when Ben doesn't say anything, it's because he doesn't remember. Remember when we were in Omaha and they broke into the bus?
I remember that.
Okay.
I just don't know what, there's lots of things that happened while we were on that. We were on a 3-week bus tour, which was...
Where does the bus tour go from and to?
It started in Ottumwa.
All Midwest?
Ottumwa up to Seattle.
Okay, so not all Midwest.
And then the idea was to go to Seattle, and we ended up, it broke down. We rented a car that went to Seattle, down to Southern California, over to Dallas. I think they dropped me off at my folks' house.
Uh-huh.
And then...
This is good.
Is that right?
Okay, yeah. Want me to tell the real story?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we started in Ottumwa. We didn't go to Seattle. We went to Dayton, Ohio.
I know, but I'm saying we made it to Seattle.
Same thing. I know what you mean. Same thing. Dayton, Ohio, Seattle.
Yeah,
so we go to Seattle. The place was called Video City. And again, everybody always treated us like gold. The lady was really nice. But that's where the guy was in his car up on the crane doing the radio broadcast for like 300 days or something like that.
So I keep wondering if that's a euphemism when you say treated like gold.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because
treated like diamonds, not gold.
There you go.
But but that's when the car goes.
I mean, I would like to think that I treat Ben well. So
the guy goes by in the car. Ben, we're all standing there, and he goes, "Are you guys video game champions?" And I just go, "Yeah." The guy goes, "Video game champions give head." And Jay, little 14-year-old Korean kid, he goes, "Yeah, not the dicks like you." So yeah, we luckily the car kept going. So Then from Dayton, Ohio, we went to Lake Odessa. Woo!
Whoa!
Oh, we went to Lake Odessa, Michigan.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Okay, so I remember the Dayton, Ohio, and I have actually the news footage from that. So I remember that part.
Okay. We went to Lake Odessa. That was a waste. That was the town of Rugi Elliott. Remember he played Eyes, Rugi Elliott?
He played what?
Eyes.
Oh.
No, he doesn't remember.
So this is the early '80s rock band experience that we're talking
Ben, do you
about,
remember
basically.
when we left Lake Odessa?
Yeah.
And we went to we were headed to Chicago. Come on, you got to remember Villa Park, Chicago. You got it on TV. All right, never mind. Let me keep going. On the way to Chicago, well, first of all, that's where we stopped at the ice cream place. Okay, but we stopped at the newspaper.
Yeah.
To do a story. Do you remember that? No. That's where Walter had the stop sign. Do you remember that?
I remember when he had to take it out because he was reversing the bus and the bus couldn't.
Yeah, Walter takes the bus and he's trying to get down a hill.
I
It's
remember
like Sunday
that.
night.
I remember
And
that.
he's turning the wheel and he's turning the wheel. Right? And he couldn't quite make the corner. There's a stop sign there. Ugh! So the stop sign's there. And he pulls the emergency brake so the bus doesn't roll into it. Then he puts it in reverse and he's revving, and the bus will not back uphill enough for him to make the corner. And I mean, it's a 1953 bus. I mean, there's not a lot of options here. And he's there. He gets out.
Is this what you had in mind by video game heirlooms? Because I'm not interested in this bus.
He's looking at the stop sign like this. He's kind of like, trying to come up with an idea.
Yep.
And then suddenly he takes and he picks the stop sign up out of the ground. And he picks it up out of the ground.
Walter?
Yeah. And he's got it over his head.
I can't imagine him lifting a stop sign off the ground.
No, I mean, he's got it over his head like this. Okay? When suddenly you heard that wonderful noise again. Woo! There's a policeman behind us.
Everybody points to Ben.
And Walter's got the stop sign over his head. And we're on the bus. Hey, officer, throw the cuffs on him, will you? And Walter takes the stop sign, throws it on the ground, and says, 1 minute, like to the officer. Then he takes the bus, and he drives past where the stop sign would be, puts the bus in park, and when he puts the bus in park, he gets back out, he takes the stop sign, he puts it back in the hole, he waves to the officer, and we drive off. But yeah, that's... Ben, you don't remember that, do you?
I do remember that.
Okay.
I do. Not exactly every detail, but I remember that episode.
That was just before the ice cream girl.
Ben, do you remember every time you've been on TV?
That's a question for me?
Yeah. Billy, there's no way you even know every time you've been on TV.
Yeah.
So that's not a...
Ben, when I said we went to Chicago, the place was called Video Wizard.
Yeah.
And it was in Villa Park. And the TV station came by. And they would do all kinds of filming for the news. And we all were sitting there because we're going to be on the news. And we never know exactly who, what, and what they're going to show. And when they say, okay, when we come back, we're going to meet some guys that are really high scores, da-da-da-da-da. And it showed, the highlight, it showed Ben playing Star Wars. And
I have that. I have that video, yeah.
And what happened was we'd always be sitting in a group.
We have a Star Wars record that needs to be broken
whichever
too, Ben.
whichever guy, the TV would show, just randomly like that, in a situation like that, that person always got like beat up or pummeled or pushed or punched by all the other guys. Yeah. So Ben was always in a crash position. Oh boy.
Arthur says hurry up.
Thanks, Arthur.
Arthur says if there's a strategy available right now.
So if one of you could if you took like these stories out of the feed, they in themselves would be really good videos you could put.
Oh, absolutely.
That's why I threw
that's
the
the
mics
point.
on us. This is what we do. This is all we do.
And
then we'll clip us saying things in very small snippets, take it out of context, I know you know all about being taken out of context,
Yes.
Billy. And then play it back for each other, and then just continue to, instead of throwing ourselves through windows, just kick ourselves in the nuts over our stories that are taken out of context.
Exactly.
So, I'm thinking that that like when we talked about Chasing Ghosts and King of Kong. Did you watch the?
I haven't seen Chasing Ghosts. I have, of course, watched King of Kong like multiple times, and it should have won the Oscar that year.
Well,
it wasn't even nominated.
Well, we'll hit the kill screen, so we'll say a kill screen, then I'll see if I can do the Donkey Kong, and that'll be good.
So, you should watch Chasing Ghosts. I think it's worth it, at least just from a historical viewpoint. I think they got 80% correct.
Yeah, they haven't even tried.
But I still think I had the similar critique. So Chasing Ghosts, they tried to make us look. I originally thought the goal would be to show, hey, here's some nerds from the 80s, and look at how they became normal.
Right.
And instead, what they did was they said, here's some nerds from the 80s.
The end.
Most of them are still losers.
Yeah.
So whatever we said that was stupid, they magnified, and they would put like. Some of the other people that were a little bit crazy, they gave them, I thought, a lot more airtime.
They gave you the reality TV treatment.
Yes, the reality TV treatment, and so that's the part about
this place is closed.
the and I came out pretty good because I've learned.
But they said I can keep playing.
When I'm interviewed or when I'm on one of these things, I ask the question: if what I'm saying right now is going to be played on YouTube in front of 10,000 people, I watch every word. So I'm very careful on not saying something stupid.
In a minute.
But not everybody thinks like that, and you get some people out of context.
I'll concentrate.
But what are you looking at? Oh, sorry.
Kill screen's a kill screen.
Texting.
Okay. So to tell you one thing that was really an interesting story about Chasing Ghosts and King of Kong.
All right, we'll do. All right, bud. I'll call you again.
Oh.
Bye.
Are you on the phone, Billy?
I was.
Oh, okay.
Not anymore.
It's just Pac-Man.
Yeah, it's just Pac-Man. Just casual Pac-Man.
No, but what happened was after Chicago, we were on our way to Minneapolis, which Ben won't remember.
Okay.
And it was the first time we were going to promote.
It's really not
we were going to
memorable.
promote a home video game made by K-Tel.
Minneapolis is way too close to Canada to remember.
Yeah.
Wait a second. So we were supposed to promote a home video game
made by K-Tel, and we were on our way to Minneapolis when the bus spit its guts all over the highway in Portage, Wisconsin.
That I remember.
And so from Portage, Wisconsin, we eventually got rescued and brought back to Ottumwa. And there in Ottumwa, the guy had another bus ready, filled with games, which we ended up taking and going to Omaha. Fatty didn't come with us, but to Omaha, and in Omaha, we ran out of gas on the way there. How about that? You remember that, Ben?
I do.
Barely. You walked down that big hill with Walter and Steve. So then from there, I mean, that bus was really difficult compared to the first one. So we ended up leaving it in Omaha. The guy came and got it. And he came and got it, and then we rented a car, which is what Ben was talking about, and we headed west. But it was really cool because, like, again, life experience. Ben, do you remember we went to Mount Rushmore?
I don't remember that.
He doesn't remember that. We all went to Mount Rushmore. We went on the tours. Everything's free, and he doesn't remember that. That's wild. What are you, crazy, man?
Huh.
Well, you guys had the legit indie rock band experience from the 80s.
Yeah, I feel like all of that goes into a biopic.
Like a touring, traveling bands, you have the same type of stories. So your experience is comparable.
But I just remember...
no, and the guys in the band only remember half the stories anyway.
Sure,
right,
for sure.
Right.
Well, them for other reasons, hopefully, because you guys actually had
everything they embellished too.
When we left Omaha and headed west, what was our first stop? I don't mean Mount Rushmore. I mean game-wise.
I don't remember.
Okay, come on, try.
Okay, wait, let me ask you. Remember when we were in that house of that family that was grotesque, that it was so disgustingly dirty that
I don't want to tell you where it is because we're going to know who they are then.
My family's still here, guys.
Ben.
Yeah.
Come on, we left Omaha and we headed west. Where do we go?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do. You already said Seattle.
Seattle, right.
Go anywhere before Seattle.
I don't remember.
We went to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Okay, and I'm supposed to remember Coeur d'Alene,
like
Idaho.
At the top of Idaho.
Yeah.
But that's so
it's Idaho.
That's so unreal because That's where like the Nazis have their headquarters. They got like an attack helicopter and a tank and all that stuff.
Okay.
And it was wild.
In Idaho?
It's just so.
Okay, so tell me.
There we went to Seattle when they took us out to dinner. I mean, out to breakfast. Remember, Jay ordered 7 tacos.
Who took us out?
Jerry Momoto.
Oh, from Nintendo, right?
Yeah.
And he ordered 7 tacos.
Yeah. He thought he was like at Taco Bell or something. We're in this fancy place. I mean, a taco, took up a whole plate. It was like a monster. It was a meal. He thinks he's at Taco Bell and he orders 7 tacos.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And Nintendo gave us like handheld state-of-the-art video games, things that were like on the level of what NASA would have at that point. And they gave that to us when we left. And the reason why that became significant is a week later when we broke down in the desert.
Yeah.
And that guy helped us and he fixed the car.
Yeah.
Even though it broke down again right after he fixed it. We didn't have any money to give the guy. We gave him all these games for his kids.
Which probably today would be worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
Those would be worth thousands.
We were broke down in the desert.
Yeah,
we were broke down in the desert for about 14 hours, man. That was rough.
I'll say that there were... Now, didn't my folks meet us in Seattle, if I remember correctly? I think they were in Seattle.
Yeah, they met us somewhere.
That I remember because they were just in that area. And then... I have bits and pieces, but yes, it was what I remember was we were the U.S. national video game team, and
I remember searching for the U.S. national video game team as a child and failing horribly. I was definitely looking up to you from afar, but it was really just a name on a paper for us back then.
Well, that was the first year. I guess every year there was kind of a different set of people, but that was like my last year of trying to be a professional because I felt really much like the 1830 baseball players or 1870 baseball players.
What's that?
The 1870 baseball players where they're in the buses, they just want to play baseball, there's no money. That's kind of what our experience was.
You're correct. Yeah, you're the dead ball era for sure, or maybe before. I always equate like video games to like, I don't know, for me like the visual media is more akin. So we're coming out of the silent film era. Maybe we're in color. Maybe.
Sick. Ben was sick, and we're in like...
That I remember.
We're up in California in the rural area, and Walter's looking for a doctor. Finally pulls up to like this farmhouse and says, "Hey, dude, is there a doctor in town?" And the guy gave Walter directions to get to a little doctor's office. And we go to the little doctor's office. We all go in there. We can't even stay awake, we're all so tired. Ben goes in the room with the doctor. And we're just like kind of sleeping in the waiting room. And he's sleeping, all of a sudden, you hear, "Ah!" It was Ben.
Always what you want to hear in a doctor's office.
Yeah, louder than you could ever heard. The doctor came out with a needle in his hand. Totally like...
He finally fixed it from that incident with the windshield.
I thought he saw a ghost or something. He goes, "Geez, all I did was give the guy a little booster shot, man." And,
he did it in my butt, and that hurt so much. To this day, I will never take a shot in the butt.
So we're laughing and laughing, and so while we're driving in the car, driving down the road, just out of the middle of nowhere, we'd go, "Ah!" As loud as Ben did. Walter starts swinging at us, telling us to shut up, but we didn't. But we said that was a shot heard around the world, is what we said.
You can still hear it echoed out in space as the sound waves move.
That was funny though.
So how did you guys get into this traveling circus? I mean, clearly you're good at video games, arcade games.
Well, let me say this. We had 2 different paths that summer. I was spending the summer in the first part of it in California. I was with the 2 guys, Eric Jenner and Todd Walker, who were very good players.
Because Jim Riley didn't like you.
Yeah. Then he was at this traveling. And I had a good summer. Okay, I actually set the millipede record, and I won on this video game challenge cable TV show. Came back to Dallas.
Was that the name of it?
It was called the Video Game Challenge. I got it on my YouTube channel. So there's it was like the attempt at a cable show.
Right.
Then Billy and some other people did this video game circus, which was I wasn't, because I pissed off the guy. I wasn't invited to be a part of, and they were in Boston.
I'm dying to know how you pissed him off.
I told the truth.
Picked up his daughter. We've heard that version of Ben.
Yeah, that's Ben chasing tail.
Let's see, what else? Could have just been cocky 16-year-old.
Yeah, basically cocky.
I know what that's like.
Cocky 16-year-old talking very openly about a lot of things. It was like, for me, it just made no sense because I was one of the, let's say, top 10 players.
Yes.
And I knew that their team needed people, but for this guy, it wasn't. He saw a different vision. It didn't really matter to him. He just wanted to just sell tickets.
We didn't realize at the time.
That's why I just don't care
we didn't
about.
realize at the time the guy was nothing but a big con man.
Yep.
All of his investors lost all kinds of money.
Yep.
But his pockets were full. Reminds me of somebody else nowadays, Ben.
That's
Yeah.
That fact of you, Ben, like, just sort of telling it like it is as a 16-year-old. That's why I just don't have time for Billy's villainous persona. I appreciate that you critics call you one of the greatest video or movie villains of all time. I think that's interesting, but like, you're one of the best players. Like, that's just, or the player of the century. Right. I will happily vote for you for the second voting of the player of the century.
We got a few years to get to that.
Okay, but
because I don't think
like,
nobody's ever won the player of the century 2 centuries in a row. Okay, so
that'd be a feat, though.
It would.
Can it be awarded posthumously?
If you've looked at these ghosts,
I don't think
he ain't dying anytime soon, sir.
Yeah, it ain't likely that
their hit ratio is bad, very bad. But if it happens, will he become a ghost?
You've lost 3 lives already, right?
2.
2. Okay.
Can we record a show as the ghosts of Billy Mitchell, Ben Gold, and just like posthumously release it 100 years from now, like Mark Twain's new book? Have you seen this?
No, what is it?
Mark Twain has released a book, an autobiography about a year ago.
Are you kidding?
I am not kidding.
There were sections of it that have been allowed over time, but he wrote it after the rest of his books, and he was kind of bitter at the time and talked a lot about some of the people that he had dealings with that hadn't gone well, so he didn't want it released until long after he was dead. So it's just hanging out in the Berkeley Stack Archive or whatever for the last 100 years.
Correct. And it was recently released. So we need to do that, but it's going to be the ghosts of Billy Mitchell and Ben Gold, and maybe we'll get Walter in. The 4 ghosts. You guys can have one last game of Pac-Man. And what that would be, like 21-19 with the 2-time player of the century. 2 different time, by the way, Billy Mitchell.
So I got a question. How close are you with the Frisco?
Frisco, you're talking about the video game museum.
Yeah.
We work with them on occasion.
Because I've never been contacted by them ever. And it's kind of weird because I figured, but maybe they're not that interested in local gamers and it's more about the computers or whatever. But I never got a lot of my friends have said, hey, Ben, you should be doing this. And I'm like, well, I don't know.
But it's one of those things where I don't want to. You guys have been my heroes since I was a kid. I don't want to bug you about something that's not worth your time.
Oh, I would love to do something. I mean,
yeah, but that's sort of subjectively like how you feel about it, and I'm glad you do. And I figured you would if something organically came up, but nothing really has. Now, as far as the National Video Game Museum and how they feel about it, I don't know how aware they are that Ben Gold exists in Dallas. I assume so. I don't know. But I've been aware. I didn't want to beat you down until I had something to go do. Good. I mean, if you want to come out and like be a part of our Tuesday fighting game tournament where we ignore the fighting games and just talk about old video game stories, which is absolutely what we do.
So I was.
You're welcome, but like that, I didn't want. That's kind of a hard pitch over Facebook Messenger.
You know what I would say I would love to do, and I think we talked about this, is come out there on a.
We have our own podcast too. We talk. We usually have to talk smack about Billy because that's what gets ratings, but that's about it.
Very much so.
How about this? If you could get like a group of 5 or 10 people that would be interested in a millipede centipede kind of discussion and make it into a little bit of strategy, a little bit of just talking smack, because I'll say lots of things about Billy behind his back and other people. I do that.
We're literally talking behind his back right now.
I know. But I would love to do that. We'll talk after this because I'm out of town next week. But maybe in 2 or 3 weeks we pick a weeknight that works for you guys, and I'd love to do that.
Yeah.
If your calendar permits.
Be careful. Ben never shows.
We have enough events that Ben. We have quite a few. We have quite a few who like the no-show. Beltran, I'm talking to you, but we have enough events to cover it if that happens to be the case.
Okay. No, I figure you're very busy and you got lots of people, and I'm.
That's sort of the natural defense of that, because everybody has their own lives. There are very few people that are actually like doing this as a full-time living. I am a video game player exclusively. You know, I even Billy, you're selling your hot sauce, so you have a day job.
Well, I think that he's got, the thing is that I think part of being famous is you kind of almost have to sell something else in addition. He has his hot sauce and his...
You should sell something else in addition.
I don't sell one case of hot sauce because of video games, though. Nobody does.
Wow. That's true. That's true. I'm thinking about the one that I bought just now. I did pay $10 for it. But I wouldn't say I don't know. You probably sold it due to your celebrity. I want Billy Mitchell's hot sauce.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the truth
but
is...
But it's not your Pac-Man
the truth
ability.
is, when I did the perfect game, there was a guy who called from Northern California who had he owned about a dozen grocery stores.
Yep.
And he read this and he read that, and it's so cool, and this and that and this and that. And he said he wanted to put the sauce in all of his grocery stores. But he never did. But that's the closest they came.
Well, let's see. Let's see what my messages say. Hold on. Give me a second.
Are people...
Let's see. Does he have bulk? I want to do a pizza. And I asked him to clarify. This is the owner of Free Play. Just seeing if he has big bottles of wing sauce with him now for a one-day special at Arlington.
No.
Nope. So it's potential.
Yeah. The problem just comes shipping.
Yeah.
I can't get anything here as it is now. I mean, all I have is the hot sauce, and somebody says 10 wings hot or 20 wings hot. Well, that works, but in addition to that, we actually have wing sauce, and we have mild and medium and habanero.
But yeah, I don't have Ricky's hot sauce thinking it's going to make me a better Pac-Man player. It's got to be the shoes, man.
It's the mullet.
Would that help me? I've never had I don't think he's got a mullet today. You got a mullet?
This is going to put us at 2.5.
No, it's just long hair. That's short in the front, party in the back. That's a mullet. We've had our long hair dalliances before. Arthur has.
Definitely.
Sorry, Ben.
It's okay. We always argue about Kirk versus Picard.
2.5.
Have you met Patrick Stewart or William Shatner? Or both?
I have. A number of times.
Both?
Yeah, very nice, actually.
Really? When did you meet them?
I see them at Comic-Cons.
But do they know who you... I mean, do you, say hello to them?
Yeah, we go... And when you're at a Comic-Con, all the guests, you get to go in a green room where they have food and drink. And that's where the guests see each other.
Really? Wow.
If you want to get a picture or an autograph with them, you can in the green room. Because out there, they charge $100 or whatever they charge. No, they're very nice.
Did you ever have the experience, and if you did, don't mind revealing who, of someone asking you for an autograph that you were in turn like, whoa, wow, this person? Really?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Well, Will Ferrell is like a big fan.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cassandra, meaning Elvira. Things like that. I don't think they're in like, oh my gosh. But, they got a kid and a nephew and a this and that, and who plays games and things like that.
Yeah.
Like me, I don't think I've ever asked anybody for an autograph or a picture. I just I just don't. And it's not that I don't like those people or I'm not impressed with them. They're very nice.
I want the personal connection, so I took a picture.
Yeah, there's not very many that I've met that weren't very, very kind. There are some, believe me, but you know, I was at a Comic-Con with my son, and I pointed over, you know.
How's this Pac-Man game coming?
To Henry Winkler. So far, so good. And I pointed over to him. You know, he's at a distance, and I said, hey, come here. I says, when I grew up, when I was a kid, that guy there, I says, he was the ultimate cool, tough guy. He says, who? I says, that guy there.
The Waterboy guy?
He says, who? That guy. That guy. Yeah, that guy. He goes, Dad, you're pointing at that little old man. I go, yeah, that's the
guy. He was the coolest symbol.
Because, you know, he just had jeans on and his, you know.
Did you go up to Henry Winkler and say hello? Or?
Oh, yeah. Well, I see him in the green room. I don't ever bother him when they're at their table.
He always has a reputation of being the nicest.
Yeah, he is.
Even amongst, you know, everybody's nice.
Yeah, and if you can't, I mean, I was there. I mean, if you can't get an autograph, a picture, whatever, you just want to talk to him and say hi, he'll talk to you.
So
there's some that say, you know, step aside, but you know, he's certainly not like that. And again, because remember, he played the character of
the Fonz,
just a tough guy, you know. But he was like the kindest guy you'd meet. Bruce Willis was really nice. Sylvester Stallone was really nice.
So when you go in, like, I mean, when did you meet Sylvester Stallone?
I met him because I was in California, and they were doing an opening of a Planet Hollywood.
Yeah,
he was one of the people there.
Yeah. Bruce Willis and him and Arnold were the co-owners. Nice.
So.
This had to have been around the Perfect Game era then.
Yeah, it was like 2001, I think.
And they invited you to come out?
Yeah, well, I was already there. No, they didn't send me an invitation. I was there with some people from Wired magazine.
Yeah.
And they had said, oh, I told them that we were going to bring you by. So I think this was February of 2000. And I said, okay.
Your memory is remarkably good. Have you ever had it tested before?
Yeah, every day.
Well,
but
what I mean
the
is,
thing was, the people at Wired magazine, that nice lady, she eventually, she went on to marry one of the guys that developed the Xbox. So they were well connected.
Nice. Yeah,
we still see her today.
Mary Lou Henner, the gymnast.
Mary Lou Retton?
Retton, yes, that's the one. She has one of the greatest memories in the history of the world. Like she has a condition where she literally remembers everything, every day, every single day, and she can tell you about every single day.
Really?
And yes. She's one of, I think she said like 12 in the world, something like that, that have actually been, you know, it's proven to be the case, and she can gladly like demonstrate it for you. I guess if you ever meet her out there, it's just a phenomenal memory. I would think it might be a curse even.
Yeah.
And she has books about her ridiculous memory too.
That's interesting. I mean, it's kind of like Sheldon.
I tell people that it's not always fun having this good a memory.
It's like Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory. You know that. I don't know if you ever watched that series, but that was a characteristic.
I've been told I would like it.
Oh my God!
More than I care to mention. I've been told I would like it.
Oh God, it's amazing. Yeah, I had a friend who doesn't watch The Big Bang, and he said, what kind of people would like it? I said, anyone who's a geek or who likes pop culture. But anyway. You know, Bill, I'm starting to watch you play this, and I think I'm almost memorizing that entire pattern.
Well, memorizing the pattern's the easy part. Executing every corner to 1/60th of a second, that's what's tough.
Is it really 1/60th of a second?
1/60th. There. So, and if you're off, that's what can lead the chaos.
I'm going to count the number of turns. Next one, I'm going to count actually how many times you turn your mouse, multiply that by 235, and that's starting with the easy, with the the pattern part.
Yeah, we did that.
He's a man, sir.
Yeah, we did that along with you know, the earlier boards.
Yeah.
Or somebody did.
And
they said it was like 29,000.
29,000.
So you have to do 29,000 perfect executions.
That sounds about right. Because that means about 100 per screen.
Here comes 2.6.
This is why you just cannot do it without the CRT.
What is CRT?
The old style TVs.
Cathode ray tubes.
Yes, correct. The big ones, right? Their lag has never been equaled by LCDs. So the new modern TVs, the flat screens, right?
Yeah.
So the timing is so very critical. As you said, 1/60th of a second. If you're playing these old school games that were designed to be that critical in timing, if you have 2 frames of lag, that is game breaking. So it's just unplayable.
Wow. If I use the restroom, do you think I can get back in here?
I was able to. I would expect you could. You could have someone hanging out. Oh. Okay.
I'm going to the scream roll route.
All right, 2.6 million.
So it's
about 700,000 to go.
Yeah.
Or 750,000 or so.
What's our projected in time now?
I want to say. Here, let's just calculator.
Any of you guys seen the split screen live?
I have not.
Not many have.
No, all I've done is I've watched you do it on YouTube. That's all I can say.
I don't remember doing it on YouTube.
Well, having it uploaded, you know. The footage is out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Twitch.
55-ish minutes.
I'm sure it's been there before, but would you ever want to make a video game?
No.
I had the same answer when I get asked that question.
Would you ever want to play a more modern game?
No. I mean, if there was a new version of this that came out, yeah. But I sit there with those stupid controllers in my hand.
Uh-huh.
That's like crazy. I don't know.
I understand that. Most of the games that I play that I still play today are made in the 90s. There's just a moment in time where after that I'm not terribly interested in what games became. So I'd rather just stick with the ones that I like than force myself to play something that I don't.
Somebody was asking the question the other day, not a driving game and not a shooting game. They still make driving games, they still make shooting games. So not a driving game, not a shooting game. Not Fix-It Felix or something. Not an anniversary edition of Donkey Kong or something. What's the last video game made? I don't know.
You mean arcade game?
Yeah.
Because they're still being made. Like, would you count Killer Queen?
No. I'm talking about Sega or Nintendo or somebody coming out with a game just like this.
Gotcha.
Called whatever it's called.
Well, I mean, you still have...
All games are now made in Japan. Arcade games in Japan still make money.
You have like...
So the games are made there, and all they have to say a driving game. All they have to do is be translated to English, and so they can sell them here. But once arcade games fail to make money in Japan, then they would no longer be made, period. But again, driving games and shooting games aside, and not an anniversary edition, like the anniversary of Donkey Kong, that was made by Namco, because Nintendo doesn't make games anymore. And so the question is, what was the last video game made?
Say it again.
What was the last video game made?
Made?
Not driving, not shooting. Arcade. And I don't know the answer.
I mean, Pac-Man Battle Royale, I would say, is a new game, even though it's based off of Pac-Man.
Yeah.
You've got
Jurassic Park. First of all, when was the last video game made? I mean, what do you define as a video game?
Yeah, it just depends on your metric.
Yeah.
Because Sky Cursor was released.
Yeah, an arcade game.
2017, and that's made for CRTs, which is really, really a wild way to go about it. But it was an independent manufacturer. That's the Griffin Aerospace. They did that game. Aerospace? Griffin Aerotech. That's their name. Based out of Indianapolis. And they produce new arcade cabinets using old CRT monitors and new games, new code in the old style. It's really the commitment to the D-makes, which is what that kind of is surreal. That's similar to what you were saying with Fix-It Felix, though that would be, I guess, based on the movie IP.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that exists in its own universe.
They didn't make that game to make money.
They made that for the movie. But there are independent developers out there. Then they're still making arcade games, and it is.
How was your Fix-It Felix? You had an example of that, right, in your arcade, Fix-It Felix Jr.?
Well, I didn't have an example. I had the first Fix-It Felix they ever made because I won the contest and got a kill screen.
So, let me ask you. You tried to sell it originally, and then you stopped. You had it on eBay for a while.
It was just a publicity stunt.
What?
It was just a publicity stunt. Boy, they got mad as hell at me. Oh boy.
Well, once it's yours, it's yours to sell.
$100,000 or something. It was crazy.
20,000.
What? 20?
But we were aggravating the bid. If I sold it to the actual highest bidder, legitimate bidder,
yeah,
it was 14,000.
Okay.
And I should have, because that lady who's giving me hell and all that, she, about a month later, she didn't even work for Disney.
I mean, those things take up space. It's not like they don't have to pay their rent. So if you want to sell it, sell it.
Yeah, but I think that they gave it to him more as a like they never intended.
We gave that to you in good faith.
Right, but
and now
does that good faith involve
doing this?
Does that good faith involve like free rent for this game for forever in perpetuity to a businessman?
And now you're not answering my calls. This is not a very nice game you're playing, Billy. So finally I called
You know your reputation is built on playing games the nice way, Billy. You need to keep up.
So
$700K.
I told her, I said, I don't care.
Shortly.
I said, it's not for sale. Yes, it is. I saw it. I go, no, I don't care what you saw. I don't care what the bid is. It's never going to sell. It's just my friend doing a publicity stunt.
Why did you do that then? Just to
I just told you why.
What for? Publicity?
Yes, he brought a lot of publicity to his page. That's what he does, is he buys and sells games.
So that got him publicity. So
yeah. Not only that, but it came in a special crate. Looked like a coffin. And somebody stole the coffin out the back of the arcade. Imagine that.
That's so funny.
There were all kinds of people wanted to come in and see it because it had a computer in it, and we wouldn't let anybody. It's still there.
What?
It's still there in his arcade.
Did you ever play it? I mean, on the arcade version, like with the handles and stuff.
Yep.
How hard does it get?
Oh, it doesn't get very hard.
What?
It doesn't get very hard. I practiced it for a couple of days, and after a couple of days, I was able to get to the kill screen. Maybe 3 days.
They had a kill screen?
Oh, they had an ending, yeah. It's kind of wacky. How do you fix windows with a hammer? But that's what the game was.
We had our Halloween party, the first of our 3 Halloween parties for free play last night, and our lead tech for the entire company dressed up as Fix-It Felix. Whenever anyone would ask for a picture, he would pull out his hammer and say, "I can fix it." And they had no idea he was actually the lead tech. He really could fix it.
2.7.
Not with the hammer, though.
I forget. I think the first time I got in Guinness, I had 2.7.
So
when I was playing for the perfect score, and I was playing against El Canadian.
Yeah.
He was off and running with a perfect score and all his men. And for some reason, at 2.7 7 million.
Yeah.
Or was it 2.4?
So
2.4, I think.
right now, you've got about another 600,000 to go. Is that about right?
Yeah.
So that means about another 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Do you think you can handle it, Ben? Why don't you try it from my side?
I can. I can promise I can get us out of here quicker. That I can definitely do.
Are you going to spider break the CRT glass? Because that's going to take a lot of force with your 2 feet, Ben.
Hey, Ben, I still laugh at your Q*bert story. Ben, what's your Q*bert story up there?
Which Q*bert story?
Oh, you'll need the.
Oh, the Q*bert story?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was in Chasing Ghosts. But you never watched Chasing Ghosts, did you, Billy?
Yeah, I might have to take my headphone off. I'm going to get spoiled. Ben told me to watch it. So
I've never watched any film I've been in.
What? Yeah, so no, it's just I was telling the story because one of the funniest things in the world was this letter that I read from one of the magazines, and it was sent to Joystick Magazine. It says, "Hi, my name is Joe Smith. I'm in Alabama, and I have a world record. I want to know how I get my score on Q*bert to be published because I have 185,225 points." And the response was, "Well, Joe, today, so Ben Gold of Dallas has 17,562,000." I mean, it was just hilarious because, it's like he had 250,000, whatever it was. Yeah. And anyway, and I read that for Chasing Ghosts, and then I started laughing, and that laugh, for whatever reason, was really big. And yeah, it hit a meme, and then there's some radio station guys. I don't know if you know Bob and Dan.
Yeah, I know them.
So I was on their show. They were
I was listening.
Oh, you were listening to that? Okay.
Yeah.
Man, he knows his stuff, Ben. Don't try to fudge on any stories. He's got you covered.
I'm sorry, I forgot to.
It's okay.
Okay. So.
Playing the mic game again.
That's okay. Did that come through at all when I talk like that? Can you kind of hear it or not at all?
Hold my hand.
I was able to hear it.
No, but we'll we will just keep going from here.
So it's. I don't know if you ever looked at it, but I did put together a YouTube channel for myself that has all the, That's Incredible and everything else. Because I figure that sometimes people...
I'd rather it be out there. I hate that stuff being lost.
Yeah,
I hate the games getting lost, too, to be honest with you. That's why I'm kind of happy to work for an arcade in 2019.
But, I'm still struggling with the fact that, it's hard to have a truly, like this Pac-Man, for example.
Yes.
Let's just say it's an original, okay?
To my knowledge, it is.
It is.
So, if you repaint the side, is it still original at that point?
If you repaint
I guess that would be restored, so yes, is what I would say.
If you restore it, yeah, but you've seen people, they take games and they paint the sides black or something?
Mm.
Yeah.
Those people should be arrested.
Yes, agreed.
But you see, that's the thing, is that there's mixed concepts. I mean, we talked about this in pinball. There is no concept of original versus remade. They don't really care if it was made in the 1970s or made now. They just throw it together.
Mm-hmm.
But here, for video games, it's very hard because certain electronics parts wear out, so you have to replace them with something that's a bit more modern. You, let's say, paint this like Richie Knuckles. He restores video games.
Right.
And there's a moment, though, you say, what is original?
Yeah. No, it's subjective.
As you repair stuff, if you change the control panel or you change, anyway.
Well, eventually the joystick wears out,
and that's the case.
Yeah, you're right.
You have to replace the joystick.
But that's also why it's so easy in pinball to do a remake, to discard what was, because that stuff breaks in an instant. That stuff breaks within a playthrough, and pinball tournament players have to know this machine's going to degrade during the tournament, and that just doesn't. That's just part of pinball. There's a cannonball smashing around. It's more difficult when getting a perfect game, which is very achievable. As Billy has done it multiple times, it requires 1/60th timing. So if the machine is set up in such a way in which that is not possible, it has to be up to a certain standard and a certain original standard.
Sure. See, and when I was doing my video game high-end auction site, I learned, man, it was so hard to to get. There's no definition of what original means in the video game world.
Yeah.
You know, so for example, was it blasphemy that Richie Knuckles took 15 Donkey Kongs and pasted on the side Kong off 5, Kong off 6? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, is that good? Or, I mean, I don't have any opinion on it, but I just.
No, you could argue it either way, though.
Yes.
You could.
Yeah. For me personally, I would think what was the condition of them before they got rebranded? Because some of them, we actually have some reclaimed games from Katrina. You know, they were flooded out, and just many parts of them were destroyed
No,
horribly.
You're right. Do you want to leave it natural?
Yeah. And no, we wanted them restored. We did everything we could to make the cabinet look as good as it possibly can. And when you can't, you know, you can salvage what you can salvage from a literal natural disaster. And this is happening all over the place with arcades, not just arcades, but malls. You know, if you look at the mall wasteland out there, it's really surreal.
A mall wasteland. What do you mean? Like the old
malls are going out of business across the nation in huge numbers,
I know,
and they're just sitting there.
I know more than one person that has an arcade in the mall, and they don't have to pay any rent.
Right.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was Arthur. Arthur has this story from about 3 months ago.
Wait, say again?
No, I'm taking that back. Every day feels the same way to me, Arthur. Over a year ago.
There's one mall being constructed in the entire country.
Yeah, shopping mall, enclosed mall.
What are those idiots thinking?
I feel like they missed the window on that one.
And they get a lot of business from the Caribbean and from South America. These people come with empty suitcases and they come and buy here.
Okay.
There's another outlet mall not far from where I live that the same thing. So they do that kind of business.
Yeah, and that outlet mall has been there
Not
20,
a traditional
30
kind
years.
of business, because
See-
those malls are going out of business.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's like I was at the Galleria in Houston, which, by the way, is where I played my first Space Invaders game.
Okay.
So I was there about 3 weeks ago for my job, and I remember being there, and the part that was
We have Space Invaders if you want to play tonight.
I don't like.
It's still the same 2 levels, left and right.
Well, that was the game that got me into video. Moved me into being obsessed with video games.
Did you know that the difficulty curve on that is an accident?
What was it?
The difficulty curve on that is an accident.
What do you mean?
The processor can't handle the sheer amount of invaders on screen, right?
Right.
So the old processor couldn't handle it, and as invaders are removed, the processor speeds up just because it can handle it better, and that's what causes the speed up to happen. That is the difficulty curve of Space Invaders. All of this, everything that we have, difficulty curve, it's all based on not a glitch, but a happy accident.
Wow.
That like the processor wasn't good enough to handle it at a stable rate. They didn't actually program in an unstable rate in Space Invader.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's good to know.
There are a ton of those type of glitches out in the arcade world.
Well, you know, I'll say that when I was at the Galleria Mall, it was honestly one of the last malls I've seen, or last times where you walk in, and there are lots of people. It was vibrant. You know, an inside mall where the restaurants were all busy. I mean, I haven't really felt like that. There's not a lot of places like that you can go to.
No, North Park locally. Obviously there's no arcade there.
And it's still not what it was 20 years ago.
No.
Yes.
Exactly. So the Galleria is still, I'm going, wow, this kind of reminds me still of my childhood, because it's still like in the center and there's lots of stuff going on. But yeah, the malls are dying.
Do you still drive by the places and in the back of your head think I could take a right turn here and go to this old arcade? Because I get that feeling all the time.
Not all the time. I mean, I drive by my old arcades all the time, the places where they're at. I don't think about it that much. You know, once in a while I'll say, yep, that's where I used to play, but I don't know.
No, I'm the other way around. Like, I know every single spot. I say, look at that ice cream shop there. That used to be an arcade.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
I say, see that ice cream shop? Yeah, that's where I got the first Donkey Kong kill screen. And an ice cream shop? Well, it was an arcade then.
How is there ice cream now? That bad, huh? That's unfortunate. That's a tough one, pal.
Yeah.
One of the things I liked about the Galleria was up until about 2013, 14 maybe, they still had an arcade in the food court.
Okay.
And if you went in between the hours about 2 and 4, you'd see all kinds of mall employees taking their lunch break, wearing their mall outfits, playing Marvel vs. Capcom or Pac-Man or what have you. And I always thought that was a really neat thing about that particular mall and its arcade.
Right, I always thought an arcade in a mall should be on top of the food court or on top of a movie theater.
The mall
feels right.
Yeah, that's where they were when I was a kid.
They had one underneath. There's a what was the is it Park? There's one in the HEB area that had the underneath the food court. It was massive. They had a 3-story mall, and the entire bottom of the food court was all arcade. It was the biggest I'd seen to that point. Now Dave & Buster's and some other major chains have made a habit of just getting big blueprints, but at that point it was ridiculous. All right, what's the worst arcade you've been in? You don't have to name the name of it. It's probably got a
define worst, because
not dangerous worst, but the one where you're just how is this an arcade? Why is this here? Why is this here? That's probably what you need to think in your head for the worst arcade.
I don't know. I mean,
mine's on a cruise ship. No, not a cruise ship. It was in a resort in Mexico.
Oh, I'll tell you, in Germany in the 1984, I went to Germany, and the only places that they had arcades were in cigarette-filled gambling areas.
Okay, Japan is still like that.
Well, Ben won't remember this because he doesn't remember anything. But he told me back in the day that in Austria, that the arcades, the games didn't keep score because they didn't want people gambling. You could sit here and play just like this, but there's no score.
Mm-hmm.
Ben says, I don't remember that. I know you don't, Ben.
I do remember that I don't remember telling you, but I do remember that it was just, there was no gaming culture there in the 80s in Europe.
Right.
At least in maybe in UK, but outside of that there really wasn't.
I talked to a guy who comes and visit once in a while from Germany, and I said, okay, so I go to your house and I knock on the door. I say, hey, how you doing? Good. Okay, let's go to an arcade. How far do we got to go? And he just shakes his head. I go, come on. I go, how about just an arcade? I mean, how about an arcade game? Nope. I says, a pinball in a pub? Nope. And he says, there is starting to be some pinball now.
Yeah, there was never really that culture.
Yeah, and I guess there's a lot of pinball in England. And Tony Temple told me the first, or maybe it was John Studley, the first major, equivalent to our barcades. There's one there now. That might be the one where we do a Kong off.
We passed 2.9 million just a moment ago.
Okay.
All right, Ben. Don't give up, Ben. Stay awake.
Are you a coffee drinker?
I am, but only in the morning, so...
When you work at a bar arcade that closes at 2 a.m., it's a luxury of drinking in the morning. I can't keep it.
What time
I don't drink
up?
much that's not coffee in this world.
When do you wake up in the morning?
Typically around 9 at this point.
So let me ask this. So you could work at a barcade. Mm-hmm. Are you married or?
No, but I live with my girlfriend.
You live with your girlfriend?
Yeah.
No kids?
She works more than me. Yes, no kids. Definitely no
and
kids.
Where does
because
she do?
That's not possible given this schedule.
So you live with your girlfriend, and what does she do?
She owns a beaded jewelry store in Highland Park, which is, well, you know where Highland Park is.
Yes.
So, Billy, it's the well-to-do area of Dallas.
And she
so that sounds impossible. She's owned it for a decade, and that can only tell you the quality of her work and how hard she works, which is she works more than I do, and I work 7 days a week. So there you go.
And when do you see each other?
Rarely. At night, when we get home at 3 a.m., or I get home at 3 a.m., and then off in the morning, and a date is about once a month.
Oh my God!
Yeah, we live together too. It's weird. So like,
oh my God, and his wife lives in Romania.
right now for 3 months, but that's not a big deal. I mean, that's
right. But
yeah,
I know, Billy. You see your wife quite often. Like we don't have a relationship like that where she's not part of. We don't have related professions, so we can't see people like that. So if you perhaps, sorry, I don't remember your name. Evelyn. Sorry. So if Evelyn, like, if you had your own job that kept you busy.
She kind of does.
Well, you do. You definitely do, right? But, like, if you had a job that kept you busy 75 hours a week or 60 hours a week or 40 hours a week, like a normal human being might work, and kept you at home, like, we would see significantly less of Billy because, he's traveling around. We just don't have that kind of, like, thing. I'm constantly doing events, and she's constantly doing events too. It just we're probably not unlike Hollywood stars that are trying to like maintain a relationship. At least we get to see each other. Like I get to be in her presence at least once a day.
Okay.
Most of the time.
Does she understand like who Billy Mitchell is and stuff like that, or does she know enough about your world?
Yeah. Oh, you couldn't. She's on top of the list.
Yes, she knows who Billy Mitchell is. I don't think she's seen King of Kong.
That's good.
I think I don't know. I don't know what she would say if I asked her to say why Billy Mitchell is famous. Like she would definitely know who you are. She would know it would be due to classic arcade games. I don't know if she could tell me Perfect Pac-Man. I don't know if she could talk about Donkey Kong. Probably, but that's about it. She doesn't really care to play the games with me, sadly. Yeah, Evelyn's not into it.
No, if she's stuck in an arcade, she'll pick out a driving game, or
A space game. I like Galaga.
yeah, or
a Galaga fan,
or a pinball.
Well, instead of
for a couple of minutes, not all day.
Right.
And instead of goading Billy into playing Killer Queen, maybe just me and Evelyn will go and have a killing spree.
It's a good idea.
If we do it, we're going to make sure you're undefeated. If we really want to do it, we can go on to NBA Jam and you're not losing. Do you guys have arcade gaming bar tricks? Because I feel like I have 1,000 of them at this point.
What do you mean by an arcade game?
Well, this is one of mine. So I'm proficient at NBA Jam, enough so that I can go to anybody with confidence in the arcade at any point and be like, "You, ma'am, you're the world champion of NBA Jam, and you've never been defeated, and you never will be defeated, and you're challenging everybody in the arcade." And she'll come and play, and I'll explain to her like, "This is the red button and shoot, and this is the blue button and pass, and as long as you're pressing those buttons, you're gonna win. So just keep hitting those buttons, and we will always win." Like we're undefeated. I haven't. So that's like a bar trick, right? I can just sort of go up to anybody and proclaim Evelyn as the NBA Jam champion and go at it. And it's a nice trick. Another one is some games I can play blindfolded. Not very well, but
Like which ones?
Blitz 99 is a 90s football game. I could definitely play that one blindfolded. Other ones I can play for giggles. I can kind of mash away at some fighting games to varying degrees of success. Now, if you bring the world champion and set him against me while I'm blindfolded, he will destroy me. In fact, anyone even proficient in a game. But it's a bar trick.
I used to write for a magazine called Joystick.
By the way, I'm positive that Billy could do this maze blindfolded if we made it like the challenge.
Well, I've actually done the Miss Pac-Man maze. The final kill screen does strange stuff, and sometimes your Pac-Man actually disappears. He's invisible.
Yeah.
So, and I've actually, he still runs. He'll eat dots, but I've actually done the maze with the Pac-Man invisible, Miss Pac-Man invisible.
I've never seen the Miss Pac-Man kill screen. How does that work?
That's one where she just kills over. Is that right?
And I'm questioning if you've ever seen the Pac-Man kill screen.
I've seen the Pac-Man kill screen multiple times.
Live?
What?
Live.
I've seen Memorex.
No.
Ooh.
Okay.
So
this board's going to take us to $3 million.
So I've seen from Derek's house. He had the Pac-Man that automatically goes to the kill screen. Like he has one where it plays one.
It starts off on 255.
Gotcha.
256.
So so it's like you play one screen and you're at the kill screen. So I've played that. So, but I've never seen like a full Pac-Man. Hey, Billy, you just starting all over? He's only got 3,000 points.
All right, no longer the record holder. This game is officially no.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, Billy just started over.
Didn't reset the clock.
Yep. So, yeah, who got 999,990? I don't know.
There's no proof. It's not like we recorded and live streamed the whole thing.
Yeah, cheater. Okay.
That's not far from how it works, by the way. Parody and reality they've already merged. Like it's.
There's about 28 boards to go. 27.
Yep. Yeah, which means that you're going to be done about 7:15-ish. Now, so I was going to say, there was a magazine called Joystick that was like, this was like for the hardcore players. Like really, they wrote the most, let's say, intense articles about gameplay.
It was the most hardcore magazine of the time.
Yeah, and so I
That's why
actually
it went out of business.
It did. It went. I mean, I wrote a couple of articles for them, and one of the things I also submitted was they had a tips and tricks section. So I used to submit all the different tips and tricks about, like, there were some things in Stargate. I forget if you, I had to. I mean, I don't remember all of them, but like, if you pressed hyperspace and you did this at the same time, it did some weird stuff.
Ben, have another beer.
What?
Have another beer. You can't remember again.
We can take care of that later.
Yeah.
Then there was, for Tempest, there used to be a bunch of tricks because with Tempest, if you ended the game, they had this glitch where, depending upon the last 2 digits of your score when the game was over, you either had 50 credits appear. So literally what people used to do when you knew this trick was you'd put 1 quarter in, and then you would end it on this, I forget, like 06 or 07.
Yeah.
And when you ended it, boom, you get 50 credits. Then you ended it on another one, which skipped you automatically to level 70. Okay.
Yeah, you could play the track mode.
And so you had all these different things that allowed you to kind of, I mean, there weren't any cheats. You know, there was one that let you start.
Yeah, you're talking about glitches, like the.
But there would be
fortuitous glitches, I guess.
Man, remember?
Which one?
You get like 400 extra guys. It was crazy.
I don't remember that on Tempest because I know that when we heard of some of the high scores, they were unattainable because the game got too difficult. And I forget if it didn't end, but it just got extremely like impossible to play, and there was no way that people could get certain scores.
How about that guy at Life Magazine? Never mind.
Yeah, I don't even want to get into that. How many people are streaming right now for you?
About 10,000.
Oh, come on. Where's the number?
I don't know if we have our numbers. Usually it displays.
What?
It's not up there.
Do you know? Could you tell me? I'm just.
I can look it up. I can look it up for you. But continue your story and I'll look it up for you.
No, that was really it.
We currently have 69 live viewers. Nice.
Me or you? But he has the show too. Oh. Well,
no, but his is not.
That was a bad corner. They got closer that time, Ben. You'd have liked it.
Okay.
So, the thing about those types of glitches that you're referring to, where you get 50 credits or 40 credits, what blows my mind, and you still see them discovered now, but mostly they discover them via hacking the code.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then they reverse engineer, how do we get to this state?
We did it the old way.
Yeah, that blows my mind is how you get it. Like, is it just sheer, like, you play the game so many times that you just happen to get in that state?
So what we would do is we would, okay, so I look at it like pre-Atumwa. We were all kind of in our own worlds, right? Before November of '82. And I would just play a game. I would play against other people. I would hack, do whatever I could. Then when we met everyone, we would, like, after then, we would almost have conference calls every night. My dad got really mad because my phone bill was over $300 because we would be talking all the time. We'd all go to our arcades, play, come home, and we would change information. So we would be able to, when a game came out after November of '82, when a new game came out, we hacked it much quicker because we would literally be talking about, what we need to do, what's the strategy. I mean, and the
internet helps us have those communities like much more broadly now.
Right. Well, now, it's...
Yeah, like Richie once said, he goes, back then you had to learn the game in the raw, is what he called it.
Yeah, we just had to learn the game. But remember, we were also the first time, like when Defender came out, you put a quarter in, you didn't know if it was going to be a good game or shit. And then it's like, oh my God, there were a couple that you're like, whoa, like, I'm going to play this game. I think of Defender, Stargate, Centipede, Millipede. Those were games for me that I'm like, wow. But when we, as we became better at it, or we like I think one of the biggest ones, which I wasn't a part of, but they consider was the whole clumping in Miss Pac-Man was a group effort. That was something where Steve Sanders, Billy. Am I right about that? The whole clumping in Miss Pac-Man was kind of a group effort as opposed to just one person figuring it out?
Yeah, well, with a group effort, there's always a lot of dead weight, but yeah, collectively we were trying to do it.
And who would be the most dead weight? His name is Michael Beltran. You're no good at any real Pac-Man game, sir.
What are your thoughts on Pac-Land, while on the subject of Michael Beltran?
Yes.
Who is Michael Beltran?
That is a good question.
Michael Beltran?
That is a good question. That does not have a good answer, sadly. But do you have thoughts on Pac-Land?
0.
As you should. The proper thoughts on
See, Pac-Land came out in the 90s, which is what we call the Dark Ages.
What is Pac-Land?
It's about as impressive as Professor Pac-Man.
Is that a game or is it a...
Sadly, both are games. And officially licensed Namco arcade games at that. They weren't all gold.
Gold?
The actual reference is of what it should be if they're not gold is we take our nut kicking pretty seriously at Free Play Arcade.
What is that?
Michael Beltran.
I don't understand.
Exactly.
Let me bask in his glow real quick. Yeah.
It's just one of us. Okay. He's our celebrity.
Okay.
And the answer to why he's a celebrity is
I guess
there is no reason.
Move to the arcade. I guess the stream's going to shut down for a bit, right?
What's going to happen?
Yes.
Yeah. If you could call Jared, contact him.
You probably have enough battery life if you want to keep things running with you.
As we're getting in the car kind of thing?
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, that would be good. Because what happens is people get knocked offline, and then they don't necessarily come back.
But are they going to be really interested in seeing us go from here to the arcade? Well, maybe they are. Maybe we're going to say something. If I insult you, Billy, would that keep your fans, excited? I mean,
someone needs to go through the windshield. Is all I'm saying.
That would be intriguing stream.
So coming up, guys, for those of you that are about to leave after Billy gets the perfect score, is we're going to go and insult each other. Okay?
Yeah. We're going to go to Free Play. We're going to attempt another kill screen on Donkey Kong. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say you should call Jared and ask him to be ready to raid somebody.
So we are right now. It is 7 o'clock. Billy is 200,000 points away, which means that he's about 15 minutes. So around 7:15, he'll hit the kill screen. Am I about right there, Billy?
For all you folks who have never seen a kill screen live.
I haven't, and this is exciting for me. It really is.
Hey, everybody, there's a
kill screen. Kill screen coming. Kill screen. Kill screen on the way.
Very much the. So this one, it's because of integer overflow. Wait a minute. So at the bottom right, there's a fruit that appears every state, right? It starts out on cherry, strawberry, and it goes on. So now it's all keys because he's gone so that the last fruit is a key. Well, once he hits stage
We still have about 6
more
minutes before
that integer overflows to 0. There's no spot in 0 for a fruit. Exactly. And so what ends up happening is it garbles that entire
You get a
side of the
minute.
screen because it doesn't show.
Can you check my collar?
Game changers. Okay. So the left side is still intact, but the right side is garbled mess.
What do you want me to do with it?
Just see if it's down right.
Donkey Kong kill screen looks very good. Because
Wait,
it looks like
we got somebody taking pictures. Okay.
Special guest.
Stand here for a minute.
Double. What?
You want to be your special guest?
Put your arm around me.
Huh?
Put your arm around me.
Come on, man.
I don't know what to say.
We just continue this conversation.
No, I'm not saying anything.
When that 161,
Okay.
Yes.
So what do you want me
It's,
to talk about, Pac-Man?
when that 161 goes over 200, there'll be 10 screens away.
That's amazing. Like, I can only go about 20 minutes before I lose my freaking brain. You know, my first experience on Pac-Man was the Atari 2600.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, but yeah. My grandmother had an Atari 2600, and Pac-Man was one of the games that she had, and I grew up playing that thing. And
It's available on the show floor here if you want.
No, God, I have like 3 copies.
You own 3 copies of that garbage?
I have 3 copies. Well, it's nostalgic for me.
A whole game.
It's not a great game. Believe me, I understand that. It's not good. But
if you don't understand it, you have 3 copies of which you can demonstrate it to yourself.
I grew up playing it, but I didn't know any better. I didn't know it was crap. So
I'm with you.
Yeah, you grew up playing it, and it was all kind of all you had until the NES came around. But yeah, I will say that Miss Pac-Man has always been one of my favorite arcades games. Yeah,
Yeah, because
especially the
if Jared's
speed with
ready to raid somebody,
the mod for the speed. Yeah, absolutely.
Ben, you play 2600 games or old console, pre-Nintendo console games?
Yes, I did. I played a lot of them. But I mean, it was more like I looked at it like this.
Because we're talking about how bad the Pac-Man port is, so.
The Pac-Man on the
2600, yeah.
It was, but you know what? Back then, it was.
It still has iconic sound and imagery just because it was bad. We wanted this, and we played it anyway. Thus, we have nostalgia for that.
Yep.
But I'm curious how much experience you had with those old systems.
I did. I had the 2600 because it was more like I went to the arcade was a treat, but you know I had to come home at like 9 o'clock at night, and so
you could grow up and just stay till 2 a.m. every day. Is your job? That's an existence.
Well, I'd say when I was 16, that would have been. You had my dream job.
I have you in my both dream job at 16. Actually, at 39, it's still my dream job, but it is a lot.
Well, you know what? It's a lot of work, but if you enjoy staying up till 2 in the morning doing video games,
that part, no.
I mean,
the play in the games never gets old.
Well,
but they test it at 2 in the morning.
But you see, this is why I kind of like the idea of going to your arcade and doing like talking to people about playing games. I kind of like that. I just I've gotten out of video games because I don't like the other stuff that comes with it, the gossip and the backstabbing and things like that.
I can get you some gossip and backstabbing too if you.
You want to give it to me? Okay.
Well, I mean, I know people, so we can get it working.
Okay, that's kind of why I do this about once.
We definitely gossip about you. I mean, we had a search. We had an active search for Ben Gold in the arcade because someone typed in the name BEN as their initials.
Now, when did that happen?
Right as Arlington was opening, so whenever that was, 2017 maybe.
Does that guy still come around?
Every once in a while.
Boards to go.
He was not pretending to be you, by the way. He had no idea that there was somebody else. He had no idea that somebody might be looking for someone because they typed in the initials Ben. He was just confused about the whole situation.
Really?
And he was decent at Berserk, but not decent enough to know what the box pattern is.
Gotcha. Well, that's funny because I know I pissed off a lot of people in my childhood. You know, what I did, I was kind of really mean about it. I wasn't, so I go into somebody else's turf, and they'd have a high score of 285,000. I would play one game because, the top 3 scores would stay forever. Play one game, get 999, 999.
I did that to his arcade.
Put Ben.
I did that to his arcade.
Yeah, and I walk away, and I only play one game. So that's even worse because then they're having Joe or whatever JDB, and it's like their top 2 scores. And
I've got it. They roll a score, it doesn't count.
So anyway, it was a lot of fun. I used to do that.
Ben, tell the story since we're on the reverse side.
After
you did the Q*bert score.
Yes.
You went back to the arcade.
Yeah.
Where they had the article on the wall. And they were like making fun of you and stuff, and you pulled the article off the wall and you like walked out of the arcade or something.
Which I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, figures.
Wait, tell me the story again.
Well, like you had done a high score, it was probably Q*bert.
Okay.
Okay, and then, there was always a little news article or whatever written like about all of us when we did stuff like that.
Right.
But the article had been posted on the wall, and somebody had done something or said something or messed with the article to like pick on you, make fun of you. So you just like pulled it off the wall.
Was that maybe at my school? That might be what it was, but uh-oh.
I got you.
You got it? Okay, perfect. Don't want to. So Billy, we're now we're at the home stretch.
What's our target score? That
325.
Is it 325?
325.
At the start of the split screen, it'll be 325.
Okay.
No, it's going to be 323 because this is the imperfect Pac-Man.
Right. We had. Yeah, we've calculated.
Ben, you said I missed one guy, so I took off 1,600.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Okay, so 325.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, man, who knows? We did some screwball stuff here. It's going to be close to that anyway.
Hey, we're all drinking here. Why aren't we drinking here?
It'll be your first kill screen live.
Yeah.
Oh, you've never seen a live kill screen before?
Really?
You've been married to him all these years and you've never seen a live kill screen.
We were raising kids too.
I mean, that's pretty important.
Well, then this is a historic moment.
So you don't make the trip very often, or?
Oh, she does now.
Not till now.
Okay.
Our
Okay.
youngest is 21 and I'm
Yeah.
college, so I started a couple of years ago, maybe. Yeah.
What do you think about this whole scene?
She won't tell you the truth.
Well, she sells stuff, so that keeps her busy and engaged.
Back in the day, all the really good players, their high score was 3.2 million because nobody got all the blue guys. Nobody did perfect. And this is about where they would have their points lost. The guy in 1983 with the highest score, he had 3.197. His name's Tim. He's liable to be watching now. He's in the Video Game Hall of Fame.
Would they hit the kill screen?
Back then, yeah.
Okay.
When did the kill screen get discovered?
Sometime after 1980.
Yeah.
Relatively safe bet.
First time I saw it was on a rack advance, not an actual game. So then it became a project to want to get to it.
Was that the particular goal in mind at the time, or was it just high score always, and the kill screen was a?
Yeah, no, we always liked weird stuff, odd stuff that happened.
Uh huh.
And we knew about the kill screen on Donkey Kong because I had gotten there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's only, 22 levels in or something?
Well, 22 levels is 117 boards.
Oh, okay then. Never mind.
Yeah, to give you an idea of how difficult it is.
I am very bad at Donkey Kong.
It came in
horribly so.
The game came out in 1981. Well, in 1982, I got a kill screen. The next public kill screen came after the year 2000.
Wow.
But Pac-Man, there were quite a lot of scores because people could run patterns, but they couldn't get perfection. You know, Donkey Kong Jr. came out in 1982. Well, by the end of 1982, at Life magazine, where I met Ben, there were already 3 guys who had done a kill screen. It's way far easier. Donkey Kong's just so damn hard.
Mm-hmm. I never liked Donkey Kong Jr. I want that on the record. Okay, Burger Time and Donkey Kong Jr.
Yeah, I don't like that one either. I've seen it. Just looking at it, not that I know much.
Which one, Burger Time or Junior? Yeah.
What drove you nuts about Junior?
I don't know. I just didn't like the gameplay.
Because it's definitely a similar game to Donkey Kong.
Yeah, well, I never liked Donkey Kong either. So.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. That's at least consistency there.
Yeah, no,
Ben doesn't like anything he's not good at.
No, I get good at the things I like.
He doesn't like driving.
So, I mean, Donkey Kong is just kind of a. I mean, I appreciate the difficulty of it, but I just, even watching King of Kong was, the whole how drawing things out and mapping and all. I'm just like, no, sorry, that's too. I don't have the brain power or the desire to.
I'll vouch for you on that, Ben.
Well,
I use it for other stuff, not for that.
Well, you would take notes and stuff, did you?
I did. Oh,
yeah.
I took notes on the games I wanted to win at.
You just didn't. Well, okay, so yeah, it just those particular games didn't do it for you.
I had a daily journal, which I still have, of every game I played. So I kept track of all my scores on every game, and that was important.
When the bus got broken into in Omaha, of all the stuff that was stolen, Ben 4-letter words, screaming because of his book.
Which, by the way, I made it in this article about me. That was they actually took some pages
all
from
right,
the book.
this is the last board before the kill screen. Voila. Should I do a chaos board on purpose?
No. Please. Okay. So we are at the kill screen, everybody.
Not at it.
We are 30 seconds away.
I don't know. I think there's going to be a close call here in a sec.
The original perfect game. The crowd was back.
Push me if you need to, Gabby.
Allowed forward.
What is that?
The crowd was back. They weren't allowed forward.
Yeah.
And I remember feeling bad because everyone's trying to look. There's no screens and monitors.
Yeah.
And I had 2 boards to go, and I motioned towards the guy, the attendant. He's like a Marine. I went to let the crowd forward.
Mm-hmm.
That was almost a mistake. I'm playing at some of this stuff, people.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
Okay, now when you get here,
hey,
here's where you go. You go up, through, pull down, and sit.
Wow.
And you watch them trap. Red's trapped. Pink's trapped. The blue will trap, and Fuzzlenut's a lot tougher. I don't think anybody knows how to trap him except me. And you don't have to trap him. I started with 0-0. I gotta count the dots. See him? See, there's no walls, so he goes to move a direction, whereas here he gets caught in a pattern. He has to travel it. But, so... Let me see if I can trap him.
Nice.
See, you still get the key. Because the key comes out after 74 dots. And then it comes out when you have 70 dots left. The trouble is you don't have 70 dots left on this because there's not enough dots. So you never get a second key. So you've eaten everything on the good side of the board. And over here there's 9 dots. Some visible, some invisible.
You see the 4 that are up on the top, right?
Yeah, but the 4 at the top, you can only eat 2 of them. 2 of them don't disappear. There's 11 dots, but 9 of them. But there's 1 here. 1. There's... In this alleyway here where the 4 are, there's 1 further down. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3. I think there's 1 down here. There's 1 right here, there. There's 1 there. Now there's going to be 1 there, 1 there. That's all of them, right?
Is that
So I counted 9. I think so.
Okay. So now you can run around, and there's nothing to do but die. You can look. You can go through the screen. Sometimes I take the guy and I hide him, and I tell people to, I say, here, try to find him. But there's these 2 dots that you simply can't eat. And you can sit there and let it run and run and run and run. And you run over it and it goes through the screen. People say, maybe you got to eat it 256 times and it'll disappear. So we left it. We left it for over a month. They don't disappear.
Kudos to whoever owned that machine. It was in that good a condition.
I like the exhaustive testing.
No, that was in my room.
Then kudos to you.
As a kid.
So
you die, and now these 9 dots will reappear. You have a score of 10, you add 9 to that, you got to end with 00. But first, you got to trap the guys. And when I learned this trick and shared it, everybody who gets to the split screen, if they don't know a pattern, they do this. Otherwise, people wouldn't survive. So I tell people, I say, I can show you how to do the board. All you got to do is get there now. But those 2 trap. Now the pink will trap here in about a minute. No, about 10 more seconds. Now I can trap fuzzle nuts if I want to. Yeah. All right, so we got to get 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So what's left to do? Die. So you get there with all your guys, and you just got to exhaust them 6 times. Ugh.
So, Billy, do you have 1 more in reserve? I always forget, or is this your last one?
1 more. So 9. Some are visible, some are not. Like that one's visible. 1. That one's visible even though it's red. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 visible and 1, 2, 3, 4. Invisible. 5 visible, 4 invisible. Sometimes I say that backwards. Oh, here. Funny, stupid stuff we do sometimes. I think it's right. Yeah, here it is. You go through. You know, this guy come, boop. He doesn't quite get you. Okay, 1 more guy. We got 90, so we got to end up with 80.
I believe you have just now set a free play. Oops.
Okay.
A free play record.
Yes.
which probably won't be beaten for a while.
Definitely won't.
There's a little bit of meat on the bone, but it's going to take a lot of work if someone wants to actually get there.
Okay. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So now you can let somebody play.
Yep. Now people think, oh, the maze is there. You can play that. Over here, you just can't see it. You got to memorize it. No, look, there's no maze.
You just go everywhere?
You like run through the screen. There's
That is
blocks
so
and everything
crazy.
everywhere. So now we get out of the way.
Well, congratulations.
And we let you guys come up and play.
Okay.
Thank you,
Who
Billy.
wants to play? Who wants to be the one to end the game?
Here, I'll get Fuzzle Nuts out of the way.
Go ahead.
That's very impressive.
Come on, go, get out of here. Okay. Go ahead, run around. Just stay away from the guys.
I'll do my best.
Ugh.
Should be tricky.
What
So
do we-
there's all sorts of invisible walls and stuff?
Yeah. So if you're ever really running from them, just bang, they're gonna get you.
Yeah.
Greatest game ever. Wicked cool. You got it, Mr. Cobra.
So you're able to wrap at any point then, right? Top, bottom.
Correct.
Let the numbers stop. You run through the numbers?
Dylan, you're terrible at this game.
I know, I can't
You haven't scored a single point.
What's the deal?
He scored so many, you can't even get one. No, it's not.
That's neat. Wow.
Your high score is one of those cues in there.
Yeah, it's
Somebody's asking what kind of phone we're using. Do they mean to stream? No, we're using a jetpack.
That's amazing.
No, I think you meant somebody in the background.
Thanks, man.
Come on, man. What
Sure,
are you afraid?
sure.
Are you scared, man?
Hi.
All right, everybody, look, he's scared. That's it. They caught you. You're
Afraid
busted.
of these ghosts? All those quotation marks. I am afraid of the ghosts.
Now you can tell people, yeah, I've...
There's 113 viewers, and Billy said he'll raid when you're done.
Okay, tell him we're ready whenever he's ready. Because then we can go over to free play.
Sweet.
Matt, you should get on this. You're the you
Well, just come stand here anyway to be official.
Past level 2. Well, he ain't afraid of ghosts.
Yeah.
Now you can say you played the split screen. You didn't get any points, but you played the split screen.
Yeah. I keep trying. Go for all the zeros and ones.
Are the numbers and letters always identical?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's based on the
Well, again, there's different. Yeah, there's different boards. 4 different board sets that Bally made, so they could be a little different.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like where there's no walls, you can like sit there and do a circle. I mean, you can't do that here.
I kind of want to mess with it if you don't mind.
Oh boy.
So does this go as a co-op score?
Okay, so
definitely.
from here,
100%. We all touched
within
it.
an hour,
We all get points.
We'll be over at Free Play Florida. We'll play Donkey Kong. After playing and being so geared up, I should be all ready to do a kill screen on Donkey Kong.
Maybe you can get something to eat.
Maybe.
Or maybe
Oh,
not.
there's
We do have a
options.
kitchen. We do have a kitchen there.
There's food?
Absolutely.
What happened to that food we had?
The fried rice. I think you ate that.
Some things get better with age.
Evelyn, have you never played it, right?
Go get over here.
What should I do?
Not die.
Move the joystick around and stay away from those 4 guys.
Don't be afraid of no ghost.
That's it? What am I like?
That's it. Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe she'll discover something that you didn't know, Billy.
Yeah.
Maybe.
One bloop.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's it. Her career's over.
I can get to the second board of Donkey Kong.
Have you?
With his help.
Oh, but you have played this before, right?
This?
Yes.
Oh, like one screen and then I die.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Because if this was your only chance, your only game of it, if it truly was, then you had achieved the kill screen and never scored a point, you would have definitely a unique experience that Gabby may be having now.
That's really cool. That's so cool.
All right. I guess it's official.
All right, Matt, find that dot.
You know, you're the last guy.
There's
when
two
they
on the
take
screen.
camera
You
from
can't
the
miss them.
cameraman.
Yeah, there they are. No.
Eat 'em!
The other one. Eat those.
You're supposed to pick them up.
If you can eat those 2 dots, you have revolutionized the Pac-Man
Ben's right.
world
We
for
like-
forever.
we laid a
Yeah, you've
piece of
changed
plastic on
everything.
there,
Yes.
And all those
You've
blocks
you've
of the walls,
perfected
you
the
don't know what
perfect
they are.
score even
At one
further.
point we had it mapped out because that's when we had to survive it. But then I learned the trap.
All right, turn off the stream. They rated.
Okay, good. So they're gone.
Bye, everybody. Thanks, Billy.
Thank you very kindly.
Thank you.
Now we go to the next kill screen.
Woo!
So are we going to be leaving this here?
No, we're going to stay overnight.
We're bringing the Donkey Kong to you.
Yeah, I'll let you handle it.
Thanks for watching our run of Billy Mitchell kill screening Pac-Man, and I'm gonna go set up this same stream and replay for the Donkey Kong.